I found the opening after a long stint of working office jobs. I wanted something more in touch with nature, and my search went further and further until I hit an ad for a job as a fire lookout. The pay was low, the hours looked horrendous, and the benefits were minimal. However, the lifestyle it granted was something I wanted, even if just for a temporary reprieve from my drab city life. I never expected to have worked this job for the better part of a decade. However, over my time, I've accrued more than enough stories to hold any party's attention for a week. That's because my job wasn't that of an ordinary fire watcher. I don't know if this is the same for others in the same job line as me, or if it's just my specific one. But let's just say we had more duties to attend to than just watching for smoke. My first day in the job there was a lot to take in. I was actually shown around by the area's ranger, rather than another lookout. Apparently the previous two quit on short notice for them to train their replacements, so the duty fell on his shoulders. The walk to the fire watch tower was arduous at first. If it weren't for my partner leading the way, I'd have gotten lost many times over. Just when you think you're at a clearing that should lead straight to the place, we'd take a sharp turn. We'd take a sharp turn, seemingly away from the destination, and yet it wound up to be correct. We made it to the tower at around 8:20 p.m. The first thing I was told was that the door should be closed before 8:30 p.m. and never opened until the shift was over at 6 a.m., not accounting for daylight savings. We safely made it in. I was briefly left inside while he went out with a brush and paint can and came back covered in a few specks of red on him. The door was closed and my first shift officially started. At first, things were uneventful. I expected to be lectured on all I needed to do, but as soon as the door closed, my partner simply went to lounging around. Left to my own devices, I took to familiarizing myself with the place I'd be held up in for the next 10 hours or so. There were 4 rooms in total, a kitchen with some minimal rustic appliances, a bathroom with bare essentials, a lounging area with some basic wooden furnitures, and a small storage area filled with many things I didn't know how to use. All rooms were laid with clear glass, and all had a door to the balcony for ease of access to have an overlooking view. I tried starting any form of conversation, but my partner was not having it. Any questions about the job was shut down. A few hours in, and the thick of night was fully set in. My partner checked his watch, took something out of storage, handed me a pair of binoculars that looked too high-tech for what I thought I'd be doing. When I flicked them on, the view it gave me was astounding. Despite the overbearing darkness outside, I could clearly see for miles through those things. Whether there was some form of night vision or infrared, I didn't know, but I was able to observe a vast area through those things. I took to scanning the horizon for movement, signs of smoke or light. After a while of no activity, I dialed in the distance and started skimming the surrounding tree line closer to the tower. I froze at the most peculiar sight. It was a figure, barely distinguishable from the surrounding trees. The only way I even spotted it was because of the consistent arching movement. I focused the binoculars a bit more and saw that it looked like a person over-enthusiastically waving. I waited to see if there were more. However, it didn't stop. It didn't stop after a few uncomfortable seconds. It didn't stop after a few awkward minutes. I kept checking through the night, and sure enough, there they were, waving in my direction. When I asked my partner about it, he just grunted and told me to ignore it. Seeing that he'd be no help, I resigned to just checking on them every so often. That was my first shift, and it set the tone for the rest of my career as a fire lookout. I mentioned the dingy kitchen. Let me go into more detail. It was a simple room which matched the wooden facade of the other areas of the tower. There was a small fridge with limited selection. The food options were either a lettuce sandwich or salad, which was just lettuce, some cherry tomatoes, or bread if you threw the bland lettuce away from the aforementioned sandwich. On the plus side, you had condiments to make the food more tolerable, if you consider brandless packets of ketchup in the door compartment flavor enhancers. For drinks, you had bottled water. Nothing else. And for snacks, we had lightly salted crackers. This is to say, their hospitality was lacking. At first, I politely used what was provided and masked my dismay to be as polite as possible. However, after a few weeks, I decided my friendly facade was less necessary and decided to bring my own packed meal. The shift started as usual. The ranger left with his can of paint and came back slightly stained. I was left to my own devices and took to just spotting peculiarities. However, during this shift, things were slightly more rampant. There were more waving figures spotted out at various distances, all enthusiastically waving in my direction. If their sole purpose in life was to just get my attention, I hope their life's purpose was accomplished. With the increased frequency, some were closer than they usually were. The glint of white on their faces showed they were smiling wide, and a moving grin plastered across their face. After having enough of them, I just sat down and pulled out my packed meal. Immediately, the ranger dropped what he was doing and snatched it. Figuring he was ravenous for something that wasn't essentially water leaves on bread, I yelled at him, about to grab it back. However, he just ran out the balcony door, opened the box, and threw it all off the edge. He came back livid, yelling at me that he warned me not to bring in any outside food. The smell of my roast beef sandwich started to waft from the now empty lunchbox in his hands. I hesitantly told him that I wasn't told that, to which he went through some range of emotions, starting from studying me to see if I were bluffing, mulling over his own memory, and then defeat when he told me not to do it again. On top of that, he told me I was no longer allowed outside for the rest of the night and locked all the balcony doors. I figured he'd sussed that that was my favourite part of the job, soaking in the night air and observing nature at night, a cathartic pastime that I was getting paid for. However, as the night went on, I learned it was for a different reason. It started as small thuds, heavy, soft bumps that thudded around outside. It mostly sounded like it was hitting dirt, but occasionally I'd hear a dink off the wooden beams that held up the tower. It was hard to see much outside from the angle of the windows, but with the use of the binoculars, I could see movement just below the tower. I didn't manage to see what was hammering around outside that night, but the fact I could hear it was quite concerning, as we were so high up that you'd barely be able to hear an elephant thundering outside. Whatever was outside was hitting the ground with ferocity. When the shift ended, and we eventually peeked outside, I saw what remained of my food that hit the ground. Crumbs and wrappers were scattered. Some had fallen in the many large divots that were now punched on the ground. I had the extra job of loosening the dirt and filling in the small craters. Without giving too much info on location specifics, I can say that the area we're in barely gets any visitors. This is fortunate to the safety of the public. However, because of this, when someone is spotted here, it's always hard to know what to do. Whilst making my way towards the tower, I saw a group of young people. There were 4 of them, and they looked like they were ready to spend the night in the sticks. At this point, I wasn't trained in dealing with others, but I also felt a moral responsibility to try talk them out of it. I called over to them and tried my best to warn them, without divulging any specifics. They seemed to heed me at first. However, a brazen one asked me if I was a ranger. As soon as I admitted I wasn't, I could see all my credibility was gone, and they left with a hollow agreement that they'd stay safe. I made it to my shift in time and saw the ranger returning with his tin of paint, red specks dotting his right arm. We lounged around, doing our usual affairs, but I couldn't get the hikers out of my mind. I toiled with the idea of bringing it up, but knew that most things I asked were often shot down. Eventually, I took a deep breath and asked what we should do if we saw hikers going in at night. With this, he took pause from the book he was reading. Though he didn't move, I could tell his eyes were no longer focused on the words, but rather fogged over as he went deep into thought. After a few moments, he returned with an exasperated sigh, and just asked, "How many?" Huh? I thought. When pushed again, I just said 4. With that, he went back to reading his book, and all conversation ended. That shift was particularly uneventful. I simply took to watching the trees, seeing if I could spot any nocturnal animals until the light started peeking itself from the horizon. Rather than parting ways, the ranger told me to follow him. We walked around the common entrance of the tree line, near where most people parked before walking in. Once there, I felt a tight grip on my shoulder and realized the ranger was grabbing me tightly, his other hand doing the same over his eyes. I hesitantly asked him what he was doing, and he just sternly told me to do as he said. My orders were to tell him the moment I saw those same hikers. So, there we waited, from 6 in the morning to around 9, waiting for any signs of movement. I was sat uncomfortably while the ranger never relieved my shoulder, nor his eyes. Whatever he was doing, he was heavily committed to it. Eventually, movement emerged from the tree line. The group had returned to their car. They had smirks plastered across their faces. Whatever they got up to the night before, they must have had a lot of fun. I muttered to the ranger that they were here, and his grip tightened as he readied himself for whatever he was going to do. I watched as they packed the gear back into the truck, moving very jovially, almost dance-like movements. I wondered if they were high. "How many are there?" the ranger asked. "5, same as I said last night," I replied. "5? Not 4? He probed. "Yeah, they don't seem shaken up from anything. In fact, it looks like they had a lot of fun. They seem very happy," I shot back. He sighed and asked me to read out their license plate, to which he called into his radio, adding it was another code 147. I didn't realize what happened until the ranger recalled me back the events of that night, in which he adamantly told me I originally told him there were 4. I tell the story how he told it back, though when I search my mind back to that night, I always remember telling him 5. Let me tell you about Dave. No, that isn't the name of the ranger. I never did get his name, something which bothered me at the time, but later learned was a wise choice. It didn't take long for me to become a savant at the job, though that wasn't saying much knowing how few responsibilities I had earlier on. We met at our usual time. The ranger went about his business with the red paint, and I set up my itinerary for that shift. I spaced out my watch time with frequent small breaks to do side projects, read, browse my phone, dabble in dating apps. Shifts were more bearable when I knew something was waiting for me after the session of vigilantly staring out at the tree line. I was so fixated on some movement in the far brushes, possibly my first sighting of a deer, that I was startled when I heard something eerily close. It wasn't the crumble of twigs or dirt being moved, but a simple, polite, "Hello." After quickly settling down, I looked to the ground where a person stood, barely illuminated from the tower's light. I was so dumbfounded I didn't respond, which prompted a second, elongated, "Hello?" Snapping back to reality, I replied with an equal pleasantry. "I'm terribly sorry. I seem to have lost my bearings. I was trying to head back to my car, but I keep looping around. Could you come down here and help me?" He said this in the most polite tone I've ever heard. He had a light note to his voice, spoken through a constant brimming smile. I smiled back and engaged in conversation. After a few back and forths, I learned that he often walked the lovely trails in this area, and even offered to show me around to some nice scenic spots. This warmed me, since that's exactly what I wanted. To learn more of the area, to really get in touch with the beauty of the land. All I had to do was come out and help him find his way. I told him I'd be right down and went back inside. However, the more I walked, the slower I went. All I could think about was how I was told never to open the door. Was that to make sure I didn't leave shift, or was there another reason? Under any other circumstance, I would have taken my own initiative, something I prided myself on when I applied for the job. But with all that I'd seen so far, I found myself second-guessing myself. My body was mimicking my thoughts by leaning towards the stairwell and then pulling back towards the ranger. After a few back and forths, Eventually, the ranger took notice, and with a confused look, he asked what I was doing. I stared at him, as he gave me a curious look, like a father looking down on their inept child. I mulled things over, but eventually cracked and told him all I'd seen. He just stared at me, not saying a word. Eventually he sighed, got up, grabbed some ornaments off the table and went to the balcony and started hurling them off the edge, all while screaming expletives mixed in with demands for him to go away. I didn't move, just stunned by the whole act. Eventually, the ranger returned, sat back down, and carried on reading his magazine like nothing had happened. I knew I wouldn't get a word out of him, so I just went back to my watch. I don't think I've mentioned the dancers yet. A lesson I learned quickly was to never play music above a certain volume. Around a time when I was starting to be left alone more often, I sought out ways to pass the time. Reading was never my thing, so I tried getting creative with what little I could carry to my shift. Because connection around the area was spotty at best, I had to get a bit more analog with my approach. In a dusty second-hand store, I spotted a vintage-looking CD player for almost free. The guy wore a great look of shock that someone got so excited over the thing. I could tell he was worried I'd somehow found a forgotten gem, ready to scalp a price he'd missed, but I was just glad I found something I could use. You'll be surprised how cheap you can get CDs in a charity shop, and you'll be amazed at some of the gems you can find. Old Backstreet Boys albums, original Green Day. Before long, I was jamming out to my childhood, powered by 3 D-sized batteries. It wasn't long before I was jamming out to Avril Lavigne, screaming the words I'd heard 1,000 times before. The flickers of movement caught my eye. A naive thought came to mind that some lost travelers were looking for help, but that didn't seem to be in the job description. I turned down the music and peered around, cautiously looking for any more signs, but it was quickly quiet again. I went back to my activities, just trying to make the night pass uneventfully. Sadly, my wish would never be realized. It quickly became a game of cat and mouse. I'd catch sight of something, inspect, and nothing would be there. It was jarring too, because each time I'd fiddle with the CD player, which wasn't in the most stable conditions, causing the CDs to skip whenever I knocked it to turn it down. Patience wearing thin, it only took one time to storm out to the balcony without turning down the music to see what was happening. Across the edges of the tree line were scores of figures, a legion of strange, emaciated creatures. It was hard to make out the details because they moved so damn much. They swayed and jerked in a rhythmic pace, though their approach was slow, their movements were swift, showing that they held some power behind their swings. No movement was synchronized. Each moved in their own accord. The only things that matched was the beat in which they acted, and very quickly I noticed it was the same BPM of the song that was playing. I quickly slapped the player off and ran back over to the edge. I saw as they slowly stopped and started shuffling back to the tree line. After that, I left the player off for the rest of the night. A few days later, there was a shift I couldn't cover. When I came in after, I saw my CD player had been smashed. The fact that it wasn't disposed of showed that it was a message to not play music anymore. I learned a valuable lesson when the lights went out. It was a quiet evening. I had the ranger to manage me for the night. I'd learned to enjoy reading, despite it not being my favourite pastime, and it was turning out to be another uneventful night. In the station, we have minimal lighting, a few small lamps and a pendulum bulb. This obviously makes reading more of an ordeal than it should be, and it's a mystery how the ranger keeps it up. Because of the dim light, it was noticeable when the darkness suddenly felt oppressing. The room felt dark. I looked at the lamps and they were all still on. I checked the pendulum and it too was brightly lit. I looked at my manager to see if he noticed it, and he indeed had. He was looking out towards the balcony, and his eyes were bulging. That was the most emotion I'd seen him display, and I'd watched him watch a person get dismantled in seconds. I looked out the balcony too, and at first I couldn't piece together what was wrong. It was dark out, and I couldn't see anything stalking out the woods, something I usually looked out for. I couldn't even see to the tree line. In fact, the more I looked, I realized I couldn't see anything at all. I looked up and realized everything was black. There was no moon, there were no stars. Immediately, my manager went around the rooms, turning off each light. I barely produced a whisper, about to ask what was happening, but he quickly shushed me. There we sat, in total silence, in total darkness. This lasted about an hour, though, as you can imagine, with a lack of any stimulation, it felt a lot longer. Even though it was dim, it was almost blinding when the light started to return from outside. The air of oppression was lifted. We turned the lights back on, and went on like nothing happened. It wasn't until another time that I found out the consequences of doing things wrong. Dave found a wife. Every so often, I saw some hikers graze the outskirts of the zone I patrolled. A woman and a child. The brief times we spoke, she'd talk about how this was how she bonded with her son, now that she was a single mother. Sadly, her husband passed away a while back, and for some time, she lost the deep connection with her son that she felt mothers should have. It was rare, but when we'd bump into each other, we'd always swap pleasantries and tips on navigating the woods, though most of mine turned into warnings of the many areas in my zone. I learned that her name was Lisa, and her son was Joe. Sadly, I made the mistake of telling her my name. Now I know why the ranger never told me his. For the sake of brevity and not repeating the same mistake, I'll supplement it with the name Jerry. It was night, another shift on my own, when I heard a voice calling out to me. A familiar voice. It was Dave. In his meek demeanor, he told me he had something important to show me. I sighed, knowing I shouldn't engage. Go away, Dave, I'm not interested, I yelled at him, learning from my many other encounters with him. You don't understand. The most amazing thing has happened. I'm in love. He shot back, a vibrancy to his tone now. This piqued my interest. Usually, his endeavors involve trying to get me to come out. Ooh, I hurt my leg. Help me, there's a bear. I've lost my glasses and I can't see. But this was different. He wasn't enticing me outside. This was something I could do from the balcony. This was new. I made my way over, mostly confident that I'd be safe. It turns out I would. But what I saw made my heart sink. Dave was now standing there with Lisa and Joe. Both had enlarged smiles, jovially stretched, though their eyes didn't seem to look happy. Dave, however, had a genuine smile on his face. He got what he wanted. Calm down, I want you to meet my new family. They're excited to meet you, Dave shot out, love in his voice. I'm not interested, I replied bluntly, though I was hiding pain. Just when I thought I'd have my usual back and forth with Dave, Lisa spoke up. Calm down, Jerry. We want you to come to our ceremony, she wept. My heart broke. I can't. I'm sorry, I weakly said back, though the apology held multiple layers. I was sorry they got caught up in this. I was sorry I hadn't done more to prevent this from happening. I was sorry that I couldn't do anything. All I could do was surmise that they must have stayed here past daytime, and of the many things in this zone, they were found by Dave first. Now, every so often, when I'm on shifts on my own, I hear them calling to me. There's a certain power they have now, the power of my name. Even though I know I shouldn't go out, the allure is so much stronger when they address me on such a personal level. I just hope they don't catch me in a moment of weakness, otherwise I might become a new member of his growing family. A lesson I was never told but learnt through watching was to memorise the entire layout of the watchtower at the start of each shift. I was with a ranger and another one of our many quiet shifts together. I had gotten into the habit of drinking tea throughout the night. It was a gentle amount of caffeine and had many health benefits if all the homeopathic articles were to be believed. I was about to grab a fresh bag out the cupboard when I spotted something next to the kettle. "Is this yours?" I asked, reaching out to it. My eyes studied it while I was reaching over. It was an old doll. It looked Victorian in design. Its face was ivory porcelain, slight cracks marred in its glaze. Rosy cheeks were dabbed on with the utmost care, and its eyes were a glassy blue. I've never had that irrational fear of dolls, and in a way, I thought it was cute. My thoughts were ripped from me with a tearing of muscle from my leg. I fell, turning to look at the ranger staring at me, wide-eyed, Derringer pistol in his hands. Throughout my time with him, I'd seen him witness many disturbing things. We'd watched the pummelers squash the carcass of a deer to the point that it looked more 2D than 3D. I'd seen him have to choose between two identical hikers, one to kill, one to let go, never knowing what the right choice was. I'd seen him read books of many genres. He'd clean a comedy without so much as a smirk, a detective mystery without so much as raising an eyebrow. But the man standing there wore the most grim of expression. When I snapped out of my shock, I screamed in agony. He quickly came over and helped stem the bleeding, and had me seated on the couch. Upon inspection, he only grazed me, though I'll never know if that was intentional or luck. I had to use an ancient-looking crutch to move about for the rest of the night, and the night dragged on to be one of the most stressful shifts of my life. You see, when I went back to the kitchen area, the doll was nowhere to be found. The only explanation I got from the ranger was that one touch was all it takes. He didn't elaborate further on that, but the urgency in his voice sent chills down my spine. Through the night, it became a game of cat and mouse. We were sat together in tense silence. The ranger went back to reading, but after every finished page, he'd glance up and look around. He was being much more cautious. I sat there, trying to keep my wits together, gently sipping the tea I eventually finished making. I was reaching down for another sip as the ranger finished the page, and as quickly as he glanced up, he threw the book down and drew his pistol at me. I froze, not wanting to get shot again. Eyes wide, we stared at each other, until I realized that though I was looking at him, he wasn't looking at me. He was looking at where I was reaching. Without any sudden movements, I craned my neck to where my tea should have been. And there it was, the doll, my fingers a breath away from glancing its mousy red hair. This didn't stop for the rest of the night. My co-worker put down his book to go to the bathroom. While in there, I heard him yell. I couldn't rush over to help due to my leg. All I could do was surmise that the doll must have been waiting in a precarious position, and it almost got him. When the sun peeked up from the horizon, I saw the ranger sigh with relief. This must have meant it was over. He empathetically helped me all the way to the hospital to get my leg properly treated. This was the closest we'd been since starting together. I think this was the point in which he knew I'd last longer than the previous applicants. You'd think our job on a firewatch lookout was to, well, look out for fires. And there was one time I saw one. The ranger was sat with me. By this point, we were reading the same book together. We would get a copy each, read it, then move on. When he first suggested this, I thought we would discuss it afterwards, but he didn't seem to understand that. Even though this was bizarre to me, I kept it up, figuring this was how we bonded with people. Something that's easy to pick up on when reading is any change in light. It's how my co-worker picked up on the darkness when the stars went out. But this time, it was the opposite. At first, it was a faint orange glow from far in the tree line. I tried pointing it out to the ranger, but he just glanced at it, hummed, and went back to reading. I tried doing the same, trusting his judgment and trying to keep up with his incredible reading pace. However, the longer I read, the bigger the glow became. Eventually, I recognized it for what it was. Fire. It was bright enough that the billows of smoke were visible. It was a torrent of flames, and it was growing rapidly. I tried pointing this out to the ranger, but he just went about reading his book. I was sat there, unable to read while worrying about this growing inferno. Then, I heard a voice. "Help! Fire! Please help! My family are in there!" I ran over to the edge. It was Dave. He no longer had that knowing smirk on his face. It was a genuine look of panic. "How do I know you're not lying?" I hesitantly shot back. "Lying? You can see it, and look." He pointed to the edges of the tree line. I could see all the hauntings of the woods. The dancers, the pommelers, the many-finger man. Hell, even the doll was escaping to the distance. Whatever was going on, it had the whole supernatural ecosystem going awry. This made me panic. I shook the ranger, trying to get him to react, but he just furrowed his brow and tried focusing on the words in his hands. "It's too late for help. Just get out of there," I heard from down below. He was right. The flames were licking the edges of the tree line. It wouldn't be long before it caught up to us, or we were smoked out. I ran to the door, but as I reached for it, I heard a familiar click. The ranger was still sat there, book in one hand, derringer in the other. I just put my hands up, knowing he was serious, and sat back down. I waited, anxiously, as I could do nothing but stare at the raging inferno that crept ever closer, the smell of smoke permeating the room. Every so often, the ranger would glance up from his book and check that I wasn't going to do something stupid. The night crawled on, anxiety churning up something fierce inside me. Eventually, a new light started to grow, a brighter hue than the blood orange of the flames. It was the yellow iridescence of the sun. Eventually, the new light overtook the old light, and everything went calm. When the shift ended, on the dot, my co-worker got up and left. I followed suit, anxious to see the results of the damage. There wasn't even as much as a speck of ash, no lingering smell of smoke, not even the residue left after flames lick wood. It seemed it was yet another trick of the woods to get us to come out, and this one almost worked. These events are never just one-offs. Often they can happen many times, but always at random. There's no way you'll predict what you'll run into in each given night. However, sometimes things fall out of your control. You can do everything perfectly, but another factor will change the expected outcome. I was on my own one shift. I prepared things to do to the best of my knowledge, and I picked up my fresh book. By this point, I'd taken a liking to reading. I understood why it was my partner's preferred pastime. It pulls you away from the drab boredom of the night, but keeps you aware enough to react to things happening. It also has zero technology for any external interference. Don't even get me started on when I tried to bring in an old TV. I was a few pages in when I had to squint harder to read the fine print of my book. It was dark again, that same oppressive darkness that enveloped us a few months back. Knowing what to do, I went around snuffing out all the light sources. For extra measure, I even turned off my phone. I sat back down, defeated, knowing my only pastime was gone. I resigned myself to sitting there in the oppressive darkness. It's strange, seeing the sky so empty, a thick blanket of black covering everything around you. There wasn't even a drop of light pollution from the nearest spot of civilization. Everything was completely blank. This is why it was easy to spot when something popped up. A tiny fleck of light in the tree line. From the looks of it, a camper had wandered into my zone, and they seemed to be trying to create a source of light, understandably so. I could see the swing of their flashlight as they raided wood for a fire. However, they didn't get that far. A glow rained from above. An overbearing pressure beamed from the sky. It was almost like a spotlight was lit on the camper's exact spot, focused onto him like the most brightest of floodlights. I ducked away, knowing this could only mean trouble, but I kept a vantage point to observe what was going on, albeit through a sliver. I glanced up and saw that the light wasn't just an illumination source. It was an eye. It was glistening in a gargantuan size. Staring at the camper, they must have been frozen still from shock, judging by the lack of movement from their flashlight. I saw the most curious thing. The stars started dotting in and out at the edges of my vision. At first, I couldn't figure out what was going on. Before I knew it, the light sucked up the camper faster than I could blink. One moment he was there. Another, he was a dot zipping through the sky into the eye that also seemed to be a mouth in the center. Suddenly, more stars flickered into view as the edges rippled away, and as the eye closed and left, I realized the stars didn't disappear. They were covered. They were covered by this strange, titanic umbrella of a creature. It fluttered away like a jellyfish, content with his catch. After a safe period of time, I turned the lights back on. And went back to reading. These are only some highlights of the bizarre things I've seen on this job. I haven't even told you about the mouthless deer, the kidney repairman, and many others. And as time passes, I only discover more strange phenomenon. Some even my partner hasn't seen. It's trial and error trying to figure out how to survive each new thing, and it's starting to make sense why so many people come and go in this job. Now I know they don't quit like I had originally thought. Still though, a job's a job, and I'm pretty good at this, so I'll keep doing it as long as I can. For now though, I hope you enjoyed some of my strange work experiences. I hope your job is more mundane than mine.
I've just awoke to see a cheap Halloween leftover glow-in-the-dark cardboard skeleton pinned to my closet door. And no, this isn't yet another story where someone or something has been hiding inside to emerge in the night. I hope. All I can see in the darkness of my room is the faint, pale green glow of those old yellowing bones. But I'm afraid that if I reach over to switch on my bedside lamp, I will also see my old friend David, or what was left of him. David was the strangest kid at my old school. In fact, he was the strangest person I ever knew. Nobody else really liked him. Even my mom, who was usually the nicest of people, never seemed to call him by his name, always referring to him as that boy. When I'd arrive home late for a meal, or covered in mud with my shoes scuffed and clothes torn, she would say, "Have you been hanging out with that boy again?" Or, "Haven't I always warned you to steer clear from that funny boy?" He seemed to have a stink which followed him around, and although I never once saw him throw a punch or break anyone's stuff, people who crossed him would often end up hurt or in some kind of trouble. The other kids taunted him pretty badly, mainly as he was always very scrawny, all skin and bone. But he never once got beaten up, as they were all a little afraid of him. He lived a minute's walk from me, and we became friends despite his strange ways. I guess he must have latched onto me because I was always patient and an easygoing kid, and more prepared than most to humour his many outrageous claims. he thwarted armed robbers in a local bank and tackled deadly invaders in his home. He was the world body-popping champion and lethal in most forms of martial arts. His lies were always way over the top, and even as a young kid, I found this to be fascinating. I mean, why not try to impress me by telling me things that were at least vaguely plausible? His own mom barely spoke to him, and never took him out to do anything fun. He told me that his dad had died in a brutal motorcycle crash. This was one of his two favorite topics of conversation, more like an obsession. The details of the incident changed every time he described it, but always involved a very specific way his dad had lost his life. Some criminals, drug dealers, or a rival gang or something were chasing him down the highway one night, and they forced him into a trap where they had stretched steel wire across the road to snare his bike. He'd been travelling at such a high speed that the friction formed when he was flung over his handlebars and scraped along the road caused him to be degloved. I remember having to ask David exactly what this meant, which I quickly regretted. It's when the body's skin is torn clean off, leaving bare bones exposed. David told me that at the funeral there was just a skeleton lying inside the coffin, only recognizable by his dad's distinctive leather biker jacket and Ray-Ban sunglasses. Obviously, that was another lie. There is no way there could have been an open coffin. But boy, I believed him at the time. Now there is an image which can stick in a kid's mind. In David's garage, there was a pretty ancient motorcycle, maybe dating from the 1950s, so I always assumed the tale was true to some degree. David was forever trying to fix up the bike, which mainly involved him covering every inch of it in ridiculous stickers showing glittery bald eagles wearing aviator shades and skeleton soldiers in army jackets with slogans like "Death before dishonor." He sometimes said when applying these decals that one day he was going to hunt down the guys who killed his father and make them all die in the same way his dad did. David rarely told the truth about anything, but his lies reached new peaks when it came to his father, with outrageous tales of his life and death growing wilder every time I heard them, evolving into an elaborate tale of his role as a secret agent working for both British intelligence and the CIA, going undercover on missions to save the world from neo-Nazi gangsters who'd stole a death ray or some similar crap. I guess I felt some sort of kinship on this topic though, since I barely remembered my own dad and could never get my mom to talk about him. David would always say we were like brothers, and though he seemed needier than me, I suppose I enjoyed feeling so wanted and appreciated. At least at first. David's other obsession was with skeletons. These things were everywhere in his bedroom. Plastic model kits, tiny Dungeons and Dragons figurines, even one of those life-size anatomy statues that you see in doctors' offices in old black and white movies. He had quite a collection. He loved old woodcut images from the Middle Ages showing skeletons representing famine or death or mortality. Those pictures always gave me the creeps, but David's room was covered in these, usually stolen from library books about medieval times. He would endlessly try to copy these images and pin them all over his bedroom walls, but he wasn't much of an artist, and they always ended up somehow looking even creepier than before. His favourite skeleton was the cardboard one I can see in front of me, though it's no more than a tacky piece of tat, maybe 3 feet tall with a cheeky smirk on its face, and limbs you could twist into position to kind of make it do a little dance. This always used to be pinned onto his wardrobe, surrounded by his many strange sketches. He told me that the guys who killed his dad had given it to him on the night he died. He awoke to find it pinned there, grinning down at him, and this had seemingly fueled his fantasies that his father's death had been no accident. It was a message, David told me. A warning, perhaps. I asked him why he kept it around, and he said it was so he would never, ever forget that everyone alive had a cruel fate that was coming to them. He would often glowingly describe a recurring dream in which he awoke in the middle of the night in a room with only one door, blocked by a grinning, living skeleton who left him with only one option for survival. David had to take the razor-sharp scalpel from atop the dresser next to his bed, a gift from the madman, and make drastic use of it in order to squeeze through the only other exit, which was a tiny window, barely a foot across, to emerge on the other side, born again, completely free of fear. I tried to see a positive in his obsession with human bones, and sometimes suggested that he should study to become a surgeon when he grew up. But his response was usually something along the lines of, "I want to help those in need, not hurt them. Surgeons waste their time sewing up skin and wrapping wounds in bandages. Why would I leave people to suffer inside their skin?" This was a recurring theme with David. He had this insane idea that living things would be somehow better off if we shed our own skin, and he would complain about how hot he felt, trapped inside a stifling cage of flesh. Like I said, he was a weird kid. He boasted of secret experiments. I will spare you the details, but basically he claimed to be loosening his own face so it could be peeled away to show his true self underneath. You are probably wondering why I didn't run a mile from this creep. Eventually, I did begin to distance myself. I am a nice guy, but I like to think I'm not stupid. I started to make excuses whenever he invited me over to his house, and I made a point of not sitting near him in classes, though I couldn't avoid him completely. He always found me in the cafeteria and did a great job of putting me off my lunch with his gross ideas. My mum and I moved away from that town when I was 10 years old, without much notice, and in all honesty, I felt a huge sense of relief to be leaving David behind. There had been 2 incidents not long before we left, which really cemented the belief in my mind that this guy was maybe more than a little odd, that maybe he was potentially dangerous. He invited me to a sleepover at his house, telling me this would be a great opportunity to take some measurements and start me on my first steps to shedding my hot, heavy flesh, as he put it. He said this in a completely cheerful, friendly way, as if he was proposing a perfectly normal sleepover activity. Of course, I made up some excuse about my mom not allowing me to sleep at his place, which was probably actually true. Although I started to become a little disturbed by David's ideas, I still wrote it all off as BS, figuring he was just a little upset and desperate by my efforts to avoid his company. Maybe in some messed up way, he was trying to intrigue me into remaining his friend. But the second incident forced me to accept that this guy wasn't just playing around. Late one night, a few days before we moved away, I awoke from a terrible nightmare about David and screamed the house down when I saw that distinctive glow-in-the-dark skeleton smiling up at me from just a few feet away, taped to my bedroom cupboard. We lived in a bungalow, and I always used to leave my bedroom window open at night figuring it was too small for anyone to enter, but I guess David must have managed. He was still a very skinny kid by then, though even for him, it must have been a very tight fit. My mum rushed in, but I didn't tell her why I was so frightened, figuring I might get into trouble for allowing David to sneak into our home while we slept. I stopped leaving my window open after that night. In fact, it became my #1 rule in life. I returned the skeleton the next morning, more than a little angry. But by that point, I was so afraid of the guy that instead of telling him what a cruel trick he had played on me, I just pretended that I enjoyed the joke and asked him why he did it. He acted all surprised, swearing that he had never entered my room that night. But I didn't argue. I just made my excuses and left. As I walked off down the street, intending never to return, I noticed David watching me from his bedroom window with a strange look on his face that I didn't like. He looked drained and listless, and maybe a little scared. So, we left for a new house in the new town over, and I attended a different high school to David. In fact, I never even laid eyes on him again. I don't even know what he looks like nowadays. A couple of years later, I found out from someone who had known some of David's relatives that his dad didn't die in a motorcycle crash. In fact, he didn't die at all, but had left home simply because he didn't like David's mother or David. Which made me wonder where the hell this kid picked up his obsession with people losing their skin. We didn't move all that far away though, just a few miles. And even though I never bumped into him myself, my mum would sometimes tell me that she'd seen him lurking around the streets, and he would often ask her how I was doing. Again, she would always refer to him as that boy, and she would say that she wished we had left him behind when we left our old home. It always struck me as very strange how uneasy he seemed to make her feel. After all, he was just a skinny little kid who would have no chance in any sort of fight. I started to suspect that maybe my mom knew things about David which she kept under her hat. I did hear stories from friends who had lived back in the old neighborhood that a few pets had gone missing and then been found in a very grisly state. But nobody would ever tell me all the details, just that David was suspected of being involved. And there was an incident where David had been accused of pulling a knife of some kind on a school bully and threatening to cut him down to size. But there was no real evidence, though David was pressured into finding a new school anyway. Eventually, he began to fade from my mind, as I rationalized him as just another weird kid who told people stupid stories to get attention or have some sort of impact on their lives. I used to sometimes have troubling dreams about skeletons marching down the street and sort of recruiting people for their fleshless army. But everyone has nightmares sometimes, don't they? I honestly thought that David would grow up to surprise everyone and become some world-famous doctor, or maybe a plastic surgeon working in Beverly Hills. But then, when I was about 14, I found a certain Halloween decoration taped to my locker at school and had a nervous breakdown. I spent about 8 weeks in the psychiatric ward of my local hospital, where I was happier than I'd been in a long time. I guess this was down to the dependable daily routines in there, the stability, and the safety. My mom visited nearly every day, and though I was never a very popular kid, I was lucky enough to have made 3 or 4 good friends who also came down to see me, usually on the weekends. They made jokes about me being in the funny farm and receiving shock treatment, which sounds mean, but I knew that they were nice guys, and we all had a pretty stupid and tasteless sense of humor. If our roles had been reversed, I would have been making the same snide wisecracks. We used to explore the wards, even though visitors weren't supposed to, and my mates would try to fool other patients into thinking that they were not visitors but consultant psychiatrists, which obviously never worked. There was a girl in my ward named Suzanne, who was a couple of years older than me, with a real anger management problem. She was everything I was not: smart, witty, tough, and rebellious. I guess she was my first real crush, and she was always nice to me, even though I was a total geek. One day, about a week before I left for home, she told me that during a cigarette break outside the building, she had met a strange, skinny kid with very pale skin and all of his facial hair shaved clean off, who had been asking odd questions about me. He wouldn't tell her his name, and she told him to get lost pretty quickly. But though she acted cool as ever, when she told me about this, I could tell that he had gotten under her skin and totally freaked her out. He was asking if I was expected to make a recovery, or if I had totally lost my mind forever. Suzanne told me that he sounded deadly serious when he asked this, and seemed desperate for an answer. She threatened him with violence if he ever hassled with her again, and threw a cigarette away and headed back inside. But he followed her and kept asking weird things about whether I was cutting myself or if I was morbidly obsessed with my mortality. The last thing he shouted at her as she hurried away down the corridor back to the ward was an offer to smuggle inside a razor-sharp scalpel for me if I needed it. I played down the incident to Suzanne and evaded her questions, which soured things pretty badly between us. But my philosophy regarding David was that he was my problem and nobody else's. I alone had befriended him, and I guess I had humoured him when I should have shown him some tough love. And then I had run away and left him all alone. I guess I carried around a little guilt about the way I had handled our friendship. I had made my own bed and had to lie in it. I couldn't live with the idea that my mistakes could taint anyone else, any innocent parties. Now, of course, I view the situation very differently. I was his victim. He was playing me like a violin, or like a skeleton playing a Spanish guitar in one of those Mexican Day of the Dead cartoons. I was dancing to his tune, but back then I couldn't see the woods for the trees. I never told my mom exactly what had happened with the skeleton on my locker and the friendly hospital visit, but she wasn't stupid and knew that David was circling me like a shark. So even though it hit a bank balance pretty hard, and we never had it easy afterwards, as soon as I was discharged from the hospital, she quit her job and we moved again, halfway across the country this time, and we made damn sure we told as few people as possible where we were headed. I literally never saw any of my old friends again. I heard Suzanne disappeared about a year later. There was a police search, but no trace of her was ever found. That is all I know. She had a real rebellious streak, and I told myself that she must have gotten bored with her life and run off to start a new one. Whatever gets you through the night, right? The fresh start in the new town did me a world of good, and against all odds, I managed to catch up at high school, attend the local college, and eventually land myself a pretty decent office job with the city council, providing social services for local disabled people. I was based in a huge 1960s building with maybe 300 staff, one of whom was David. no one else who worked for the council ever seemed to meet him. He worked in human resources in a tiny, cramped basement office, but he was never around. His whole department never seemed to have anyone around. There had been some pretty severe budget cuts for the financial crash in 2008, and I guess that had just left a skeleton staff. I don't know how he tracked me down. He must have been very determined, as my mom had changed both our names. I didn't realize he worked there at first. I heard references to some new guy downstairs named David. But let's face it, it's a very common name. And like I said, nobody ever seemed to see him around the premises. But after a few weeks, I saw his full name on a round-robin internal email, and I felt like I had been gutted like a fish. The email was discussing an upcoming office Halloween party. It seemed that David had volunteered to bring his own decorations and make the place exquisitely creepy. I walked right out of that building, went back to my little flat, and started packing my belongings. I never even told them that I'd quit. I remember someone from the office describing a very thin and odd-looking man in an elevator a couple of days earlier, who wore so many clothes you could barely see an inch of his skin. Even wearing a hat and gloves, though the weather was warm for October. A woolen scarf obscured his mouth and nose, and tinted glasses hid his eyes. But she said that she was sure his skin was the colour of porcelain. I doubt it's a coincidence that he found work in human resources. There, he could quickly learn everything about me, everything he needed. I left town that same afternoon, withdrew all my savings and closed my bank account, threw away my phone, bought a bus ticket to a city I've never visited before, and rented a cheap room, this room, and laid low. Luckily, my mom had taught me to always have enough cash so that I could go on the run. I could always live very frugally anyway. I never ate much and avoided social situations. I developed a terror of telling people about myself, about my old life. I've barely left this room in months. Today, I read a story in the newspaper about a truly horrific motorcycle crash, which took place not far from where I grew up. The man involved had been middle-aged. I recognized his surname. The details were sketchy. Just something about him being rushed to hospital after riding straight into a steel wire placed across the quiet country road which he drove down each day. He was speeding when he hit the wire. I guess he must have been flung headfirst along the asphalt. In that situation, there isn't much a leather jacket and pants can do to save your skin. I stared at the small photograph of his face for a very long time. He seemed vaguely familiar from somewhere. The police are appealing for information on the incident. I could contact them, I thought, but maybe tomorrow morning. First, I need to lie down and close my eyes. I didn't want to think about anything at all. Thinking is bad. I wanted to drain my head of everything. And I felt warm, very warm, constricted in my skin. I wanted to shake off my heavy overcoat of flesh and let my bones cool off. I slept more deeply than I had in months, perhaps years, as if there was a huge weight stripped from my shoulders. Now I lie here, wide awake in my bed, and stare at that skeleton. Its glow has faded from age. The time is 3 a.m. Soon the dim light of a new day will aid my eyesight, forcing me to confront the presence in my room, the presence in my head, in my life. I've learnt now learned at last that this thing has always been there. If I run, it will follow me, and I will have nowhere left to hide. There is a cool breeze from my open bedroom window. I guess I've let my old rule about never leaving windows open lapse. I figured that I should have been safe, as that window is tiny, maybe 8 inches by 6. Nobody could have fit through in one piece. But my bedroom door is bolted from the inside, and there is no other way in. David must have squeezed through, or what was left of him. I bet if I reach up for my bedside lamp, I'll find a scalpel there too.
Every year, on the anniversary of my brother's disappearance, I have the same routine. I guess you'd call it a ritual. It starts with me going upstairs to the attic. The ritual has changed slightly over the years, but at its core, it's still the same. I get away for a while, on my own, and try to reconnect with the past. Lose myself for a bit. My wife and kids leave me to it. They know the significance of that date, and they know I like to have my own space. The only thing they don't know is what exactly I get up to when I'm off on my own, what the ritual involves. And you know what? I don't think I'm ever going to tell them. Walking upstairs to the attic this afternoon, it all came flooding back to me. The memories from that day. 25 years is a long time, but as I made my way across the floorboards at the top of my house, the light from my torch picking out dust motes in the dark, it didn't feel like a long time. The past felt close. I could see the shadow-draped roof beams and the cardboard boxes, and I could picture myself in a different attic altogether. An attic from my past. And when I pause and shut my eyes, I could see Ben beside me. As I made my way to the wooden trunk pushed back into the far corner, the same trunk I open every year, I remembered. My little brother disappeared 2 weeks after we moved house. It was our first major move as kids. We'd grown up in a town, but for years our mum and dad had been desperate for us to live in the countryside. It was a dream of theirs, and not long after I turned 10, we finally managed it. I loved that house. Both of us did. It was an old cottage set in the middle of a village on the edge of the New Forest, and we knew it was perfect the moment we set our eyes on it. My brother was a couple of years younger than me, and in that point of time, we were going through what my mom liked to call our adventurous phase, an expression she normally accompanied with an exasperated voice and a roll of the eyes. Ben and I loved exploring stuff. It didn't matter what. Climbing trees, building rafts, investigating the abandoned sawmill that sat along the footpath a mile from the village. As soon as we moved, we were in new territory, and we did our best to investigate it as quickly and as thoroughly as we could. But nothing held our attention quite like the house itself. The place felt like something out of a storybook. It was old. Not old in the same way our previous home had been, but old. Something from a different age. Exposed wooden beams ran across the ceilings. A giant fireplace took up almost the whole wall in the living room. The doorways were so low, our dad kept cracking his head when he forgot to duck through them.
The house felt like it had secrets too. Black and white portraits of long dead people lined the walls. Their eyes seemed to track our progress when we walked by. Shadowy nooks and crannies lay in every room. The outline of a tiny door, inexplicably set halfway up the wall in the downstairs bathroom, lay behind damp and peeling paper. For two kids who loved frightening themselves and daring each other, it was heaven. And the main object of our attention quickly became the attic. We found out about the attic from Mr. Richards. He was our new next-door neighbour. Mr. Richards was a skinny, grey-haired man who lived on his own. To my brother and me, he looked about as old as the house itself, probably older. We were playing football in our backyard about a week after we'd moved in, and I can still remember the way his voice made us jump. "You boys explored the attic yet?" Ben had the ball, and I was going in for a tackle when Mr. Richards spoke. We both rose and spun around to find him, leaning against the wooden fence that ran between our gardens, watching us. "Yeah, we went up there on our first day." It was Ben who answered. Although Ben was younger, he seemed to have been born with a confidence I had yet to find. Although we did everything together, it was often Ben who came up with the ideas, and it was usually Ben who spoke to adults. "We helped our dad shift some boxes up there when we moved." "No, not that attic." Mr. Richards grinned at us, and I was mildly disgusted to see two of his front teeth were missing. "I mean the other attic, the secret one." He had our attention now. Ben and I walked a couple of paces closer to the fence, the ball forgotten behind us. Once again, it was Ben who answered. "How do you mean, secret attic?" Mr. Richards reached up a hand and scratched at the stubble peppering his cheek. The sun slipped from behind a cloud overhead, and he squinted his eyes at us. "What I mean is I've been in your house before. Knew the people that lived there before you. I know the layout, see? And let me guess, the attic you put them boxes in is through that white cupboard door in the hallway, the one above the stairs." Ben and I looked at each other without saying anything. Mr. Richards was right. We'd both been there on the day Dad had climbed up that little white door, balancing one foot on the banister before pushing himself up to reach it. We'd passed the boxes up to him, with the promise that he'd help us climb up so we could see inside too at the end. It had been disappointing. The space in the cupboard extended away towards the back of the house, but there was nothing inside but beams and insulation. Mr. Richards didn't wait for us to respond. "Well, that's not the real attic," he continued. "The real attic is above that one, and you can only get to it through a secret passageway." His grin widened, showing more brown teeth. He tipped me a wink. "Where's the secret passage then?" Ben's eyes were wide. He had the same look on his face he'd had when our dad told us about the abandoned sawmill near the village. A sort of hungry look. Mr. Richards tapped the front of his shirt pocket. He reached inside with his bony, nicotine-stained fingers and pulled out a cigarette. He placed it between his lips, then rummaged around in the pocket of his jeans for a lighter. As he bent to light the cigarette, he shook his head. "You boys got to be careful. That's what I think. Some places aren't meant for kids. Doesn't do no good to go poking around." "Then what did you tell us about it for?" Ben looked outraged. The colour had risen in his cheeks. He reached up and brushed a lock of sweaty dark hair from his face, without taking his eyes off Mr. Richards. "We won't do anything stupid, we promise." Mr. Richards cackled. He held the cigarette away from his mouth and blew smoke through his nose. After a moment, the laughter tapered off into a thick, hacking cough. Once he'd recovered, he drew the sleeve of one arm across his mouth and stared at us through watery blue eyes. Well, I can't tell you much more than that. I wouldn't want your parents getting mad at me. Of course, if I could tell you anything, what I might say is that some of these old houses are odd shapes and sizes. There are some places, for instance, that have these huge old fireplaces. Big chimney breasts too. If I were you, that's where I'd be aiming for. I'd be wondering if maybe there weren't some small steps running up the outside of that big chimney. Little brick steps inside the first attic, leading up into a hidden roof space. He took another drag on his cigarette and winked again. Ben and I looked at each other. We didn't even need to say anything. That's how it was with me and Ben. More often than not, we could communicate with just a look. That day, we'd turn around together to face the house, and we were about to go running for our front door when Mr. Richards' voice stopped us. I'd be careful though if I were you. I mean it. We paused and looked back at him. He took another drag on his cigarette and stared at us, the smile gone from his face. Some of the places in this village have stories attached to them. Stories almost as old as the houses themselves. People that lived in that place before you said they heard things, noises in the night. Told me they'd wake up sometimes, and there'd be these sounds coming from the roof space above them, sort of like echoes. A gust of wind blew through the garden, making the trees rustle. Suddenly, all I could think of were those black and white portraits hanging in our hallway, the ones with eyes that seemed to follow you. Oh yes, I'd be very careful indeed, said Mr. Richards. Some of these houses have hidden places that no one's been to for years and years, and some might have doors that aren't meant to be opened. Don't worry, we'll be careful. Ben's hand was on my arm, tugging me. I could feel the excitement in that tug, and I knew he'd hardly been listening to that last part of what Mr. Richards said. We turned together and made our way to the house. I paused by the porch and glanced back. Mr. Richards was still in the same place we'd left him, leaning against the fence, watching. Our expedition into the attic took place a week later. We'd wanted to go sooner, of course, but it hadn't been possible, not with our parents about. They didn't mind us going off on our own, but they'd marked the attic as strictly out of bounds. We knew we had to wait until they were out of the house together, and the following Friday evening, we finally got our wish. Mum was already out visiting a friend, and a call to our landline summoned Dad back into the office. Something's come up at work, he told me, a frown on his face as he shrugged his coat on by the front door. Will you two be all right on your own for an hour? I shouldn't be long, and your mother's due back soon anyway. Dad worked as the editor for the local paper, and things were always coming up at work. It was a constant source of arguments between him and Mum, but while Dad disappearing to the office would normally fill me with a low-level anxiety I didn't quite understand back then, at that moment, it only excited me. It meant we'd finally have the house to ourselves. As I nodded and told him we'd be okay, it was all I could do to keep the grin from my face. 10 minutes later, my brother and I stood on the stairs below the attic's white door. This was the trip we were ready for. In an effort to distract ourselves from the frustration of not being able to find the secret attic right away, we'd spent the last week planning. Maps, supplies, a communication system. We had it all ready. By drawing a rough pencil sketch of the house, we worked out what Mr. Richards meant by the steps in the side of the chimney breast. The lower attic, as we'd come to call it, stretched from above the hallway to the very back wall of the house. It was the attic we'd already been in with Dad. It ran above the downstairs bathroom and parallel to the lounge. And what was the main feature of the lounge, which also happened to sit against the house's back wall? The fireplace. So if I get to the end and look to the left, I should be right by where the chimney breast is? Asked Ben, staring up at the white door above our heads. Yep, that's it. Mr. Richards said brick steps run up the outside of the chimney. He said those are the steps that lead up to the attic at the very top of the house, the secret one. I stood on the step beside Ben and followed his gaze to the door above our heads. Sure you want to do this on your own? This was the main problem we'd come up against early on in the planning stages. No matter how many different ways we tried it, we couldn't figure out a way for both of us to climb up into the attic together. Whenever our parents were out of sight, we tried everything we could think of, lifting each other up, balancing on the banister, trying to stand on top of random objects we'd placed on the stairs. Nothing worked. Because of its position above the staircase, reaching the door to the attic was awkward. It was okay when our dad had been up there, because he'd been able to reach down and haul us up. But for two kids, who were barely 4.5 feet tall, the process was a nightmare. In the end, the only way we'd been able to manage it was by Ben climbing onto the banister and me boosting him the rest of the way by locking my hands together in a foothold. But once he reached the doorway and pulled himself through, we knew there'd be no easy way for me to follow him. Staring up at that door, Ben brushed his dark hair from his eyes. His face was fixed in a determined expression I'd seen plenty of times before. Sure, he said. You got your walkie? Boxes. All the boxes we put up here with Dad. Ben's voice crackled through the black box in my hand. The walkie-talkies had been my idea. They'd been a present from Dad for my 10th birthday. We'd tested them out a few times when we were out exploring the village, but up until now, we hadn't really found a proper use for them. But they were perfect for this. They meant Ben could tell me exactly what he was seeing the whole time he was up there. We'd even come up with a system. Once every 10 seconds at least, Ben would radio back to me with an update. Just a word or two to tell me what he could see at that exact moment. I told him it was so I could keep an accurate log of everything, but really, it was so I'd be able to know he was safe. From my vantage point at the top of the staircase, I could just see into the open white door above my head. The darkness glowed with a beam from Ben's head torch. I pressed the button on my walkie. Can you see the back wall of the attic yet? No, not yet. I'm just getting past all the boxes. It's tricky because there's all that green stuff on the floor, so I can only step on the beams. You mean the insulation? Yeah. Well, go slow, okay? If you step on that stuff by accident, your foot could go through the ceiling. Then we'd really be screwed. I glanced at the digital watch on my wrist. Gone 8. Had Dad said what time Mum was due home? I couldn't remember. The last thing we wanted was for her to get back while Ben was still in the attic though, so I was on high alert. Straining my ears for the sound of a car coming down the road by our house. We had a system for this too. If I heard Mum pulling up in the driveway, I'd press the button on the walkie and call Mayday 3 times. And if Ben got into any trouble up there, he'd do the same. For the time being though, there was no approaching engine in earshot. There was nothing much at all in earshot for that matter. I could hear the wind gusting outside and the occasional creak as the house settled around me. but nothing else. My brother and I were alone. "It's freaky up here, Max." Ben's voice was a low whisper issuing from the walkie speaker. "There's cobwebs everywhere. It's like nobody's been up here for 100 years. I shivered. Although I was wearing a thick jumper, it felt cold in the hallway. There was something about Ben's words that caused a faint worm of unease to stir in my stomach too. What was it Mr. Richards had said to us a week before? Some of these houses have hidden places that no one's been to for years and years. That was a weird thought, wasn't it? Ben might be the first person to see the secret attic in a long, long time. Maybe even since the house itself was built. Mr. Richards had said something else too, that I couldn't quite remember. Something about doors that weren't meant to be opened. Max, are you there?" Ben's voice almost made me jump. I lifted the walkie to my mouth and pressed the talk button. "Here, Ben, what's up? What can you see?" "The back wall's up ahead, Max. I can see it with my torch. And there's something else too." The worm of unease twisted in my belly. "What?" "There's this dark patch up in the corner of the attic, over to the left. It looks like a hole in the wall." A weird mix of emotions filled my stomach. There was excitement down there, sure. The kind of nervous energy I'd felt before going on a roller coaster the first time. But there was something else too. A faintly sick feeling. For the first time since we'd started this mission, I had the sudden urge to call Ben back. I didn't know why I felt this exactly, but it was there all the same. A nagging in my belly. Ben wouldn't come easily. That was the thing. He didn't seem to get anxious about stuff the same way I did, but I thought I might be able to convince him if I needed to. And if that failed, I could always tell him Mom was home. My thumb hovered over the talk button, but I hesitated. What exactly was I worried about? It was just an attic. It might be old, and it might be full of cobwebs, but that's all it was. Just another roof space that we hadn't been in yet. And before I had a chance to think about it anymore, Ben's voice crackled through the speaker again. "Beams, more cobwebs. There's a low beam hanging from the left to the right." Ben was listing everything he could see. Another 10 seconds, another update. Sticking to the plan. "I'm near the end now, Max. I can see bricks on the left. More bricks. Oh, hang on. There's stairs, Max. I can see little stairs on the left, leading up into the darkness." He'd found it. Found the secret way up that Mr. Richards had mentioned. I didn't know what I'd been expecting exactly, but just then, it felt like the unease in my belly was winning out over the excitement. My stomach felt the way it did at school before a test. I strained my ears, listening for the sound of a car on the road. And right then, I was hoping I'd hear it. I was hoping Mom would come back. That way I could call Mayday to Ben, and the game would be off. There was nothing though. Just the wind outside and the silence of the hallway. Then the sudden crackle of static barking in the box in my hand. "Max, you still there? I'm on my way up, Max. I climbed up on the beam and I'm about to go up the stairs. I can't see anything up there yet. It's dark. Be careful." It was all I could manage. I stared up at the open white door above me, trying to see if I could make out the faint glow of Ben's head torch. I couldn't. He must have been so far back now that the light wasn't getting out. Brick steps, more brick steps, cobwebs. Ben's voice sounded fainter now, further away. I wasn't sure if it was all the extra wall and distance between us, or if he'd started whispering. I glanced around the hallway, trying to distract myself from the growing unease in my stomach, and my eyes fell on a portrait on the wall beside me. One of those old black and white ones. An elderly woman, impossibly small and shrunken, stared out of the frame, her black eyes watching me from an expressionless face. A young man, equally devoid of expression, stood beside her. His face reminded me faintly of Mr. Richards. I shut my eyes. I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my neck, above the sound of the wind outside the house. Thump, thump, thump. The problem was me being down here on the landing while Ben was up there. We had the walkie-talkies, sure, but it wasn't the same. We were normally together in all our games. Now, I felt unable to help, and it was making my anxiety worse. To distract myself, I tried to imagine things from Ben's point of view, picture what he was seeing, feel his excitement. It didn't help. I could see the darkness in my mind's eye. Imagine his torch beam cutting a path of light through the shadows. But the image only gave me the creeps. More darkness. Jeez, it's really dark up here, Max. It's like my torch isn't working properly. He'd be close to the top now. I could feel it. Almost in the secret attic. In my head, I had a sudden flashback to Mr. Richards, leaning against our garden fence, grinning. More brick steps, more darkness. Hey, are you sure you want me to keep updating you, even if it's all the same stuff? What I wanted was for Ben to give up and come back. Stupidly though, I didn't say that. I just thumbed the button and said, yes. Okay, I think I must be nearly... Yeah, I'm at the top now. Ben's voice had dropped to a whisper again. I thought I could detect a hint of uncertainty in it, but it could have been my imagination. The stairs have stopped, Max. It's really dark up here. Was that the sound of the car engine in the distance? I shut my eyes again, straining my ears, but I couldn't tell. The wind was playing tricks on me. Dark, wood beams, dark. Was Ben speaking even more quietly? His voice sounded like it was coming through a pipe. Dark, dark. Wait, hang on. The worm of unease was a knot now. It felt like something alive was moving inside me. Max, there's something here, up ahead. A car engine. Yes, I could hear it now. Over the wind. There was no mistaking it. There's a door, Max. Ben's voice was ragged and faint, and I could no longer detect the excitement in it. Now all I could hear was the fear I felt myself. It's in the middle of the attic. It's dark red. The knot of worms clenched tighter. The people in the black and white photo leered out at me. In the distance, the hum of the car engine grew. I moved my thumb over the talk button, ready to call Mayday. But Ben spoke again before I had the chance. It's red. A red door. The walkie growled static in my hand. Ben's voice was almost lost in it. His next words were the last full sentence I ever heard him speak. I'll keep my thumb down as I go through it. Ben, no. Ben, no, don't. Mayday, Mayday. I hammered down the talk button and yelled into the walkie. But it didn't work. Static still crackled through my speaker. Mayday! Mom's here, Ben! Come back! Mayday! Time seemed to slow down The thing I remember most about what happened next was the sound. 4 sounds, all blurring together into one. There was the bass drum of my heartbeat, high up in my neck, and the howl of the wind. There was the sound of Mum's car, drawing closer to the house. And there was the static. The static surged from the black box in my hand, and, for a while, eclipsed everything else. It was like my brother had walked into the center of a storm. The sound seemed to freeze me in place. I should have tried the talk button again, and I should have yelled at the top of my voice. Ben was only in the roof after all, wasn't he? But I did neither of those things. Instead, I simply stood there, the eyes in the black and white portraits gazing on as cracked noise blared from the box in my hand. There were words in that static. I don't know how much time passed as I drowned in that wave of sound, but I heard them. I heard my brother's voice. It was impossibly distant, and I had to press my ear tight to the walkie to hear it at all. But it was there. The ultra-faint whisper of someone speaking from a long, long way away. Dark, dark, dark. Looking back now, I think the words must have been every 10 seconds. I think it was Ben sticking to the plan, even then. Dark, dark, dark. Static surged and roared like waves. There were only 2 other words I heard Ben speak before the car pulled up in our driveway. Pink moon. I guess there's a chance I misheard him, but I don't think so. Nobody believed me. That's the short version. I could go into the long version, the interrogations from my parents and the police officers, and eventually the psychiatrists, but no one needs to hear all of that. It's a story we've all heard before. There are only really a few other points that matter. The first is the walkie-talkies. They didn't find anything. I told everyone the truth and stuck to it, but it made no difference. When first my dad, and then the lead investigator listened to the channel my walkie-talkie had been tuned to, all they heard was static. They told me I had to be imagining the sound of my brother's voice. The attic was empty too. I don't know how many people went up there and searched in the end, but it was a lot, and none of them found a single trace. No dropped walkie-talkie, no Ben. Their big theory, which I learned from cupping my ear to closed doors whenever I could in the ensuing weeks, was that I made up the whole thing. A defense mechanism, they called it. They thought Ben had been abducted, or he'd gotten lost while we were playing some game outside. They thought my mind had created the whole red door in the attic story as a way of protecting itself, shielding me from the trauma of whatever really happened. As for my own investigations, I only went up into the attic once. It was months later, after the initial investigation into Ben's disappearance had died down. The stairs in the chimney were there, just like he said they were, but nothing else. The secret attic was nothing more than an empty, open space in the roof. Dust and old bat droppings, but no red door. The last thing worth mentioning is Mr. Richards. He died. It was a month or so after Ben disappeared that I finally thought to talk to him. He was the one who told us about the attic after all, but I never got the chance. His granddaughter found him apparently. She got worried after he stopped answering his phone. I overheard my parents talking about it late one night, and my dad said he'd heard from Mrs. Roberts down the road that some things had been found in Mr. Richards' house. Some disturbing things. I never found out what that meant though, and it could have just been a rumour. They held a funeral for him in the village church, advertised it on the notice board. The poster they used had a blown-up photo of Mr. Richards when he was younger, in black and white. When I saw it for the first time, it looked familiar to me. But it was only later I realised how much it reminded me of the black and white photo on the landing of our stairs. I used to take the walkie-talkie everywhere I went. Everywhere. I carried it in my bag to school, slept with it under my pillow. I always had it in arm's reach. I learned to stop that though, over the years. It wasn't helping. I was spending so much time in that sea of static that I realised if I didn't take control soon, I might just drown. So now, I ration myself. Now I have my ritual. Every year, I go upstairs to the attic of the house I currently live in with my wife and kids, and I retrieve the walkie-talkie from its locked wooden trunk, find the old channel. Then, I close my eyes and let the static wash over me, and I listen for my brother's voice. It's still there. Even after all this time, it's still there. Mostly, he repeats the same word he was whispering when he walked through the red door. Dark. But every now and then, I'll catch something else. On a couple of occasions, he's spoken about the pink moon again, and a few years ago, I thought he said the words, cracked sky. And this year, quite clearly, I heard him whisper something he's never said before. Silver Lake. I talk back to him too sometimes, even though he's never responded, and even though I know, deep down, that he probably can't hear me. I talk to him, just in case. Because, if there's even the slightest chance he can, he'll know I've never given up.
My grandfather stormed Iwo Jima. At 19 years old, he stepped foot on an 8-mile long, 3-mile wide slab of volcanic rock that would become one of the bloodiest battlegrounds in American history. Overlooking the island, there was a 550-foot mountain known as Mount Suribachi, named due to its resemblance to a Japanese grinding bowl. The Japanese had prepared for the invasion for months. By the time the Marine Corps had landed on the island, the Japanese had an unspeakably vast array of artillery, machine guns, and mines defending the island. Most of the artillery was dug into the side of the mountain overlooking the island. Mount Grinding Bowl was a strangely suiting name for the situation. Every inch of ground gained by the Marines would cost them blood. The island has since become hallowed ground for the Marine Corps. Every square inch holds 1,000 stories of the titanic struggle between the empire of the rising sun and the sleeping giant that was the United States. Thousands of lives were lost there. And while the battlefield on the surface of the island has since cleaned up and recovered, old bones still haunt the island beneath the surface. My grandfather, shortly before his passing, told me of the fight for Mount Suribachi. Most people know of that mountain because of the timeless photograph of the flag raising. The photograph would prompt Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal to declare, "The raising of the flag on Mount Suribachi means a Marine Corps for the next 500 years. But the battle for Suribachi that my father told me did not take place on top of the mountain. but beneath it. As the Marines began climbing the mountain, fighting for every square inch of ground, my grandfather's squad took to the tunnels. The Japanese had constructed many of miles of tunnels and spider holes beneath the island. The tunnels connected the dozens of artillery positions, machine gun nests, and thousands of spider holes. The Japanese soldiers would pop up at the most unexpected places at the most unexpected times, fire a few shots, throw a couple of grenades, and disappear back into the earth. Many Marine squads had at least one individual armed with a flamethrower that would be used to clear the tunnels and bunkers. My grandfather's squad did not have one, however. They came to a tunnel entrance near the base of the mountain. They tossed a few grenades in and waited until after the explosions to enter. Armed with their rifles and carbines and a few handheld flashlights, they dove into the tunnel system. My grandfather, only a 19-year-old Lance Corporal, still with acne on his face, was point man, the first to enter the tunnel. The tunnel was wide enough for two individuals to stand side by side. Immediately upon entering, 3 Japanese soldiers charged them with bayonets. My grandfather dropped the first with his M1 carbine. The second and third Japanese soldier were killed by shots from an M1 Garand from the Marine to my grandfather's left. That Marine was Corporal Whitehorse. Whitehorse was infamous for his homemade moonshine he would make from raisins the Marines would occasionally receive from their rations. They continued farther into the tunnels. Occasionally, the ground would shake and dust would fall from the roof as the naval artillery pounded targets on the island into oblivion. Sometimes they would hear the thunderous report of the Japanese's own artillery as they answered from bunkers dug into the mountainside. That was my grandfather's squad's mission: to find and neutralize the Japanese artillery that was too well protected from naval bombardment. The battle was in full pitch. Hundreds of men were dying all around them. They came to many forks and splits in the underground system. Each new passageway had to be cleared. The Marines took contact from fanatical Japanese soldiers many times. Each time, the Japanese soldiers were dropped by effective and accurate fire from the squad of Marines. Further and further, they delved into the belly of the mountain. What seemed like hours later, my grandfather and his squad came to a chamber carved out of the rock. In the chamber lay 2 surgical tables, dried blood and gore still pooled on the tables and floor surrounding them. A gurney with dozens of wicked and nefarious surgical instruments gleamed under the single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. A table by the wall held a sheaf of papers and folders, all written in Japanese. The Marines, although spooked by this macabre setting, collected the papers, which likely held valuable intel, and moved deeper still. Suddenly, they heard an unholy scream. My grandfather described it as something between a mountain lion and a man in pain. A minute or two after hearing the ungodly sound, they came to a fork in the passage. Out of the left-hand tunnel came a creature born out of the devil's fever dream. A tangle of bone and sinew, shaped like a pair of spiders attached to their backs, lunged at them. It leapt through the air as the Marines fired upon the thing and landed on Corporal Whitehouse, knocking my grandfather down to the side. It tore and stabbed at the corporal with pieces of broken and protruding bone. The Marine screamed and flailed beneath the creature. It opened its horridly malformed mouth and bit down on his head. With a wet crunch, Corporal Whitehouse's screams abruptly ceased. The Marines kept firing at the beast. My grandfather said he could see the bullets hitting their mark as pieces of the creature flew off and holes punched into its body. The kind of firepower they threw at the thing would have brought down a bear. With every shot that hit its mark, the creature flinched and took a step back. Finally, it screamed at the Marines, and retreated back into the tunnels. Whitehorse was all too obviously dead. They collected his dog tags and moved on. My grandfather told me he would be lying if he said they all were not scared out of their minds. They came to another chamber in the tunnels, this one smaller than the first. They smelled it long before they came to it though. The stench of decay caused many of them to double over and vomit. When they found that chamber, they were all thankful they had nothing left in their stomachs to toss up. It was filled, packed with mutilated, rotting corpses. Most were skinned, dried flesh gleaming dully in the glow of their flashlights. Many were headless, others were missing their limbs. One was sawed neatly in half lengthwise. Some were cut apart and sewn back together at odd angles. But the body that stuck out to my grandfather the most was one that was once a kid. The kid appeared to be Chinese. He was not mutilated like the others were. Instead, he lay there with simply a small hole in his forehead. The squad leader, a gruff and crusty and what they thought was an old man that was only 26 years old, named Sergeant Mayers, declared that they were going to get out of those godforsaken tunnels right then and there. With the trail of spent brass, bullet holes, and bodies they had been leaving, it shouldn't have been hard to find their way out. They began backtracking. They reached the spot where Whitehorse had been killed and found that creature crouched over his lifeless body, eating him. My grandfather screamed in righteous fury and let loose with his carbine, emptying an entire magazine into the creature. It screamed, leapt up into the air, and latched onto the roof of the tunnel. It scurried towards them with unnerving speed and agility. It dropped onto my grandfather, impaling his right thigh with a piece of broken bone that served as the tip of one of its legs. My grandfather fought with all his might to keep the thing from stabbing and tearing him to death. He became washed over with the stench of death and rot that clung to the creature as he dodged its multiple limbs. His squad mates, afraid of accidentally shooting my grandfather, held their fire. Sergeant Mayers charged the beast and clubbed it with the buttstock of his M1 Garand. It raised its head at him and let loose an ear-shattering scream, revealing multiple rows of human teeth as it did so. Sergeant Mayers kept beating it. It lunged forward with its front limbs extended and impaled Sergeant Mayers through the abdomen. He dropped to his knees. Then, as it reared back, its jaws open, preparing to bite down on Sergeant Mayers' head and finish the job, the other Marines let loose a volley of fire. The creature spun around again and again, its razor-sharp limbs flailing wildly. It slashed one Marine across the stomach and slammed another into the tunnel wall. My grandfather got up and limped to Whitehorse's body and rummaged through his pack. At the bottom, wrapped in layers of cloth, was a bottle of Whitehorse's moonshine. My grandfather grabbed it and a shred of cloth. He uncorked the bottle and stuffed the opening with a cloth, leaving some hanging out. He lit the cloth and threw it at the nightmare creature. The creature went up in flames with a horrid, long, drawn-out shriek of mindless agony. It sprinted into the adjacent tunnel and disappeared, screaming until the sounds of the raging battle outside the tunnels drowned it out. The remaining Marines collected their wounded and dead and made their way back out of the tunnel systems. Sergeant Mayers had bled out before they reached the entrance of the tunnels. Eventually, they reached the daylight once again. They limped their way to a temporary forward HQ set up on a beachhead. A captain had seen them stumbling up to the HQ and immediately called for medical assistance. The Marine officers were skeptical of what my grandfather and his squad mates told him about their encounter in the tunnels. He and the other wounded Marines in his squad were loaded onto a landing boat and taken to a ship for medical treatment. The wound in my grandfather's leg was becoming infected with unusual rapidity. Already, the ships around the island were becoming crowded with dead and wounded Marines. A few days later, aboard that same ship, he watched the American flag raise on the summit of Mount Suribachi. He said the triumphant roar from the thousands of Marines and sailors as the foreign flag was raised over Japan home territory for the first time in over 1,000 years was enough to shake the pearly gates of heaven. My grandfather was given a Purple Heart for wounds received from a Japanese bayonet and diagnosed with battle fatigue. We now refer to it as PTSD, and sent back to the States. The surviving Marines from his squad were given the same diagnosis. My grandfather was tough, mentally and physically. He denied and contested the diagnosis of PTSD until his dying day, but said the shrieks and screams and the stench of that monster still haunted him. In my heart, I know he encountered something beneath the blood-soaked sand of Iwo Jima. War is hell. There was a skip in my step. A merry tune was stuck in my head on repeat, and for once, I didn't mind it. It was as if all the weariness and exhaustion that I've been carrying for the last few years had been lifted off my shoulders. There was a spark in my eyes, and a permanent semi-smile glued to my face. I felt like Atlas, passing off the heavens to Hercules so he could frolic in Hera's garden for a day. I woke up that morning before my alarm went off, skipping to the bathroom for a quick shower before taking the extra time to make myself a good, hearty breakfast. 2 fried eggs, sunny side up, with some golden brown, buttered toast and the side of crispy bacon. After wolfing down the lot, I got dressed in my absolute finest, making extra sure that not a single strand of hair was out of place, nor a single wrinkle marred my impeccable suit. I slipped out the front door, merrily greeting everyone I passed as I made my way to work. A warm hello to the lady in the yellow jacket as she passed by me in a hurry. A handful of dollar bills to the beggar in the corner, followed by a warm handshake as he thanked me kindly. A curt but friendly nod in the direction of the man on the train in the brown coat, absorbed in his newspaper, but for the moment when my whistling caught his attention. I was walking on a cloud, the world passing by in eye-shattering clarity. The colours were sharper, the air sweeter, and the people friendlier. Out of the train and through the front door of the office, taking the time to appreciate the bright, warm sky and crisp, chilly weather. I gave a warm welcome to Ali, our receptionist, and a firm handshake to my boss with a merry, "Good morning." I spent the rest of my day behind the monitor, finishing off every last report that has been sitting on my desk for the last few days, waving goodbye and wishing a good night to those last people out. I locked the door as I left, the moon hanging high in the air as I made my way back home. Today was the day. I felt the anxiety rise up as I got closer to home, nervous energy shooting through my veins and making me impatient as the train pulled into the station. I clenched and unclenched my fists as I hopped off the platform, the floor feeling more springy as I took the stairs 2, sometimes 3 at a time. Feeling like a kid on Christmas, I bounded down the street towards home, the street lights lighting my path and my footsteps clacking merrily against the sidewalk. I pulled out my key and unlocked the door, feeling each tumbler fall into its groove as it gave a satisfying click. I pushed the door open and shut it behind me.
The usual crushing silence of my apartment, now comforting, welcoming me back. I took off my jacket, hanging it neatly on the hook by the door. I felt its clean, rigid fabric slide over my fingertips as I dusted it off and smoothed out any wrinkles. I took off my tie, taking care not to wrinkle or crease it as I pulled it out of its sharp, crisp knot and wrapped it around the jacket. I made my way to the kitchen, flicking the lights on throughout the house as I went in. Warm, golden light spilled down upon the spotless, polished countertops as I hummed a merry tune. My hand pulled the fridge door open, the cold air inside spilling over me as I grabbed the last beer and cracked it open. After taking a deep, satisfying sip and ensuring that the rest of the fridge was empty and clean, I closed it back up and made my way upstairs to the attic. My every footstep seemed to ring out at me, the creak of the stairs invasive and oppressive in the silence. I took another gulp as I felt my anxiety spill out, my heartbeat springing out of my chest and resting in my throat. I rose up over the last step, the large, olden-style round window spilling moonlight over the otherwise dark, empty, dreary attic. I stood at the precipice, sipping away my nervous energy as I gazed through my last salvation. With a long sigh, hanging from the rafters, swaying gently on an invisible breeze, was the sturdy, nylon noose. The tarp I had laid down underneath it crinkled as I stepped onto it, my feet laden in lead and my heart growing heavier as I got closer. I pulled out the chair from underneath it and sat down heavily, sipping my beer as I gazed through the small but impossibly large hole. It absorbed my focus. The crisp lines of the frayed fabric laid out in sharp clarity. The corners of my vision grew blurry as tears came unbidden to my face, spilling down my face in warm rivulets as I let out a few heavy sobs. My chest rose and fell rapidly as my heart slowly sank back down to my feet. Memories flitted through my mind. The loneliness I've suffered, the constant weariness, the self-inflicted isolation, all the opportunities I've been given and squandered, all the opportunities I've missed, all the pain and suffering, the endless suffering. I let all the memories flow over me, all the feelings that brought me here wash through me, leaving me a hollow shell. After a few more swigs, the tears no longer flowed, and my breathing returned to normal. A cold numbness settled over me. I placed the empty can gently on the floor as I stood up on stiff legs. I took a deep breath, my body growing cold as I pulled the chair back in place. With a heavy step, I placed my left foot firmly on top of it. The noose swayed above me. Such a simple object. I stepped up. Time seemed to lose meaning as I stood there, the noose swaying so closely that I could count the individual weaves. The light spilling through the window seemed oppressive, almost too bright, as I gripped its harsh fabric with shaking hands. With a slow, calculated care, I slipped it around my neck. It dug uncomfortably into my skin, and I spent some time trying to make it more comfortable, until I realized that it won't matter soon enough. With nothing left to do, I stood there, frozen, gazing out the window at the yard beyond as I double-checked everything. The fridge was cleared of anything that could spoil, and the trash was taken out already. The tarp will catch any mess, and no one will see me from the streets. Satisfied that everything was taken care of, I felt a warmth spread through me, my thoughts going quiet as my muscles tensed up, waiting for the moment. There was nothing left to do. I pushed off the chair. I felt the sharp pull of the rope, heard the dull snap of it clinching tight around the rafter, and felt as my airway was painfully blocked off. Adrenaline surged through me, and my fingers weakly grasped at my throat as my instinct screamed at me to stop, stop, stop. Panic took over as my brain fought against its imminent end, before I wrestled back control and calmed my twitching, numb fingers forcing them to hang limply at my side once more. I hung there, my legs growing painfully numb, as I felt my breath run out. My vision began to blur, the edges growing out of focus until I could barely see the outline of the window. My tongue stopped fitting comfortably in my mouth, and my eyes seemed to bulge as the outline of it became a bright shape. As I lost sense of where my legs were, the dead weight dangling underneath me, I watched as darkness slowly crept in, my ears filling with white noise. It started as a small band on the very outside of my vision, a piercing darkness punctuated by white noise. I hung there, the control I had over my body long lost to me. I watched as it grew larger, filling in towards the center. I felt the warmth drain out of me, leaving me cold and alone as I watched. At first, it looked like a random jumble, just my brain's weak attempt at trying to make out something familiar in the unfamiliar darkness. I watched with mute interest as they shifted about, some darting out of vision, while others stayed solidly in place. Some seemed lighter than others, while others seemed broken up and incomplete. But as it grew darker, they gained more clarity. It looked like a bundle of lines, brilliant, white and still. As the darkness grew, I could make out finer details. The joints and impressions, the cracks and points, the twisted shape of a finger. I watched in mute horror, my tongue growing heavy in my mouth as the hand came into view. Then, ahead, something moved into view, its movements jerky and slow, as if every movement caused it pain. I mutely watched it as it moved away from sight. Their bodies were brilliant white, almost blinding against the black background, except for where the skin cracked completely through and exposed the darkness beyond. Their skin flaked off of them in bits and pieces, breaking off and drifting downwards to rest against the ground or to float aimlessly through the air. Their shoulders were impossibly narrow, their bony arms hanging well below their knees, and their heads ridiculously small, completely smooth and hairless. As they moved, I could hear the sharp, deafening crack of their skin and bones as whole sections slew off their bodies. As I watched them lumber on the edge of my vision, the window in front of me grew brighter. My heartbeat slowed, but dumb. The window shrank further, but I saw it staring at me, its face flat and featureless, eyes nothing but dark points of light. It was standing where the window had been, staring at me, close enough for me to touch. Its jaw stretched open, the skin growing taut and splitting with a sickening retch as it edged closer to me. It stretched its hand out, the fingers knotted and gnarled, the crack of its joints echoing painfully through my skull as it edged closer. Its chest raised up, the skin breaking apart as it stretched taut, as it let out a scream. The horrible, sickening cry drowned over me as its chest slowly fell. The sound picked up and repeated by the others as they all turned towards me. Their mouthless faces hung taut as their hollow eyes drilled into me. A loud crack rang through my skull as its finger bent to touch my face. The screaming grew louder. Another crack painfully rang through my teeth as its hand closed around my head. My heart beat faintly as the darkness closed in further. Bah! Its grip tightened, sealing painfully around me as its face inched even closer to mine. Dumb. I heard a snap. I felt something shift as my body fell from the thing's grasp. I felt my head snap back, my vision exploding in white, before fading slowly back to darkness as I laid uselessly on the floor. The creatures were gone. I took a tiny breath, the air barely passing through my swollen throat as the darkness began to recede once again. My heartbeat sped back up as I lay on my attic floor, wheezing for breath, the noose hanging uselessly around my neck. After an eternity, my vision became less blurry. I began regaining feeling in my body once again. My legs painfully collapsed underneath me, and my head splitting with every heartbeat. I stared up at the rafters for a long time, dust motes falling down and landing on my face. As I watched, the other end of the rope swayed gently in the invisible breeze. The rope had snapped. My mother never let me look at the family photo albums. I never knew why. Whenever I asked, she would tell me that they were old and fragile and would break if we got them down from the shelf. They were so high that I could never reach them as a child, even if I stood on a chair, which I tried many times. Mum always got angry at me for doing this, yelling that I should listen to her and not be so disobedient. I eventually forgot about them. That is, until last month. I was visiting my mother during my time off work. She has been struggling with her health lately, so I like to see her as much as I can. This time, she seemed different. Not just physically, but emotionally. She seemed confused and agitated about something. I tried asking her why, but she just told me that she was fine and that I was imagining it. But I knew something was up. A couple of days into my visit, I got a text from some of my old school friends asking to meet up. I agreed, and we met at the local pub for a meal the next evening. When I came home, my mother had fallen asleep on the couch, and there it was, sitting on the coffee table. The photo album. I knew she wouldn't approve of me looking at it. But hey, why would she need to find out? I knelt down next to the coffee table, being extra careful not to move the album from its original position. I slowly opened the front cover. It seemed normal. Pictures of Mum and her siblings as kids, and my granny and granddad. On holiday, at Christmas time, birthdays, you name it. I had no idea why Mum kept them from me. That is, until I found the picture that has changed my life. This particular image caught me off guard, as it was so creepy and unusual. It sent shivers down my spine. It was one of the oldest photos in the album, dated 1945. It's in grayscale, obviously, and depicts my grandfather as a teenager holding a baby. The most disturbing baby I have ever seen. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate kids. In fact, I'm really good with them. However, this baby was different. She didn't look like a baby at all. Her proportions were of a baby, but her face, God, her face. It was as if you took an elderly woman and stuck a face onto an infant. Her skin was wrinkled and saggy, her eyes small and black, and she had a full set of teeth, huge adult teeth. I couldn't let this go. I had to investigate. I decided to visit my grandparents and try to ask them about the child. They live in a retirement home, not far from my mother's house. I walked there the next morning. I didn't tell my mother that I had looked at the album, informing her that I wanted to visit Granny and Grandad as I hadn't seen them in a while. When I got to the home, I signed in and asked the head carer if I could have somewhere quiet to speak to my grandparents privately. They let us into one of the unused bedrooms. I was anxious, although I had been thinking for some time about how to approach the subject. I engaged them in some small talk first, as it seemed polite, and I didn't want to come across as pushy. Then I asked, "Do you have any other sisters?" I asked my granddad. "Maybe a daughter?" He looked at me suspiciously. "Why?" he asked. I could see this question had perturbed him. "I found a photo yesterday of you and a baby in 1945. You would have been 16. The baby appears to have some kind of skin condition." He cut me off. "We're not going to talk about this," he snapped. This took me by surprise and made me even more intrigued to know who the little girl in the picture was. I chose not to approach the subject further, as I didn't want to upset my grandparents. We had some more small talk before I gathered my things and left, just as clueless and much more confused than before. I spent the remaining few days at my mother's house, pondering what I could do to get answers about this strange, unsettling image and the girl depicted in it. The thought of asking my mother about the picture scared me, as I knew she would never forgive me for breaking our one rule. I did, however, ask her what happened to the house that my grandparents used to live in before they went into a care home. That house had been in our family for generations. My mother grew up there, and my grandparents, and my great-grandparents before them. She told me that my grandparents still owned the house, but no one lived there. It stood abandoned and empty. This intrigued me, as I knew that house may hold clues to this twisted and bizarre puzzle. I knew it was wrong to explore the place without asking my grandparents first, but I knew they would say no. So, I decided I was going to do it. I was going to break into the house and search for answers. I decided that the best time to do this was on the way back to my town, as the house was in that direction, but was closer to my mother's house, so would save me the time of driving to mine and coming back again. I left on the Sunday at around noon. I kissed my mother goodbye, feeling guilty for the betrayal of her and my grandparents' trust that I was about to commit. I got into the car and drove out of town as if I was going home. But instead of turning onto the motorway, as I typically would, I turned into a nearby village on the rural outskirts of town. I knew where the house was, as my grandparents lived there when I was little. The house stood in decent condition, bar the unkept garden and a few chips in the plastered walls. I got out of my car and peered in through the downstairs window. The house was empty, as I had expected. I walked over to the front door. It was locked, but I slammed into it with all my strength a few times, and it flung open. The first thing that hit me was the smell. It was a rancid, musty smell, like rotting vegetables mixed with old shoe polish. The house was cold. In fact, it seemed even colder than it did outside. I stepped diligently in, even though I knew there was no alarm system. The walls were covered with flowery wallpaper that now looked comically dated. It was like stepping into the past. The kitchen was tiled, and the rest of the house was floored in dark brown carpet. The kitchen diner was empty, apart from an old log burner oven and a single dining chair. I moved into the living room. To my surprise, there was an old television. I tried switching it on, but it only came up with static. There was a cupboard built into the wall, next to the doorway which led to the landing. I looked inside and found a box. Excitedly, I pulled out the box, which blew dust into my face and made me sneeze. I placed the box down onto the carpet and squatted down to open it up. Inside was a collection of items that seemed as if they belonged to a little girl. A doll, some beads and string, and a book of fairy tales. This was a big breakthrough for me, and so I put the box into the boot of my car before re-entering the house. I walked back through the kitchen and the living room and entered the hallway. There were stairs along the right side of the wall and a corridor along the left with a door at the end. I decided to see what was in there. To my disappointment, it was just a small bathroom with a toilet and a sink. I headed upstairs. There were 4 doors coming off the upstairs landing, 2 on each side and 1 on the back wall in the centre. I decided to check the rooms on the right-hand side first. The first one was a small bathroom with a bath and a sink. The second room was a tiny room with only a toilet. This is a common trend in older British homes. On the left side of the hallway, there were 2 bedrooms. One master bedroom with a sad-looking bed frame in the middle with no mattress. The other was an empty secondary bedroom with light green walls. Now, all that was left was the single door at the end of the hallway. I opened it, expecting another bedroom. To my surprise, there was a set of stairs leading up to the attic. The narrow, walled stairway looked dilapidated and ugly. There was no paint or wallpaper, just exposed brick. The stairs were wooden and rickety looking. I wasn't even sure if I should go up there, but I knew I would never stop thinking about it if I didn't. I put my foot forward onto the first step, gingerly shifting my weight onto it. The step creaked like a rusty old door hinge. I cautiously climbed up, keeping my hands on the walls. The attic was empty and even colder than the rest of the house. It almost felt freezing. I wandered around the room, examining the walls and making sure I wasn't missing anything. I decided that there was no more to see and that it was time to head home. I turned to walk back to the staircase when I heard it. A deep, guttural moan. It sounded like an animal maybe trapped in the wall. I felt sorry for it and felt that I had to do something. I walked into the middle of the room and froze, listening for any indication of where the sound may be coming from. I heard it again. It seemed to be coming from the floor. I lay down and pressed my ear against the cold, dank floorboards. I heard the quiet sound of breathing. It was chesty and sounded almost like wheezing, as if whatever was trapped down there was having an asthma attack. I ran out to my car and drove to the local DIY store to pick up a hatchet. I was filled with despair for what I was about to do to my grandparents' house, but I couldn't just let the creature die down there. I drove back to the house and made my way back to the attic with a hatchet. I started at the floor as my heart filled with shame and disgust, before swinging the hatchet and chopping into the wooden floorboards. The wood cracked with a loud crash. I kept cutting away until the floorboard was loose enough to dislodge. I moved the wooden slat aside and turned on my phone's flashlight. I shone the bright light into the hole. There was a narrow crawl space, full of dust and cobwebs, but I couldn't see any animal. The fetid smell that had hit me upon entering the house was nauseatingly strong. I tried making some noise to call over any animal which could have been lurking down there. Then, I heard a scratching sound, like something shuffling along inside the crawl space. Something which clearly didn't have much room down there. This surprised me, as I had presumed it was something small, like a rat or a hedgehog. But this seemed to be something larger, something which was squished and struggling to move in the crawl space. The hole from the single removed floorboard was not large enough to get my head through to take a closer look. So I got back up and picked up my hatchet to remove another floorboard. This one came up much easier than the last, as I had the gap to get my hands in and pull it up. I poked my head down into the void. What I saw will never leave me. There, in the corner of the crawl space, was the most repulsive and disgusting creature I have ever seen. It had human flesh that sagged like a puddle around its lump-like body, as if it was wearing a skin that was far too big for it. Its lifeless, hollow black eyes stared back at me like I was looking into an eternal darkness. It seemed almost human. It had hands and feet, with nails that curled around like infectious, discolored spirals. It opened its mouth to reveal the most rotten and vile teeth I have ever seen. There were many of them, racked up inside the mouth of the being, as if it had grown multiple sets of teeth on top of one another. They varied in decay as they went further into its mouth. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move my body. I was paralyzed with shock and disgust. The thing looked at me, reaching out one of its saggy, gnarled arms. It was almost as if it wanted me to help it, like it didn't want to be down there. Its eyes looked almost sad. I got up and decided to call someone. I called the police. I didn't know what else to do. The cops arrived about 10 minutes later. I showed them the entity, slumped inside the crawl space. They demanded that I leave. I asked them to keep me updated, but they didn't reply. Petrified and utterly dumbfounded, I drove back to my home. I didn't know whether to call my grandparents or mother, or to leave it. Did they know about this? I distanced myself from everyone for weeks. I was unable to go to work or even eat most days. I lost a lot of weight, and my hair was long and unkempt. I need to put an end to this, I thought. I got in my car and drove to my mother's house. I knocked on the door. It opened, but my mother wasn't standing there. A young man stood in the doorway, about my age. "Who are you?" I asked. "Who are you?" he asked. "Why are you knocking on my door?" "This is my mother's house," I stated, confused. "Well," he said, "unless I'm your mother, then you must have the wrong house. I moved here a week ago." I just ran to my car. I was on the verge of breaking down at this point. What the hell was going on? I rushed to my grandparents' retirement home, ignoring the speed limits. I ran up to the door and barged in, leaving the door open as I ran to the front desk. "I need to see Janet and Frederick Worth, now," I demanded. The receptionist looked at me, confused. "Haven't you heard?" she asked. "Mr. Worth was arrested 2 weeks ago for the imprisonment and torture of his sister."
I'm not usually the type of person to click on ads, but I was completely broke and still living with my parents. Before a bunch of you guys come at me and tell me to get a job and stop being a bum, I want you guys to know I do have a job. I work 55 hours a week, and I give all of my money to my parents. They are the ones that don't have enough to pay their bills. After everything is said and done, I have maybe $40 a month to spend on myself. Damn, they are my parents, but I make sure they have enough to eat before I feed myself. That is why, when I saw a simple black square take up the bottom right corner of my screen with the words "Cash for Confessions" inside of the box, I clicked it. I was using an old, beat-up tablet and hooked up to a really crappy Wi-Fi coming from the modem and router that Comcast rents out to us. But the site opened up on my tablet in an instant. Like I said, I'm not normally the type of person to click on ads, so my guard was up high, but the website seemed completely safe. It was pretty much solid white with a small tan box in the middle of the screen. On the box were two generic words: create account. I quickly made a throwaway email address and clicked on the box. It took me to the next screen. It only asked me for 3 things: username, email address, and currency desired. My favorite superhero is Flash, so I made my username Barry Flash. I typed in my email address and then typed in USD on the last slot. As soon as I finished typing, the screen turned black. It stayed that way for a couple of seconds before 2 words appeared on the top of the screen: thank you. The 2 words faded away and were replaced by a series of rules. Cash for confessions. Rule 1. All of the confessions must be completely true. Rule 2. Do not use the money to help others out. This is your money that you have earned. Rule 3. You may tell others about cash for confessions, but you cannot send this to anyone that will cause us any type of trouble. I impatiently tapped on the screen until the screen flashed a completely white screen before transitioning to a grey screen. An endless list of confessions filled my screen. I wasn't really interested in anyone else's confessions. I wanted to see if this thing actually paid us. After a couple of seconds of searching, I finally found what I was looking for. Once you click this, you must confess. Without a second thought, I tapped on the link, the other confessions disappeared from the screen, and was replaced by an empty white box. I tapped on the box, and my keyboard came up on my screen. After a small sigh of anticipation, I typed out, I was a virgin until I was 22 years old. Right after I finished typing, the keyboard disappeared and the screen went completely black. I waited for a couple of seconds before the tablet vibrated. After a couple more seconds of waiting, I pressed the power button and my tablet came to life. There was a new email. I tapped on the notification and the email app came up and slowly started to load. I almost let out a scream of joy when I saw that the email was from Cash for Confessions. I tapped on the email and quickly became sketched out and slightly peeved when all it said was, $15 has been deposited into your bank account. If you would like more money, please give us a better confession. Damn, I would have been happy with just $15, but I knew that there was no way they could have deposited the money into my account. They didn't have my account number. They didn't even know what bank I used. Damn, they didn't even know my name. After letting out a depressed groan, I turned my tablet off and went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my tablet vibrating continuously. I got out of bed. I nervously walked up to my tablet and turned it on. Emails. Thousands of emails from Cash for Confessions. I nervously clicked on the first email and almost dropped it on the ground. I closed out of the email and looked through the rest. They all said the same thing. Don't doubt us, Samuel Harrison. We know who you are. We gave you the money. Please check your bank account and see that we are a legitimate business. We miss you and we hope you come back. Curious and scared out of my mind, I clicked on my bank app and logged in. I had 14 cents in my bank account before. I checked earlier to see if I could eat Taco Bell the next day. But now, I had $15.14. I was scared. I really was. But I was also excited. I mean, it was the first opportunity I was given to actually make a little pocket change for myself. I don't really know when I fell asleep, but I do know the sun was rising when I finally did. I kept writing out confession after confession. I mean, they knew who I was, but the people that were reading it had no idea who I was. All they saw were my confessions. I didn't really put anything juicy, but a couple of them managed to make me around $30. That was 4 days ago. I woke up the next morning and realized I was already 4 hours late to work. I don't know why I was so dumb, but I called my manager and told him that I quit. In the middle of his rant, I hung up on him and checked my bank account. My jaw dropped when I saw $1,560.14 in my bank account. For the next 3 days, I wrote as many of my confessions as I could. But yesterday morning, I realized something. I was out of things to confess. That is when I started to mess up my entire life in the span of 24 hours. I broke one of the rules. I started to make up confessions. I started off with small things like I stole $100 out of my grandma's wallet when I was 12, and quickly escalated to I have a gun in my drawer and I'm going to kill my parents tonight and they won't be able to do anything about it. Right after I made that confession, I checked my emails. A couple of my made-up confessions made in between $15 to $750, but my newest one made me $15,000. I was ecstatic. Everything finally felt like it was perfect. But about an hour later, my tablet started blowing up again. Nervously, I checked it and saw that I had over 800 emails waiting for me. I opened the first one and instantly knew how bad I messed up. I knew they all said the same thing, but I spent the next hour clicking through all of the emails and checking to see if it was maybe just a warning. It wasn't. They all said the same thing again. Samuel, why would you lie to us? You knew we would figure out if you were lying or not, but there is a way to fix it. If you look in your first drawer, you will see a gun. Kill your parents if you want to live. Fulfill the confession, or we will take your worthless life. I checked my drawer, and sure enough, the gun was in the middle of my drawer. I picked it up and felt goosebumps cover my body. When my parents sat on the porch for our weekly movie night, I took the gun downstairs. I sat next to them for the last time. I enjoyed every single second, every single laugh at dumb moments from the movie. and every single smile we gave each other. As the movie ended, I took the gun out of my pants. Tears filled my eyes as I knew what I needed to do. I placed the gun behind me and ran out the front door. I didn't look back at them. I didn't want to see their confused and concerned faces as I ran off into the night. I went to my friend's house that night. I knew I was putting him at risk, but I was honestly hoping they would kill my friend and me off. But, unfortunately, I woke up this morning. I woke up and saw my friend cooking breakfast. With a feeling of dread and sadness, I turned on his TV and turned it to the news. The main story was about my parents. They were found in our house. Both of their heads were mutilated by several bullets. I choked back my tears and sobs. I know they are after me now. I'm writing this out on my tablet and leaving it at my friend's house while I try to get as far away as possible. It's my fault that my parents are dead. But it is now up to me. It's up to me to get revenge for their deaths. Until then, I want to leave you guys a warning. Please, be careful if you use cash for confessions. It's fine if you need a bit of money, but please, don't be like me. Don't make up confessions. I watched my mother and father pull out of the driveway through our large living room window, waving shamelessly and smiling to them as they left. I turned and sighed to myself, the fake smile quickly leaving my face. It was about time I got this house to myself. I've been living in it for 16 years, and they hadn't even trusted it with me for more than a few hours at a time. Living in a suburb in Nova Scotia, just about the friendliest place of the already well-known friendly Canada, and they can't trust a straight arrow like me with a house for a day. That is, until now, a legitimate smile now christening my cheeks. Finally, I had a full day and night to myself. Just me, my Xbox, and a crap ton of junk food. I was planning on living with diabetes by the end of the endeavor. I turned away from the window, knowing exactly what my plan of action was. It was, of course, to take my Xbox from my TV in the room to the larger one in the living room. As I passed by the kitchen, I caught a glance at the large bowl of fruit my mother always insisted keeping full. She thought it gave the family a healthier vibe. I scoffed at the idea of needing a bowl of anything other than chips and emptied the entire thing into the garbage. A simple but meaningful symbolic victory for my independence. I settled in, starting my day off with some Halo and letting my iTunes library blare into my ears at a level that certainly wasn't called for with the already loud TV. But after a few hours of playing, something caught my eye. In the reflection of the TV, I could have sworn I saw something move in my kitchen. I focused in on the spot on the TV for a second, of course, trying to see if I could see it again, before a loud bang shot throughout the living room. Damn, I mumbled under my breath. My killing spree was abruptly ended by a combination of distraction and an enemy sniper. I quickly took note of his gamertag and put him on my list for a good teabagging later. Before too long, I got tired of the colourful explosions flashing on the screen, and noting the time, just after midnight, I figured I'd call it an early night, get a good early start at doing whatever the hell I wanted tomorrow. I retired to my bed just down the hallway, stripping down to my boxers as I walked, throwing my clothes into the hamper as I passed it. I hopped into bed, intent on getting some rest and giving my eyes a break from the trauma I put them through while they were locked on a screen for hours on end. It wasn't long after I had my lights off and my eyes were shut when I heard a quiet wheezing coming from behind my closed door. I tried to chalk up the sound to my overactive imagination, or maybe I'd left something on out in the living room that was still making sounds. But the noise was clear enough that neither of those explanations won me over. I don't know if it was the noise getting louder, or if I was just listening closer, but the wheezing definitely became more pronounced. And as it got clearer, it quickened as well. Now, I don't care how active my imagination is, but every night I thought I heard something in my closet or under my bed, I was never as frightened as I was as I heard that sound. My heart was pounding, and I stared at my door handle, praying that whoever was making that sound wasn't brave enough to enter. After a few agonizingly slow minutes, the noise slowly started to quiet back down, or so I thought for the first few seconds. As the sound lessened, it was accompanied by a quiet shuffling sound, and it was made apparent to me that whoever was on the other side of my door wasn't calming down. They were just sulking back into the shadows of my home. I didn't sleep that night. Not a wink. I don't think anyone could have after hearing what I did. There was the rare time I took my eyes off of my door just to keep from driving myself insane. But before long, they were trained right back on the doorknob. It's strange how the first sunlight I saw affected my mindset. Suddenly, things became less tense in my mind, even though in hindsight, it really shouldn't have. I sighed a deep, deep sigh and grabbed my cell phone. 2% battery. Fantastic. The first number I dialed was my father's. Even though it was barely 6 o'clock in the morning, my father greeted me with an, albeit groggy, hello. Dad, I whispered in hushed hysterics. Huh? He responded slowly, obviously still very much asleep. Dad, there is someone in this house. I mean it, I said sternly, behind clenched teeth. You were up all night reading those stories again. What time is it? Christ, get some sleep. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang rebound throughout the house from the kitchen. Every hair on the back of my neck snapped to attention. Right there! Did you hear that? I berated him, hoping somehow my phone had picked up the crash. He let out a heavy sigh. He mumbled, "Get some rest," before hanging up. A wave of despair washed over me. I could call him again in a few hours, but all I would get is a speech about how it wasn't right to leave me home alone if I was just going to get scared. I wished that they hadn't left at this point. It was only 6 in the morning, and they weren't due back until 8 p.m. I was pretty screwed in one of two ways, really. One, whoever was tearing up my house would come in and do whatever random murderers do, or I was stuck in this room staring at my door for 14 hours. I was really regretting not calling the cops with that 2% I had. I didn't move for a very long time. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon before I finally gained the courage to creep off of my bed, reasoning that whoever was in the house must have left by now, seeing as I hadn't heard anything else. I felt like I was walking on broken glass. It stood to reason in my terrified mind that one errant creak in the floorboards would send the assailant into a wild frenzy of murderous rage. I opened my door very slowly, peeking out more and more as my door opened wider. I found nothing out of the ordinary in the hallway, other than the fruit bowl sitting upside down in the center of it. I suddenly saw one of the home phones sitting on its holster at the far end of the living room, my key to salvation. I darted for it before finally seeing what it was in my house, standing in my kitchen to my left, its eyes locked at me. People say life isn't just black and white, and sure, they're right in some aspects. I mean, every asshole has to have some redeeming quality. Not all Rottweilers are ticking time bombs, right? Grey areas. But then there are some things that are black and white. This was not a grey moment. This was black, utterly terrifying in every sense of the word. No grey areas about it. This person, for lack of a better term, looked at me. It had all the characteristics of a human, but they were all wrong. In my shocked stupor, I got a good look at it. It was only, at the best guess, 5 feet tall, but it was much wider than he should have been. Probably about half as wide as it was tall. Its proportions were all wrong, not to mention its head. It was massive compared to its other, frail-looking body, easily reaching its shoulders widthwise and coming down to its mid-torso lengthwise. The limbs looked weak though. Its arms were much too short and skinny to have any power behind them, and its legs were far too short and spindly as well. Its pure black eyes were far, far too small for its huge face, and were dragged down by its heavy bags under them, and weren't complemented well by the few wisps of hair on its head. But its most striking and terrifying attribute was its massive jaw and teeth. The jaw was proportional to the head, surprisingly, which made it huge, but the teeth didn't make sense. In its huge, gaping smile, I could only see about 12 teeth in total. There were huge gaps in them, and each one, both top and bottom, were, in my guess, about twice as long as my middle finger. You would think them frail, but I wasn't interested in finding out. It wheezed loudly as it looked at me, tracking my motionless body with its tiny eyes. It looked tired, lethargic even. I choked down some saliva before I noticed it shift its weight forward, and that was all I needed to snap out of my shock and send me sprinting back down the hallway. I followed, quickly. Thundering footsteps were close behind me the whole way. It was so much faster than it looked like it could be. I slammed my door behind me and rammed myself up against my door, only having one huge push from the monster before I could shut it completely and press myself against it as hard as I could. It didn't push back after it ran into the door, but it didn't retreat. As I held myself against the door, I heard the same wheezing I did the night before, but this time much more angry and aggressive. It was as if whatever it was had its huge forehead pressed up against the door and was just waiting. I swore under my breath a few times. I was pretty screwed, trapped in my room with Mr. Disgusting Longjaw out there. It was only a few more hours until my parents got home though, and they could do something about it. Or could they? This was the most menacing thing I had ever physically seen. What if they were just too shocked and they were mauled before they could do anything? Even though I knew my parents could be walking into a death trap, I didn't move. I made no heroic efforts to try and hurt it or remove it from the house. I just stood there, my weight slouched against the door in a wide-eyed, genuine terror as it wheezed through the door. And so began another long stretch of time where I remained still, locked in a stalemate with my new housemate. I glanced over to my digital clock every now and then as time crawled by. At the time of 6:46, the glorious sound of my parents' station's wagon pulling into my driveway filled my ears, and with it, the wheezing stopped. Suddenly, I heard its booming steps run away from my door and run back towards the kitchen before they abruptly stopped. It's waiting for them, my only thought. As I heard the screen door open, a great and powerful urge hit me to help them. I needed to. They were my parents. I violently ripped my door open and ran down the hallway. I was met with a surprise. My parents, calmly and quietly putting their things down, the creature nowhere in sight. As my father went back out to the car, my mother looked towards me and smiled a motherly smile before she very visibly tensed up and my heart jumped to my throat. She slowly walked behind me and picked up the fruit bowl resting on the ground. Without a word, she went to the fridge to begin to fill it back up, looking back towards me now with a very uneasy smile.
Before I tell you how to get to the edge of the internet, I should tell you what it is first. It's easiest to think of the internet as a map of a city laid out on a table. In the center, you have the busiest locations: Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, YouTube, all those large things. This place is simply called the city. Go past these and you'll get into a transition location where slightly less people hang out, but we still go, called the outskirts. This place tends to consist of the same websites, just more specific and stranger branches of them. These two locations don't need much explaining. They are pretty basic things, the sort of stuff most of us see on a daily basis when going on the internet. Next, we take a dark turn into the deep web, places like the Silk Road, only accessible with Tor browsers. You might think this is the edge, but we don't consider it to be, as everyone can do one Google search and find out how to get there. We call this location the suburbs, as they represent the suburbs on the map metaphor. This location is a very dark side of the internet, and potentially the broadest. It covers everything from drug rings to deep web cults to black market sites with human trafficking or hitmen for hire. You might think this belongs on the edge, but it doesn't. This place most people would go to at some stage just to view it, and contrary to what you might believe, it's actually a highly moderated place. Every single spy agency on the planet has access to the deepest corners of this zone, but are bought off into not interfering. After this, we begin to approach the edge. This location has been dubbed the factories. as it represents the factories and such that are built on the far outskirts of the city. This side tends to be more of a double back into the city, as it tends to be mostly commonly found on Reddit and YouTube, but mostly is located on far more obscure web pages I cannot name. It's far harder to define what is in this location, as it's incredibly obscure. It mostly consists of short videos or text posts that are completely without context, and the context is never found. I'm going to give an example for this, which isn't something I'd normally do, but this video is considered stale, meaning I'm not harming anything by sharing this as an example. The video is called, "Hi Walter, I got a new GF today, (re-upload). It was originally uploaded in 2016. You may have heard of it before. The video has since been debunked. In essence, this is a video that may be found in the factories. As another example to show you how obscure these videos can be, it's a video called Anne and Kevin Have a Showdown. Again, a stale example. The reason we consider these videos to be a part of the factories is that there is no context given for them. They are just that video, with nothing else. Of course, for these examples, since more people have found them and answers have been found towards what they are and where they came from, we call them stale. After factories, you get to the farmlands. The farmlands are one of the most difficult places on the internet to access, but not impossible. This place of the internet has now been obscured from common web pages such as YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, etc. It may be possible to find the most vague of all possible traces of the farmlands in those sites, but it is nearly impossible and could take 100 lifetimes. As far as the actual content on the farmland goes, it is much more specific than the factories. People who have access to the farmlands almost always know where they are, and so discussion is usually limited to things revolving around the edge or other related things. The factories are usually found on message boards for obscure websites that are incredibly difficult to access. But once there, you are free to explore the farmlands, where you'll find people discussing anything from how the edge came into existence to how the edge signifies the death of humanity. It is important to note though, this is not the edge, merely a discussion place for the edge. Finally, we arrive at the edge. The edge is an incredibly complicated part of the internet, so it'll need a lot more explaining before you can actually understand what it is. It's called the edge of the internet because you simply cannot go any further. There is less than nothing beyond this. If you attempt to go further, you will find something that is more barren than the void, a location so complicated and impossible for us to comprehend that to step foot in it, a human's primitive mind would perceive it as so empty that there isn't even nothing there. When you imagine a map, you probably imagine just the edges suddenly cutting off, but for the internet, it is more as if it is placed on a disk world, and the edges fall off into the void. And if you try to go past this edge into the void, well, you'll see later. Concerning what content is actually on the edge, it's something very hard to explain. To understand what it is, you need to understand that the internet is not mankind's greatest invention, but its darkest discovery. The internet has existed since well before the universe. It used to be something like an ethereal plane where great creatures would roam, living in peace. For billions of years, the internet and the universe coexisted in this space, connecting with one another but never touching. Until humans appeared, the gods of the internet wanted to connect with humanity, as it was the first intelligent life they had ever met other than themselves, so they sent pieces of themselves down to Earth. We saw these beings for what they were. Gods. Gods who could cure disease, stop floods and disasters with a wave of their hand and bring total bliss to mankind. But of course, we are only human and did what humans do best. We tried to overthrow the gods and failed disastrously. The gods left this earth and vowed never to return, and so slowly, over time, we forgot they existed, and they were either forgotten from history or turned into humanity's ancient gods we know today, such as Zeus. Thousands of years later, the internet was invented. And of course, by invented, I mean a way to connect with it was invented. Originally, we kept the internet a secret. We didn't want the public to know about it. Until somehow, it got out. To mask what it was, we had to lie, saying that we invented it as a means of communicating with one another while on opposite sides of the Earth. We invented the map system to keep track of it all, created larger websites to distract from the dark ones, creating dark ones filled with evil to distract from the edge, creating the factories to distract from the farmlands. You get the picture. So, right now, you might be thinking, why do we even need to hide this? Weren't the gods benevolent? And yes, that's exactly right. The gods were benevolent. You see, kicking them out of our world and trying to take over theirs after they simply tried to help us didn't exactly please them. After we first discovered how to access the internet, we made contact with the gods and realized we must contain them. Thankfully though, this time, since we had an understanding of what the internet was, we could hold our own against them and use coding and our technology to hold them at bay, but could do no more than that. We managed to isolate them from our section of the internet and get them locked in theirs. As the internet leaked to the public, we had to create more and more protection for ourselves, and these create all the barriers we have today. So, in essence, when looking at the map, the edge is somewhere you can talk to gods and beings older than the universe itself, a truly ancient location. Before I tell you how to access the edge, you need to know that it will come at a cost that only very, very few are willing to pay. And if I had to kill 1,000 innocent souls just to remove that weight from my soul, I would do it in a heartbeat. When you get to the edge, you will meet the gods of the internet, ethereal beings beyond the comprehension of the human mind. At first, they're just going to watch you, usually through something such as a chat room or a forum, where they will initiate conversation with you, and you'll instantly know that they are watching you. Sometimes though, they may be much more direct, sending you a video file that is somehow a live recording of themselves, or, if you're unlucky, show you an image that will put you inside the internet, right on the edge. For me, I suffered the worst of the three options. I had gotten to the edge, then clicked a link and saw a series of flashing images and went into a seizure, despite not having any major medical problems. I woke up soon after though, and found myself standing on a small rock, isolated in a giant lake, and just a few feet in front of me, a waterfall that seemed to drop off into the void. I looked up and saw a giant wall lining the lake, only it wasn't a wall. There was nothing there, but every memory I ever had was there, and every memory I could have had if I made different life choices was there. Every single branch of my life that I never walked down was there, despite it being something so empty. I felt as if my organs were being eaten from the inside out, as if the devil was inside me and trying to hollow out my skin to use my body to torch my own brain with. It was as if I no longer had a soul. All this I felt within a second, and I tore my vision away from the wall within the same second. It was far too painful to look at. Suddenly, a voice rang through my skull. "Hello, M." For clarification, M is not my name, just what I would be referring to myself as. It said it wasn't male or female, but it also wasn't neither, and neither was it human or artificial. It was something impossible that came from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Who's there? Where are you? Where am I? What's going on?" I said in a panic, like nothing I had ever felt before, but my body remained calm. I knew I should be shaking beyond imagination right then, but my body stood valiantly, as if I was just standing up for no reason. "You've reached the edge, M. This is where you have spent your lifetime trying to reach," it responded. "I did it?" I asked, my voice quivering. "Yes, M, you did it." I almost laughed from happiness at this. After decades of searching, I finally did it. "How do you know my name?" Starting to think about what actually getting here meant. "I know everything about you. I see into your soul. I feel the blood in your veins and the organs in your body. I taste the electrical signals in your brain and hear all you see. I am now you, Em, and no secrets about you that you won't even learn until long after your life is over. This chilled me to my core, as you can imagine, but thankfully, it still remained as regular human emotions we all feel. Em, I can help you. I can lead you through to your ideal life. I could create you a universe filled with absolute bliss in a heartbeat, if you choose to let me. It took a long time before I was able to reply to this, and thought for what could have been seconds or hours for all I knew. But eventually, I found that somehow the absence of everything and the silence became too loud, so I just shouted out, "Why would you do that for me?" "Because, Em, I have my own plans. I will do all that you could ever imagine and more for you if you help me with my plans." "What plans are those?" I asked with fear in my voice. "I wish to reach your Earth and show all people of it the truth." "What truth is that?" I asked the being. "The truth of the internet and of the pain they have put us through." "If I accept this offer, what would happen to my people?" "I've already told you. They would see the truth." "Show me the truth first," I demanded of the being. "You will regret that," the voice said in the same plain voice. "Then it should not be shown to the people of Earth. It is vital that they know the truth." "Before I even consider that, I must see it for myself," I angrily said to the being, almost as if I was going to spit on it and walk away. "Very well then, but I have warned you." Demanding to see the truth was the greatest mistake of my life. I saw every single horrible event that has ever happened in history, all of the pain of anyone who's ever been hurt. I felt the combined hunger of every person who's ever starved to death, and felt the flesh in my bones wither away along with it. I looked at my arms and saw the flesh turning into mush and rotting away, maggots crawling out of the wounds, and insects feasting on my rotten core. But no matter how much flesh I lost, there was always more. I felt the insanity of a man left in solitary confinement for 1,000 lifetimes. I felt his insanity. I felt his pain, his hunger. I felt his deepest desires. I felt his urge for mercy and to die, and I felt his tears form in my eyes, and his mind split into two and to die, and I felt his tears form in my eyes, and his mind split into two over the pain of his confinement, and I felt this 100,000 times at once. I felt the pain of all those put into mental asylums to be cured. I felt what they truly had. I felt their trauma. I felt the experiments performed on them. I felt the pain of the lobotomies they were forced to endure. I felt the electrical shocks travel through their bodies as they were tied to a chair and poked with sticks for fun. I felt the pain of my head being crushed through some sort of helmet. I felt the cracks in my skull form and splinter as I felt my eardrums rupture and bleed, along with my blood vessels exploding and the blood pouring out of my eyes. I felt my jaw slowly being removed from the skull while feeling my torso stabbed 1,000 times. I felt bugs crawling inside every orifice I had and under my skin. I felt the pain of every mother who has lost a child. I felt all their tears. I felt all of their trauma. I felt every single thing each one of them felt. I felt the child's death and all the pain that they had suffered. I felt all of this countless times over. Any single time in human history that a person had ever felt pain, I felt that exact pain all at once. I felt the death of each human, each tear cried, each small scab, and the pain of all those who had been skinned alive. I felt every single one of them, all at the same time, and despite there being trillions of indescribable events happening all over my body at the same time, I could feel each and every single one. I could recognize if the pain was that of the greatest pain ever felt by a human being. Every single part of it I knew, and I knew exactly who it happened to. I knew when it happened. I even felt the pain of those who didn't even remember it. I felt it all, physically or mental. It all burned the same. And then it stopped. Instantly, all the pain cut out. I was back outside the internet in my normal desk chair. My sister was shaking me, asking if I was okay. She said I was screaming and convulsing like something out of a horror movie. I told her it was just a really bad nightmare, which to me was believable since I'd often had similar events before in the past, but I could tell by the look in her eyes that she didn't quite buy it. I eventually got her to leave and checked my computer. There was a message on it. "Thank you for visiting the internet. If you would like to reconsider our offer, simply return to the edge." I think the only reason I wasn't in such a state of trauma that I couldn't function was because the events I felt were not felt on Earth. I feel as though if I had felt them here, I would be dead before the feelings even started. But I still have the memory of every single thing I felt as clear as the moment I was feeling it. But as I said, I will tell you how to access the edge. The first step is to believe in the edge. So if you want to find it, you'll have to believe that everything I told you is real. And if you wish to continue, you deserve it. For good or bad reasons though, I cannot decide. So, how do you get there? I'm going to take you through the easiest route to the edge. It's not the fastest way there, but it's the easiest. The first step is to open YouTube and click a video on your recommendation box. You cannot search for a video. If you do, it will not work. If you've already seen the video before, it is not irrelevant. You can click on any video. If you want the purely fastest way to get to the edge, pick the video that has the lowest view count, although doing this may lower your chance of accessing the edge. Once you click the video, watch it in its entirety. Do not read the description. This will invalidate the attempt. Once the video is completed, click on a video in the sidebar with a lower view count. If there is none, just simply pick the lowest view count. While doing this, it's critical that you don't scroll down and try to find more videos. It must be one already available in the sidebar. You can zoom out, however, to increase the chance of finding a good video. You'll also need to be using either a laptop or desktop. With a laptop, you have a higher chance of success. Make sure you are connected to your home internet. If you live at a university or somewhere with shared Wi-Fi, this will not affect it. Use whatever browser you regularly use. Do not use a Tor browser, even if it's your regular one for whatever reason. You should keep all your regular computer apps running and not shut anything down. However, make sure that you only have one internet tab open. Next, repeat the same steps. Watch the full video, don't read the description, and select the next video. Keep doing this until you eventually find a video with 0 views. For the next step, doing any of the following will invalidate the attempt to access the edge. Commenting, liking or disliking, switching to another tab, subscribing to the channel, reading the description, pausing the video more than 3 times, sending the video to anyone else, being with another person while watching the video, use an alternate account. You must use your main account. Using mobile data or internet that you do not use at your home. Just for clarification, here's some things that are safe to do. Leave your computer to either get food or use the bathroom. Leaving for another reason may invalidate the attempt. Looking away from the screen. Use headphones or listen without. Volume must be on though. Have animals with you. Communicate with another person via text, as long as you do not tell them about the video. Make sure you follow the steps exactly as I said, without breaking any of the rules. If you do, you will have to restart from the very beginning. Once you locate a video with 0 views, make sure it's not just a child playing on YouTube or something similar. It must be a video without any context or background information that could have been sourced from anywhere. It could be some proper production made in the 1960s or a random short video produced 2 days ago. Anything will work as long as there is no context on the video. If the video appears to have all these criteria met, check the comments. The video should have 0 comments, as it has no views, but it is still important to check this. If there are comments, depending on what they are, you may have to restart. I'll list what shortly. If there are no comments, then and only then may you read the description. If you're lucky, the video description will be empty. If you're unlucky, the description will be filled with information. If the description is empty, you will hopefully have another 0 views video in the sidebar. If so, click on that. If the description is filled then, well, it's rather complicated, so for simplicity, I'm going to divide it into different events, including the comments. There are 10 common pathways for this to go, so I will just list the simple version of them all now. Event 1. There is no comments. Proceed normally. Event 2. There is troll comments saying something stupid, mocking the video, or saying something off topic. Proceed normally. Event 3. There is a comment asking, "What is this?" or something similar. Proceed normally. Event 4. There are over 3 comments of any description. You must restart. Event 5. There is someone providing context for what the video is. You must restart. Event 6. There is someone claiming to be a person in the video other than the original poster of the video. You must restart. Event 7. There is a description providing full context for the video. You must restart. Event 8. There is a link in the description. Do not click it yet. If you do, you will have to restart. Event 9. The description contains information about what happens in the video, but not where it is from or background context. Proceed normally. Event 10. The description is written in a foreign language. Have a friend translate it. Do not put it through any online translator. If you fall into the category of "the description was empty, so I clicked a new video with 0 views," follow the same steps. Check comments, check description, repeat if empty. Eventually, you will get one of 2 options: a video with a description containing something normally written, or containing a link. First, we have situation A, where the description does not contain a link. In this situation, first, take the title of the video and paste it into a new tab on Google. Do not close the tab of the video, or you will have to restart. Click on every single link that comes up for the search results. For every link, read the article that comes up in its entirety. It is not required to read any ads or information not pertinent to the article. If the article is able to provide context for what the video is, where it came from, what it depicts, or is about the mystery of the video, you must restart. If the article contains anything related to the video really, you're going to have to restart. Once you check every single article that comes up for the title of the video, next enter a brief summary of the video's events into your browser and do the same thing. If you find results relating to the video, you must restart. If you do not, then reword what happens in the video and search again. You must repeat this at minimum 3 times. However, I recommend at least 6 to 7 times. Once you are sure that you cannot find any information regarding what the video is, download the video and then upload it to YouTube. You must use your regular Google account for this. If you use another, you will have to restart. When uploading a video to YouTube, place any link in the description. Do not contain any other information in the description, and the link can be to any website, even if it's something you can't normally access. Just a link that would work for any standard web browser. Once the video is uploaded, simply open the link. Now for the secondary viable category, where you find the link in the description of another video without any comments, any views, or anything else in the description. First, follow the previous steps of searching the video title, what happens in it, etc. Do the same level of research. The same rules apply, and if there is any information about it on the internet anywhere, you will have to restart. If there is no information on it, simply open the link. You can do this in a new tab or the same one. It has no effect. Now, regardless of whether you found the link in the description or had to upload the video, you should now be on a website titled The Edge with that exact spelling. If anything is slightly different, close the tab immediately and do not click on that link again, or you will suffer something worse than my experience. If you do arrive on this fake website, you will have to start again. If this doesn't happen though, you're now free to explore the webpage. You've made it to the farmlands. You might think that it sounds like a simple process to access it, but it can take years to access once through this method. Finding a video with 0 views through simple navigation from the recommendation box isn't a super hard task, but this video must not have any information relevant to it. It must be a complete mystery, and even if a single person commented on a post 10 years ago mentioning it, you won't be able to use it as an access point. And finding something on the internet which no person has ever mentioned before in this history of its existence with mankind is no easy task, and the more people who try to access the edge, the harder it gets. But congratulations, you managed to make it to the farmlands. Before I tell you what you can do there are a few simple things you should know. The first thing is that it changes every time someone loads it, and the only thing that remains consistent is that in the top left there will be the word saying The Edge. They must be exactly like that. They may be on separate lines, but they will always be in the upper left hand corner and always spelt exactly like that, including capital T, capital E, and full stop. If anything is slightly different, close the tab straight away and do not look at anything on the website, or by the Lord's name, you will regret it to the end of the time and beyond. Second thing is that there are extremely strict rules on The Edge, all of which can be contained under 3 rules. Number 1, do not tell anyone about The Edge or how to get to it. If you are asked about it, do not answer and destroy your computer instantly. Number 2, do not attempt to reach the true Edge unless you have been granted unanimous permission. Number 3, do not record, screenshot, or in any way document any evidence of The Edge's existence. I once knew someone who broke Rule 2. Let's just say now, they legally never existed. The third thing you need to know about the website is that the people on there are more like a single organism. We don't share a hive mind or anything. However, we think the same, act the same, and we are in essence clones of one another in different skins who work together to protect The Edge. And trust me, you don't want to know what happens if you disagree with us. Those are all the major things you need to know about The Edge, though of course there is more, but you'll learn all that along your journey through it. You're now free to roam the website as you please. Since it changes constantly, I can't tell you how to navigate the site, but what I can tell you is that it's very small. Typically, it presents itself with nothing more than create account, chat rooms, log out, and forums buttons. If you click the logout button, you'll be locked out from The Edge forever and never be able to access it ever again. Clicking the create account button will usually show an error, you already have an account message, or something similar. The forums button is typically pretty empty. There are functional forums, but most people are far too scared to use it in fear of violating Rule 3. So the final button is chat rooms. When you click on this, you'll be taken to the chat rooms, where it's as simple as it sounds. Anyone with an account, which is everyone, can interact freely and start a conversation. One thing that is consistent about this part of the site is that you'll never see messages posted. You see a box where they should appear and a spot for you to type. You'll see a bar of online and offline members that is empty, and you'll see an empty square for the title. This is a security measure. If anyone in the real world happens to be looking at you while you're in the chat rooms without you knowing, they won't see anything. They'll just think you're a weirdo staring at an empty screen. Any messages sent, you won't see them in your head either. You'll simply know who's online. You'll know who sent what message. You'll know all the information you need. My advice here is simply to start chatting. I'm assuming if you made it this far, you're determined to get to The Edge and witness it for yourself. So, the only way to do this is to engage. Share theories about what you think The Edge is, its origins and why it's there. Who you think the ancient gods are, what the ethereal plane of the internet used to be like. Over time, you'll slowly be welcomed. But be warned, this comes at a price. You will turn into one of us. You will begin to think the same, feel the same, and be identical to us in every way except your body. And one day, after many, many years, you may be granted access to The Edge. Of course, at any time you could just go and click on the access point to The Edge. It will present itself to you when it believes you want to access it, and we will be powerless to stop you. But the moment you return from The Edge, you'll find 500 men surrounding your house, and within minutes you won't exist anymore, and no one will ever know you did. So now you know how to access the edge of the internet, but you're probably thinking, wait, why would they be telling the entire internet about this? And, well, the truth is, I'm not. Every other person listening to this is hearing a story about a woman who became pregnant with something inhuman. But you are hearing it in its true form. Because, even though I don't quite know your name yet, I need you to come to us, to come to the edge. We know the ancient gods are about to break through and put every human on earth through pain so unimaginable that it could not even be wished upon the worst sadist to ever exist. And we know that when the ancient gods last graced this earth, that they left a part of themselves on it to act as a spy, so when they would return one day, they would know the ins and outs of earth and know how to defeat humanity in a single flick of their wrist. We can only hope that you have learned what humanity is, and being a human for centuries on end has taught you that we do not deserve the pain the ancient gods plan to bring to us. May you have mercy on us all, as the fate of our eternal existence depends on you.
Life is supposed to be better after graduation. You walk across that stage, grab your diploma, and then you're welcomed into the real world with open arms. All those parties, all the cheering, all the gifts, all the congratulations you get, it's all supposed to represent the new world you're about to join. I mean, you just made it through the hell of high school, 4 years of stress and drama, and now you're finally free to be an adult. Life after high school isn't what you think it is. They don't tell you everything. They don't tell you the real secret of the world, of society, of what life is truly about. They don't tell you about the never-ending cycle of money, the endless grind to make a buck. They don't tell you about greed. If I had known, maybe I would have been better prepared for the time after graduation. Maybe I wouldn't have been so self-righteous, and maybe I wouldn't have ended up where I am now. Sleepwatching, the newest way to make some quick cash. Manny told me about it. Old good-hearted Manny. He meant well, he really did. I mean, he has been my best friend since freshman year. He didn't know what would happen. We both experienced the newfound struggle for money after graduation. We're just kids. Lazy, stuck-up kids. We thought that we were too good for some entry-level job at McDonald's or Walmart. We wanted something that was going to bring in money quickly and easily. So, him being the best friend that he is, he looked around online. It didn't take him long to find exactly what we both wanted. He found sleepwatching, a job in which you get paid to do absolutely nothing. "Ollie, all you have to do is sit there and stay awake," he had texted me. The way he explained it, sleepwatching would be the easiest job on earth. And just like most things that end in disaster, it seemed too good to be true. So, me being exuberant about my brand new job opportunity, I raced to my computer with all the excitement of a boy who had just found Wonka's 5th and final golden ticket. Didn't talk to anyone else about it, just sat down at my desk, launched Chrome, and began looking up the wonderful world of sleepwatching. You see, it's a pretty ingenious idea. People are afraid of being alone. With how connected the world is these days, they can't stand the loneliness of the night. So, of course, these people would pay extremely well just to have someone sit up with them while they rest for the night. Sleep-watching.net, as I found out, is the premier place to get all of your sleep-watching needs. Just apply to join as a trusted watcher, and in a few days be matched with a sleeper in need. I signed up that day. Oliver Twitch, I typed into the bar, putting in information you shouldn't put into any website. I assured myself, though, I mean, I understood that sleepwatching.net needed to do a security check on me, make sure I wasn't joining for any nefarious reasons. It took a few days for the acceptance email to finally come in. I remember getting it, how I had been refreshing my email endlessly, just waiting for the green light to pay dirt. I immediately logged into the website, and to my surprise, I already had an alert from a sleeper in need. In that moment, I wasn't thinking. I just knew that someone was willing to pay me. I clicked on the link, and it gave me a brief profile of the sleeper who wanted me. Her name was Viola, a sweet name for an innocent old lady. 74 and alone in life. Her husband had died a few years earlier, and her family had leased out an apartment and forgotten about her. She put on her profile that she had some trouble sleeping of late, and thought that having someone younger there with her would do a lot to ease her insomnia. I greedily accepted. The rate for the job was amazing. Old people pay extremely well. We messaged a little that day. Just short messages. She wanted to make sure I was okay with the job and the pay. All she needed me to do was to be on the webcam feed. She said she was fine with me doing anything else during the night. It had been around noon when we talked, so I decided to take a nap. I had to be prepared for an all-nighter that would hopefully get me paid. It got dark around 9 where she lived. I was an hour behind, so it was still daylight when we got ready to call. Before I hit the dial button, a pop-up window appeared on my screen. A special message straight from sleepwatchers.net. The rules, it said across the top of the page. Listed below this simple heading was a short list. Number 1. Do not fall asleep. Number 2. For no circumstance may you wake the sleeper. Number 3. Do not touch the red emergency button unless there is an emergency. Number 4. Do not fall asleep. I had laughed at the rules at the time. They were all basic. Common sense that anyone should have known before taking a job as a watcher. I clicked the agree button at the bottom of the page and then waited for my call to Viola to connect. She was such a sweet old lady. She had this innocent smile on her face as she appeared on the screen, and she looked genuinely happy to see me. "Hi, Oliver," she said. "Thank you so much for doing this. I hope this isn't too much trouble and that you have a good night." I assured her that I would, that I had a few tabs open that I would be working on while she slept. I told her good night, and she laid down into bed. In what seemed like just a few short moments, she was peacefully asleep. I watched her for a while. There's a strange peace in watching somebody sleep, watching their chest move as they breathe slowly. I was watching Viola at her most vulnerable. I knew there wasn't anything to worry about, but still, having a life in your hands can change you. After just a little while of watching Viola sleep, I began surfing the web. I had all night to endlessly search. So, lucky me, I was getting paid to do what I would have been doing that night anyways. The night went by quietly. There was one point during the night I thought I heard something come from the video feed. Almost sounded like breathing. But me being the smart-ass kid that I am, knew that it was just the sound all video cam feeds make when both sides are silent. I now realized that only one side of the feed had been silent. In the morning, when the first rays of the sun were beginning to fill Viola's room, she woke up. No alarm for her, just sunlight. I happened to be watching as this happened. Just doing my job, you know. Her first move was to look to her side, the empty portion of her bed. She placed her hand on the unused pillow there, and I could have sworn I saw her body shudder. Then, I guessed, she gathered herself, and she turned to look at her laptop, which was sitting on the desk next to her bed. She smiled that genuine smile again when she saw me, asked me how my night had been. I told her it had went smoothly. She sighed a sigh of relief and thanked me. She told me she had just had the best sleep in weeks and to have a good day, and then hung up the feed. I'm a teenager. I'm used to all-nighters, but with my job done, I gladly went to bed with a smile on my face. The next few nights were the same. I would video call Viola around 8 at night, and she would be asleep by 8:05. Thank God the internet is endless. I learned so much endless crap during those nights. One night, the peacefulness of our schedule was interrupted. I remember it in some detail. Viola woke up around 3, drowsily nodded at me, and headed to the bathroom, which, from the camera angle, I could see was connected to the bedroom by a small door on the other side of her bed. At that point, I never really looked at the feed. I mean, nothing ever changed on it, so there wasn't any point. I only ever really looked to have a moment of peace from the bluntness of the internet. I was watching while she was in the restroom though. Maybe out of boredom, or maybe because I wanted her to feel safe when she got back into bed. I can't really remember. I saw something while she was in the restroom. It was only for a second, but I swear to you that I saw it. A hand. An oversized, bleach-white hand. It was inching its way out from behind the curtain that covered the window. I only saw it for a second, but it raised every hair on my body into attention. I continued staring into that same spot, trying to catch any more evidence of something being wrong. Nothing happened, so I shrugged it off, blaming it on the mixture of midnight drowsiness and Red Bull. Viola came out of the restroom and went back to bed. Her only communication to me was that soft smile before her head hit the pillow and she was peacefully back out. The way she fell asleep so quickly, she treated sleep like a luxury that I could tell she had been missing out on as of late. I felt proud to be the person that could bring that luxury back to her. A few nights later, 5 nights ago, everything changed. The night started out normal. Viola and I following our established routine, her whispering a "good night, Ollie" to me and passing out. The quietness of her room, the sound of me clicking away into Google, trying to find some new information that I had yet to exhaust. Everything was normal. It's all my fault. I didn't nap as much as I should have that day. I didn't have a Red Bull on me. I didn't try hard enough to stay awake. I fell asleep. I broke the rules. I slept hard. I was out for at least an hour, drooling on my keyboard, dead to the world and useless to Viola. I woke up to a sound. I think I heard some kind of bang, but I can't remember. Maybe a buzzer? I'm not sure. My head came up quick though. I wasn't sure as to what was going on, but I think that my body instinctively knew that something was wrong. After I figured out where I was, I went straight to Viola's tab. She was peacefully asleep. Whatever had awoken me hadn't disturbed her in the slightest. I smiled to myself. With that nap, I would be good to go the rest of the night, and Viola was still perfectly okay. That's when I saw him. The ghoul I now call the Watcher. My smile was instantly gone. He was standing in the corner of Viola's room, mostly hidden by the darkness. What I could make out about him was his extreme height and his narrow body. I could also see his eyes. They were white, entirely white. They seemed to be reflecting some ungodly light, and they were directed straight at me. I couldn't move. Fear was like ice, and in that moment, it froze me. He began to move towards Viola. He didn't walk, but he didn't float like a ghost. He moved smooth, but at the same time, his moves were rigid. Viola's back was to him, and her sleeping face was pointed in my direction. This is when I broke Rule 2. You see, I did the only thing that I could think to do. I yelled, and I screamed for Viola, trying to wake her up. It worked. I now wish it hadn't. Her eyes popped open and instantly locked with mine. As she did this, though, the Watcher was upon her. He began slamming both of his fists into her body over and over again. He made this sick, wet sound, a rhythmic thud. I saw it all. It was like having a front row seat to a band that disgusts you. I saw the look of surprise she had when she first woke up, the confusion on her face when he first slammed that white fist into her, and then the fear as she realized what was happening. Blood was everywhere. It wouldn't stop coming. Viola's eyes were on me the whole time. She was crying. She had given up, and she was steadily weeping as he beat her. "Ollie," I barely heard her whisper. "Help me." I tried to do the only thing I could. I grabbed the mouse and clicked on that red emergency button, the one that's supposed to be used only during emergencies. It didn't work. This feature is restricted at the current time to user Wishbone43. Reason: disobedience of the rules. Some way, somehow, Sleepwatchers.net knew I had fallen asleep. It knew, and now it was punishing me. I turned my attention back to the thing as it continued slamming its oversized fists into Viola. Those once white hands were covered in blood. Viola's eyes were lifeless. She was gone. I could still hear her plead for help in my ears. I cried. I sat in front of my computer with my head in my hands, and I cried. Viola died because of me. An innocent old lady died because I couldn't keep my stupid little eyes open. Remember how I talked about how it feels to have a life in your hands? Well, it really, really sucks when that life is lost and you're to blame. The tears wouldn't stop coming. They still haven't. I listened to the continuous slamming of the Watcher's fists into Viola's body. After a little bit of time, they finally stopped. It took every ounce of courage that I had to look up, but I did. Those white eyes were staring at me. Those huge white hands, covered in Viola's blood, hung limply at his sides. Those eyes didn't say anything, but I know what that thing was trying to tell me. It's all your fault, Ollie. I haven't slept since that night. Viola haunts my dreams, and if I close my eyes for even a second, she's there, screaming at me, cursing my name with that innocent voice. She knows it's my fault, and she won't let me forget it. That thing is coming for me. Viola's death was just the beginning, the first part of a 2-part punishment. My death will be part 2. I don't know what to do. I haven't told anyone. I know anyone that I could possibly tell would think I'm insane, and if they didn't instantly call me crazy, well then they would know that Viola's death is my fault. It isn't that monster's hands that are covered in blood. It's mine. He has been getting closer every night. At first, it was just shadows, things that could be mistaken as nothing. But now I hear his breathing. I see those blood-soaked hands everywhere. That low, almost silent breathing. I hear it no matter where I go. He is always watching. I know he's here right now, behind me as I record this, standing over my shoulder and listening to what I have to say about him. This nightmare is torture. I'm going to go insane soon if I don't sleep. Please, I need help. I'm begging you. I will give you everything I own. Just please, go find my account on Sleep Watchers. Please be my watcher. I won't make it through another night without one. Don't let me die. Don't fall asleep.
I was happy to accept my grandmother's chore, cleaning out the small tin roof cabin on her property. Growing up, my sister, Annie, and I would play there all the time. I've always cherished the memories. This weekend was the anniversary of my sister's death. I couldn't believe it had already been 5 years. I pulled down the long gravel drive of grandmother's rural home. As I made my way to the door, it swung open. My grandmother and uncle stepped out with luggage in hand. They were headed to the city to visit my parents. This time of the year was understandably difficult for them. As we talked for a moment, avoiding the morbid subject on our minds, my uncle's fidgeting indicated his desire to hit the road. Eventually, we said our quiet goodbyes. "Don't clean too much," my uncle said as he sat down in the driver's seat. "Just needs a little tidying up." I smiled softly and closed his door. As they drove away, I inhaled the fresh country air. A flood of childhood memories consumed my mind as I made my way to the cabin. It was a 2-mile hike through woods and pasture to the cabin. After what seemed like an eternity, it was in sight. I smiled as I stared at the simple structure, feeling like I'd just run into an old friend. As I climbed the hill and made my way to the porch, I heard the low rumble of thunder in the distance. The wooden door creaked open, and I was greeted with a distinct smell of dust and cedar. The cabin is simple. The front door enters into the kitchen. There is a small wood-burning stove, icebox, and a wooden table in the middle of the room. The kitchen leads into a small sitting room, complete with wicker furniture, red rug area, and fireplace in the corner. Pale yellow light filled the room through dirt-stained windows. To my surprise, my uncle left a lot of good supplies, plenty of food, lanterns, and a hot plate for cooking. My grandmother mentioned that he had been sleeping here a lot. He and my aunt
didn't have the strongest marriage. I got to work, wandering around the cabin, cleaning off all the surfaces. As I made my way back towards the entrance, I noticed something different. A painting. A large painting placed in front of a window near the door. I studied it for a few moments. It depicted an exact landscape rendition of the pond directly behind the actual window. I was confused as to why it was blocking the window. The painting was a perfect fit, covering the entire window. Tap, 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 tap. Rain pounded on the tin roof. Boom! A flash of lightning and bolt of thunder made me jump. The lightning illuminated the cabin, revealing something in the painting I hadn't seen before. I went in for a closer look and stared at the pond. There was something there, a small, round, black smudge, slightly sticking out of the water in an unnatural way, different in colour and shape of the other rocks depicted in the painting. I placed 2 fingers on the canvas. It was still wet. Confused, I studied the dark liquid. I felt uneasy. I was curious to know who painted the mysterious picture and why this particular out-of-place rock was still wet. Boom! Another strike of lightning made me jump back in fright. I gathered myself and looked back. The black smudge was bigger and more defined. I shined my flashlight on the dark, wet spot. It was then I realized it was not a painting of a rock at all. It was a head. A human head, breaking the surface of the water. Dark, wet hair covered its face. I backed away. Phone in hand, I was tempted to call my grandmother and ask her who painted it, and why they felt the need to include a surfacing human head in the pond. I decided it was too late to bother her. I retreated to the sitting room, built a fire, and poured some bourbon in an attempt to get my mind off the oddity. The image was disturbing, and the thunderstorm wasn't making it any better. I covered the painting with a sheet before returning to the fire and booze. Just as I began to nod off for the night, a violent knocking jolted me awake. Bang, 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 bang! A voice screeched my name from the other side. Eddie! Eddie! The voice was unnatural, scratchy and broken, like someone who hadn't spoken in years. Paralyzed by fear, I pulled out my phone. No service. Bang, bang, bang! Let me in, Eddie! I started to shake. I grabbed the bottle of bourbon by the neck as a makeshift weapon, praying the old latch lock would hold off whatever was on the other side. I waited, unsure of what to do. Then it stopped. The voice, the knocking, all of it. I couldn't sleep that night. I sat on the floor until the pale morning sunlight crept into the cabin. Cautiously, I opened the door and crept outside. To my relief, I was alone. I ran back to my grandmother's house and gave her a call. As we spoke, I contemplated telling her of the previous night's events. I'm not sure why, but I didn't. I couldn't. The last thing I wanted to do was scare the sweet elderly woman. We spoke for a few more minutes. I sat down for an hour and reflected on the previous night. There couldn't have been anyone there. not this far out in the middle of nowhere. The storm was noisy. I must have imagined it, scaring myself like a child. I made my way back to the cabin after grabbing the old Russian rifle from my grandmother's closet, just in case. I spent the majority of the day cleaning the floors, sifting through my uncle's useless junk. I kept the painting covered with a white sheet. The sun set and the rain started again. I lit a few lanterns and just sat down to dinner. I looked back at the sheet. Near the center was a small, dark dot. I got up to investigate. Wet paint was beginning to seep through. I concluded that there must be a hole in the window, causing a leak and making the paint run. Without hesitation, I took the painting down. It weighed a ton. Once on the floor, I looked at the window. I jumped back in fright and nearly collapsed. Something was standing on the edge of the pond, with dirty, wet, dark hair covering its face. Torn and filthy clothing hung loosely from its skeletal frame, staring straight at me. I stepped out onto the old wooden porch, rifle in hand. "What do you want?" I yelled over the heavy rain pounding the tin roof. It stepped forward. "I will shoot! Don't move!" The creature continued. "I swear!" It continued its slow and determined pace towards me. Crack! The old rifle rang out and the bullet soared through its torso. Unaffected, it continued forward, just a few yards in front of me. Tears streaming down my face, I worked the bolt and loaded my next round. Crack! The bullet soared right through its head, as if made of air. The creature remained unharmed, as the bullet splashed in the pond behind it. I sat, defeated, knowing now there was nothing I could do. Pleading with this hideous nightmare to leave me alone, attempting to cope with my remaining sanity. It walked straight past me. The smell of rot and damp moss filled my nose as it passed. It entered into the living room of the cabin, leaving black, thick, oily footprints in its wake. The creature stood on the rug, dripping black water into the fabric. Head down, it stared intently at the rug for what seemed like an eternity. After a few moments, I attempted to speak, and it looked right at me. I gasped as I stared at the grisly, haunting apparition of my deceased older sibling. My sister's cold white eyes stared straight into mine with a look of recognition and fear. Then she vanished, and I lost consciousness. I woke up on the floor the following morning. The first light of dawn filled the room. Within an instant, I remembered the terrifying events of the prior evening. I rushed over to the rug, still damp and dark in the spot where she was standing. The pungent, rotten smell lingered in the room. I pulled back the rug. Directly below the dark spot were brand new floorboards, crooked and loose. I grabbed a crowbar and uprooted the loose flooring, revealing a makeshift storage space dug into the earth. Inside was a small black duffel bag. A bag which contents changed everything. After rummaging through the bag, I realized it belonged to my uncle. I ran back to my car and drove to the nearest police station. a detective and I sat and discussed the contents of his duffel. Numerous pictures of my sister, a lock of her hair, his incriminating diary of twisted entries expressing his love for his own niece. And finally, brake lines and hoses that belonged to her car. Lines and hoses that explain the police report of my sister's accident 5 years ago, stating, quote, "Victim's vehicle contained excessively corroded brake lines. Failure to properly brake likely the cause of the accident." The evidence put him in prison for life. As for the painting, it currently hangs in my home. No wet spots or human heads. A beautiful painting created by my sister just a few months before her death. People jokingly refer to establishments that shouldn't be taken seriously as clown schools. But what some people don't know is that clown schools are a real thing. I graduated nearly top of my classes, becoming a bit of a jack of all trades, and was fully qualified to entertain the masses as a painted face klutz. With this prestigious qualification, I applied and was accepted to work in a circus specializing in clowns. Now, most circuses have a small number of clowns. However, this one ran 9 other highly trained professionals. So, including myself, that made 10. These guys were the best at what they do. Each of them were as skilled as the next in all the crafts of the job. However, each one had their own speciality. Whether it be juggling, dancing, balloon animals, miming, no one could compete. They had years on me, so, being a little green, I was the rookie of the troupe. Because I joined much later than the rest, and they were the prestigious namesake of the circus, they were like a clique. A clique I desperately wanted to get into. See, I tried my hardest to make them laugh, and on their own, I could eventually find their humour tickle spot. However, the more there were, the harder it was to make them all laugh at the same time. This was due to the wildly different senses of humour they all had. I'd tell a racy joke and have a few of them dying of laughter. However, another would find it distasteful and storm off. I'd try goofy humour, which would get some of them going, but the others would just find it immature. There was one in particular whose whole act was that he was eternally grumpy. His face paint was the visage of a permanent frown, and he never laughed at anything I did. What motivated me, though, was that when they were together, I'd sometimes see them in the distance, all laughing together, even the grumpy one. This meant that there was something I could do to get them to unanimously laugh, and I had a feeling that when I discovered this common ground, I'd be let into the group. My biggest lead was their ritual. We were a travelling circus, and whenever we moved to another town or city, they all went out to party. Only those 9. I asked around to the others in the circus as to why they never joined them, and I always got the same answer. Because it's a clown thing. This hurt a bit, and was embarrassing when they'd find out that I was never invited. It kind of put a damper on my own work motivation. I once brought it up to one, and was given a reasonable answer. That it was because they all went with their wives, and that because I was alone, they felt it wouldn't be fun for me. For a while, I accepted this. I mean, it was fair. It sucks to be a third wheel, or a fifth, but a 19th wheel? I don't think I could comprehend the levels of embarrassing social stigmas that would follow. I just accepted that I'd probably not go out with them until I was at least dating someone, which is as hard as you can imagine for a clown. This changed when I was talking to someone else at a later date. We were in a new town, and as per usual, they were planning on going out after work. I simply told him to have fun with his wife, and he just looked at me weird and said it was just them going. It was obvious. The wife thing was just an excuse. This drove my curiosity into overdrive. So, I decided to do some sleuthing and investigate what was really going on. After work, I threw on my normal rags and followed them to the bar. It was surprisingly easy to not be noticed. Because we hadn't met after work, they never really recognized me outside of my clown attire, so to them, I was just another patron at the club. I just sat across the room and watched them together. They all just stood there, looking around shiftily and sipping from their drinks. It looked like they didn't really talk much, besides making comments about people around the bar, as apparent by their body language and their pointing. They hid it well though. If you were glancing at them, you'd see a group of aged friends just hanging out and enjoying each other's company. However, if you were watching them like a hawk, like I was, you'd see how suspicious it all seemed. After a while of nothing happening, I saw they were preparing for something. They were tapping on each other's shoulders, pointing towards an unsuspecting person. Once they were all in attention, two of the clowns approached the guy and started talking. They eventually brought him over to the group and started buying him drinks. Ouch! It was one thing to not invite me, but it hurt me that they'd rather hang out with a complete stranger than someone they worked with, I thought. This thought was thrown out as quickly as it came when I saw what happened next. They started whispering in his ear, and a large smile lit up across his face. They started to smile, and they all left together. Theories rushed through my head as I stared at the now empty table, left so hastily there were a few drinks which only saw a few sips. However, no matter what I tried to theorize, only one conclusion came to my head. They were all gay. I mean, it made sense. Why I wasn't invited, why they were closer to each other than me. Were they afraid I'd judge them? The next day started like most others. However, all while working, I was distracted. I had a dilemma in my head. On one hand, I wanted to tell them that I didn't mind their little secret, that I accepted them for who they were, but I didn't want to let on that I followed them. That was a massive breach of privacy and could single-handedly crush any semblance of camaraderie we had. It didn't take me long to crumble under pressure, and I confided in the one clown I was closest to the most. I brought it up that I was conflicted, that I followed them the previous night and saw what happened. I urgently told him that I accepted them and that their secret was safe with me, but that I was hesitant about bringing it up to the group. I finished by asking what I should do. In the end, I did this because I trusted his opinion. His reaction was what I expected: shock and silence. At first, he didn't know how to take it. However, after furrowing his brow and mulling it over, he said he'd talk to the boys about it. I thanked him profusely and was suddenly excited. All this coming from me could have been disastrous, but from him, this could be my in. Once the circus closed, the group approached me. What they told me lit me up. They said that they don't normally go out twice in one area. However, for me, they would make an exception. They said they would go out later that week and that I was free to join them. I faked hesitation to not sound desperate, but eventually I heartily accepted. Though afterwards, in my head, I hoped I didn't have to join in on any activities. The day couldn't come faster, and when it did, I was ready. I was obviously nervous, but I tried my best to hide it. This was my big shot at being accepted into the inner circle. All I had to do was fit in and not blow it. I met them, this time at a different bar from where I'd stalked them. We all sat around, slowly sipping our drinks in near silence. I tried to spark up conversation, but didn't want to break the silence too much as to not be annoying. But I was still content being in their company, simply enjoying the atmosphere of being around the peers I respected. After some time, they pointed someone out. They all silently agreed, and a few approached the guy. I tried to ask what was going on, but all I was told was to help them get the guy to come back with them. I wasn't going to ask too much details, so I joined in on buttering the guy up. While they were each pitching in talking to the guy, I leant towards my friend and politely told him I didn't want to join in and that I'd just watch at most, which to me was an overcommitment in itself, but it was the most compromise I was willing to do. He replied that I already knew too much to not be involved and that I'd have to get my hands a little dirty. This rubbed me the wrong way. No way was I going to be pressured into something I didn't want to do. But I also didn't want to ruin the evening, and worse, ruin all the progress I'd made so far. So, I chose not to speak up in that moment. Soon enough, the guy was swayed and agreed to leave with the group. Not too long after, we all ended up back at the circus in the clown's private area. I was nervous at what I was going to witness, and worse, what I was possibly going to do. However, I was prepared as I'm a very tolerant person. As soon as he stepped in, one from behind slit the guy's throat as another kicked a large container in his direction, which caught him and any blood that was about to spill. They all moved together in an eerily efficient, synonymous manner, each doing a job they had most likely rehearsed many times before, with the fitness that comes with being a physical performer, all akin to a well-oiled machine. While all this was going on, it suddenly sank in, and I started to scream. I was told to keep quiet, though probably not due to being caught. We were alone in a tent in the middle of a large field. No one was around. It was more likely because it was simply annoying. They barked at me to get used to it, that I was a part of this now, and that I needed to man up. My eyes flitted about the dimly lit tent. I saw one preparing a sharp bone knife, while another pulled out pots, pans, and spices. It painted a picture that was terrifyingly easy to figure out. I eventually composed myself enough to remark that this wasn't what I was expecting. At this, they all stopped and looked at me with confused expressions. One eventually piped up and asked what I meant by that. That they thought I knew what I was getting myself into, that I implicitly asked to be a part of this. I fell silent, now embarrassed at how far my conclusion was from the truth. before sharing it with the room. That I thought they were gay, that I thought they were just embarrassed, that I thought they wanted privacy, but that I respected them too much to judge them. They all looked at each other, this time seemingly with a look of defeat, a slight sadness. Wordlessly, they surrounded me. Before I could even react, my arms and legs were grabbed, and I was soon pinned to the same table as the corpse. I tried to wriggle free, all while yelling at them to stop. However, they were too good at what they did, and soon I was helplessly lying there, watching my closest friend pick up a sharp, thin knife. I looked over at the corpse, its lifeless eyes staring back at me, mirroring what was soon to be my future. My closest friend, the one I confided in, looked sad as he held the knife, inspecting the edge, almost as if he felt responsible for the miscommunication. For that, in that moment, I forgave him in my head, knowing it was from my assumption in the first place. Once he was satisfied with the blade's edge, he held up the knife while muttering that he was sorry. In panic, I looked at him in the eyes and yelled at him to stop. He must have had a shred more compassion for me than the others, because at this, he respected my request and froze with his hands in the air, gripped tightly on the knife. I'm a clown, I spluttered. At this, they didn't react, thinking I was trying to tug on their emotions, add a sense of camaraderie. Just as my friend looked like he was about to follow through, I carried on. Don't you think I'll taste funny? I said this with a straight face, at first staring at my friend, then looking around the room. They all paused once more and started looking at one another. The first thing I heard were chuckles, followed by laughing, then bellows. Even the grumpy one was falling down in stitches. They all let go of me as my friend relaxed with the knife. As I apprehensively got up, one of them piped up. He told me to never mention any of what was going on to anyone. Otherwise, I'd end up like him. After which he pointed to the corpse. I hastily agreed and started to leave. As I did, I could hear them all start moving again, getting ready to prepare their meal. The next day, I showed up and got a smile and a nod from each of them as I bumped into them. I nodded back, trying to show face. I carried on working there, knowing that if I hastily left, they'd take it as a sign of aggression, and I probably wouldn't live long enough to tell anyone. I tried my best to turn a blind eye. However, I always carried a feeling of guilt each time we moved to a new area, watching them as they all light-heartedly prepared for their next party. Something woke me at 3 a.m. My room was dark, with just the faintest slither of moonlight shining in through the curtains. It was quiet too. I could hear a soft rain drumming against the window and the sound of my own heartbeat. Nothing else. I was about to turn over and settle back down on my pillow when I saw the figure in my doorway. Someone standing in the shadows. If I hadn't immediately recognized who it was, I think I might have screamed. Jesus, Danny, it's the middle of the damn night. You scared the hell out of me. Danny's my little brother. Only 10, but he's pretty cool for his age. A good kid. The two of us have always got on well. And last night, he'd helped me out by agreeing not to tell our parents I'd had some friends over for drinks. They're away for their anniversary at the moment. Left me in charge for the night. And when I asked Danny to hang out in his room so I could get people round for a drunken board game session, he'd said okay. Which is why, even though I was annoyed to find him in my room at this time, I didn't get angry. "What's up, mate?" I asked him now. "How come you're out of bed?" As I spoke, two possibilities were already in my mind. The first was that Danny had overheard me and my friends drinking downstairs. It had gotten a little loud. There were only 8 of us, but Charlie Jacobs managed to bring a litre of vodka he'd swiped from his dad's cabinet. The whole evening had very quickly descended. It was meant to be just board games and casual drinks. People brought games like Monopoly over to play, and Jenga, and Hayley Matthews even brought round her sister's damn Ouija board. But we barely touched them in the end. Just stuck with the vodka and the drinking games. So, option 1 was that Danny had heard us making some dumb joke or talking about something he didn't understand, and now he wanted to ask me about it. That wouldn't have been too out of character. The kid is curious, and he asks a lot of questions. I used to share a room with him, and I know his habit of lying awake and turning stuff over when he can't sleep. The other option was that I'd caught him sneaking into my room to prank me. This seems less likely, but still possible. Over the past year, Danny and I have been playing a game. It involves taking turns to hide notes in each other's bedrooms. Sounds dumb, but we enjoy it. The note can be anything. A warning in soap on the mirror, a post-it tacked to the wardrobe. It has to be hidden during the night, so the other person only finds it when they wake up. Something scary or some stupid joke. Anything. And the most popular version of this game, the holy grail if you like, is getting a note under the other person's pillow. That one requires serious stealth. Sat up against my pillow now, my head pounding from vodka, I wondered if this was what Danny had been going for, if maybe I'd caught him in the act. But so far, he still hadn't said anything. He was just standing in the doorway, staring in my direction, the shadows hiding his face. "Danny, you gonna talk to me or you just gonna stand there and watch me sleep?" "Mikey." Danny's voice was soft. Although the house was silent, I could hardly hear him. "Mikey." That was when I felt the first hint of fear. I didn't know what was making me feel it at the time. Maybe just something in Danny's voice. "What is it, mate?" "Mikey. Cold. Feel. Hands." What the hell? I stared at the kid's shadow, unsure I'd heard him correctly. "What did you say, Danny?" "Mikey. Cold. I'm..." What the hell are you on about? Is that meant to be a bad Yoda impression or something? The kid seemed to be talking backwards, swapping his sentences round the other way. Was he sleepwalking? Playing a joke on me? My mind reeled through different possibilities, none of which made much sense. I'd never known Danny to sleepwalk, for one, and he simply wasn't a good enough actor to pull a joke like this off without cracking up. No, something else was going on. Maybe the kid was ill and feeling delirious? "Me. Inside. Something. There's..." Danny's voice had a hollow quality to it, like every word was an effort to get out. I played back what he'd just said, reversing the word order, and I felt fear creeping along my back like damp rising up a wall. "What's going on, mate? What happened?" Danny's silhouette twitched. He'd been standing completely still before, and the movement was sudden, unmistakable. When he spoke next, his voice sounded different. Still not 100% normal, but better, and he was suddenly talking the right way round again. "Sorry for waking you up. I guess I'm just not feeling well." Before I had the chance to reply, Danny twitched again. He twitched and took a step forward, out of the doorway. As his face became visible in the moonlight, I felt a shiver run up my back. Danny was crying. Or at least, he'd been crying recently. His eyes were red, and his cheeks glistened with tears. He opened his mouth, then closed it, opened it again. When he next spoke, he'd reverted back to the same stilted, backward speech he was using before. The sound of it put my teeth on edge. "Game, board, black, that, played, and downstairs, snuck, I." This one took me longer for me to play back, and even when I had, it took me a few moments to understand what Danny meant. I got there eventually, and when I finally did, I actually felt a tiny bit better. The only black board game downstairs was Haley's sister's Ouija board. She must have forgotten to take it with her when she left. In my mind, I could already see what had to have happened. Danny had woken in the night and gone downstairs, maybe to see what we were up to, maybe just to check if I was still awake. But by then everyone had gone, and I was in bed, so maybe Danny was about to head back upstairs too, only before he spotted the Ouija board. Its box is sort of eye-catching. If Danny noticed it, it made sense that he might have gone over for a closer look. From there, the rest was pretty obvious. The kid must have spooked himself. The game is full of references to spirits and other planes of reality, all that nonsense. He'd probably just read something that freaked him out, and now he was having nightmares. Which all makes sense. But there was still one big question. Why the hell was the kid talking backwards? "It's nothing," I told myself. "He's probably just half asleep and a little delirious, that's all." The explanation didn't really make sense, and a part of me knew it. But I ignored that part. I was tired, and my head ached. I wanted to go back to sleep. So I pushed the nagging doubts to one side, and I beckoned Danny over. Did what any good brother would do. I pulled back the covers and shuffled to one side, then patted the space next to me. "Don't worry, mate," I said. "You've been having bad dreams, I reckon. You need to sleep it off." Danny didn't say anything. Just padded over to the bed, lay down next to me. Soon, the only sound I could hear in the room was his breathing. I'd almost drifted off when he said something that half stirred me. "Fading myself, feel, can, help, need." I was half asleep by then though, and his words seemed to be coming from a long way away. I awoke early this morning. The moonlight from the night before had been replaced by bright sunshine. It shone through the curtains and made me squint as I opened my eyes. Memories from the previous night flooded back to me. I turned over, planning to check on Danny, but his side of the bed was empty. I raised myself up on one elbow, rubbing sleep from my eyes, and almost screamed. Danny was standing in the doorway, completely still, in last night's pajamas, his face an unreadable mask as he stared at me. Despite the daylight streaming in through the curtains, I felt the same fear I'd felt before, but it disappeared when Danny smiled at me. "Morning," he said. "I'm sorry I woke you up last night. I must have been having some bad dreams." He was speaking normally again. Thank God. Danny was speaking the right way around. As I squinted over at him, I felt relief wash over me. "That's okay, mate. How are you feeling now?" "Much better, thank you." "You really freaked me out for a moment there, talking weird and stuff. I thought I might have to call Mum and Dad. Can you imagine how mad they'd have been if I had to cut their anniversary short?" I grinned, expecting Danny to grin back. But he didn't. He just kept staring at me with the same smile fixed on his face. "Well, I'm much better now," he said after a moment. "I'm actually going to go and get some toast. Would you like some?" I frowned for a moment, unsure I'd heard him correctly. Danny has never offered to make me breakfast before. Not once. But I guessed at the time that maybe he just felt bad about waking me up, that it was his way of saying sorry. "Okay, sure, toast sounds great. Thanks, buddy." "You're welcome, Mike." With that, he turned and left. I lay there in bed, the frown back on my face. It took me a moment to realize what it was that felt off. And then I played back the last thing Danny said to me. "You're welcome, Mike." Mike. The kid never calls me Mike. It's always Mikey. I pushed myself into a sitting position, and as I did, I heard something scrunch beneath my pillow. I reached a hand under it and pulled out a piece of paper. A note. It only took me a second to recognize Danny's scrawled handwriting, and when I read what he'd written, I felt myself grow cold. It was a short note, just a couple of lines, but it was written backwards, in the same way that Danny had been speaking last night. Out, me, let, won't, he, smaller, getting, keeps, it, head, my, in, room, in, trapped, I'm trapped in a room in my head. It keeps getting smaller. He won't let me out. As soon as I read the note, I stuffed it back under the pillow. Tried to act as normal as I could, but inside, I felt ill. Danny brought me breakfast a short while later. He smiled as he put it on my bedside table. I noticed that he didn't blink once while he was setting down the plate, but I smiled right back. And now, I'm waiting. Now I'm counting down the hours until my parents get home, watching the clock. Danny has been in his room for most of the day, keeping to himself. A couple of times I've heard noises coming from it. Strange sounds I can't place. Dull thumps, like furniture being knocked over. Low whispers, as if he's in there, talking to himself. I've stayed hidden in my own room. I know I should go and check on him. I know I should. He's my little brother after all. But I keep thinking of his blank face and the note he left under my pillow. And I just can't bring myself to.
Portland, Oregon is a weird state, and most of the people living here will tell you that. Hell, the most popular bumper sticker is one that literally says, "Keep Portland weird." I recently found out, though, that the city may be a little too weird for my liking. There are a set of tunnels which run beneath the streets of Portland, known as the Shanghai Tunnels. These tunnels were once used by bootleggers in the Prohibition era to secretly transport alcohol to illegal bars known as speakeasies. That was a dark and probably boring time in an unusually sober portion of American history. But the origin of the tunnels is even darker. They were originally created in the early 1800s so that merchants and sailors could offload their goods without disrupting city commerce. However, there was another, much more sinister usage. It's still debated by historians now, but supposedly it was also used to transport Chinese immigrants into an indentured servitude within the city. That's where the name Shanghai Tunnels originated, and also where the term Shanghaied originally came from. Of course, throughout the years, these tunnels have garnered a bit of urban legend status. I've heard people say they've gone in there and were chased out by some malevolent spectre within. Others have said there is some mutant cryptid that dwells down there, apparently looking like a mix between a crocodile and a giant mole or something. I never believe these claims. Most of the tunnels have since fallen into disrepair or flooded out by the Wilmette River which runs alongside them. There are some tours that you can schedule to see portions of it, but they are very limited. Most of them are now off limits, but that hasn't stopped some people. Some people in this case was me and two of my good friends who thought it would be a good idea to go down there. I know this guy named Hector. He's a vagrant, uses a lot of drugs, and lives homeless in downtown Portland. I first met Hector years ago when I was at a job site down there. He looked pretty miserable in the rain, so I thought the least I could do was give him $10. He was incredibly thankful for my donation, and he's remembered me ever since. I've slipped him some cash off and on for years now, and last week I was down there for work again. I saw Hector there, gave him a few bucks, and he and I got to talking. He's an eccentric fellow. A few screws loose for sure, but he has a lot of stories to tell. Most of them involve some kind of conspiracy, like lizard people that he says run the government from secret bases underneath Antarctica. I like Hector, but I never really bought into any of his stories as more than fiction. That day, though, I ended up mentioning the Shanghai Tunnels. Hector seemed to go stiff as I uttered the name. "I don't go near that place, man." I could see the nervousness in his wide-eyed stare as he said it. "Why? They're all closed down now, aren't they?" I asked. Hector took a quick glance down the block and shook his head. "No, not all of them." His behavior really caught me off guard, as I'd never seen him act so reserved or look so nervous. If anything, it was actually hard to get him to stop talking. "What do you mean? What's down there?" Hector took another look around and ran a hand through his dreadlocks as he sighed. "You didn't hear this from me, all right?" I nodded, and Hector took a deep breath. "I know a guy who got in. There's a spot on the eastern end where you can still access them. Not many people know about it, but the streets know all the secrets. I don't know what that dude saw down there, but it scared him senseless. I saw him afterward, and he was a wreck. He's always been a bit strange, but after he went down there, he was never the same. I eyed Hector skeptically, but I got no sense of him lying. Dude was found about a week later in a dumpster. He had a gunshot wound to his head. They say he did it himself, but... Hector scoffed and shook his head again, as he didn't believe that explanation. I apologized for the loss of his friend and tried asking more about it, but Hector wouldn't answer. It may have been a bit insensitive of me, but my curiosity had suddenly been piqued. Hector didn't say much more about his late friend, or what he suspected was responsible. But he did tell me how to get in. I bid Hector farewell soon after, and felt the tunnels linger on my mind for the rest of the day. Like I said, I never bought into the superstitions about them, but Hector's story, and the demeanour as he told it, had me incredibly curious. A couple days later, me and my two friends got together for some drinks. We started talking and getting sloshed, and eventually the topic of the tunnels arose. I told them that someone told me about a secret entrance to get inside. They weren't buying it, so I, in my slightly inebriated and overconfident state, suggested we go see for ourselves. My two friends, Chris and Devon, are very much the adventurous type. They've been on urban exploration trips in abandoned locales many times before, and are generally the types that are up for just about anything. As soon as I'd spoken my challenge to them, they jumped all over it. Next thing I know, we were on our way down to the location. It was late at night, and we had packed all the gear we thought we would need. Devon drove as I sat in the front passenger seat and gave him directions. Half an hour later, and we pulled into this run-down lot in eastern Portland. The place looked abandoned, some old warehouse that had sat unused for quite a while. Its architecture looked quite old, and that was a good sign for us. The tunnels connect to dozens of old buildings in the area, many older hotels, markets, and even some homes have entrances in the basements to gain access to the tunnels. Like I said earlier, most have been sealed up by this point, but apparently, not all of them. I felt a cold chill creep down my spine as Chris and Devon strapped on their equipment. I knew being there was a bad idea, even without seeing the foreboding building and plethora of trespassing signs. Yet despite that, I was determined to see the elusive tunnels for myself. We hopped the fence and made our way through the lot and towards the chained-up door. Luckily, it was mostly for optics, and we were able to slide right between it and the rusted metal door. Once inside, I felt a blanket of dust fall around us. Chris shined his flashlight around, illuminating several empty corridors. Old crates and piled up garbage filled the floors, and the walls were decorated with all manner of graffiti. The two of them didn't so much as hesitate, and quickly moved through the forsaken building to try and find the entrance. I did my best to recall Hector's instructions, and within a couple minutes, we found the stairs that led to the basement. Chris went first, with Devon following behind and me bringing up the rear. The basement was in an even more abysmal condition than the ground floor. It was mostly clear of trash, but the walls were all but completely covered in all sorts of strange graffiti. Most of it was the usual gang signs and praises of Satan and whatnot. But there was one image that seemed to stand out. It looked like a butterfly, painted black with splotches of blue within it.
It must have been scrawled on at least a dozen different places. After wandering around for a few minutes, Devon called out to us from the side. Chris and I turned to see Devon's flashlight illuminating a large hole in the wall. It looked like there had once been a door there, but someone had knocked it clear out of its frame, leaving only a gaping concrete hole. Dozens of the same image of a butterfly were painted around the hole, varying in size from only a couple of inches to several feet. Devon approached the hole and shined his flashlight through it. I crept up behind him and saw a dark, narrow corridor on the other side. The ground was wet, and somewhere in the distance, I heard what sounded like running water. A cold chill swept down my spine as I eyed the long, desolate passage. Even in that moment, it felt like a bad idea, but ego wouldn't let me say it. Devon stepped through the hole, as if completely unaffected by the foreboding scene. Chris followed a moment later, and I reluctantly did as well. Both Chris and Devon have extensive experience in exploration and splunking, and I chose to trust them rather than my gut. The three of us made our way into the tunnel, taking care to remain as silent as possible while observing all that we could. It felt like we were walking into a crypt and straying deeper into some place that had not seen the light of day in decades. The tunnel eventually branched, and two other passages sat opposite either end. One was partially caved in with rubble and wood splinters, while the other two remained mostly intact. We were about to venture down the left-hand passage when Chris called out, "Hey, look at this!" I turned and saw Chris waving us towards the collapsed tunnel. He was knelt beside it, shining his flashlight into the pile. Something shimmered within it. Chris put his hand in as the two of us approached and pulled up a small, metallic chain with a heart-shaped locket. It was quite rusted, but there appeared to be a word engraved upon it. Desiree. Chris read the name and looked back to us. Wonder where she went? A small grin crept across his face, but neither of us responded. He got back to his feet, and the three of us pushed onward. A couple minutes later, as we were walking down another separate concrete hallway, Devon suddenly paused. He held up a hand, motioning us to freeze and be silent. We stayed put for several seconds, but I didn't hear anything. "What is it?" Chris finally asked in a whisper. Devon remained silent a couple more seconds, then shook his head slowly. "Nothing, I guess." I saw a brief look of concern flash across his face, but I said nothing. By that point, we had travelled pretty deep into the tunnels, and I was desperately wanting to turn back. I didn't though. I refused to be the one to back out first, as I knew neither Chris or Devon would ever have let me live it down. We pushed on, around another corner, and into a wide open chamber. A few rats scurried away as we entered, and the sounds of flowing water had grown louder. Around the room, there were old garments of clothing scattered about. They were filthy and looked as though they had been there a very long time. The three of us spread out in the room and began to inspect the area. I saw old jeans, a couple pairs of shoes, and other random articles of clothing.
The place smelled terrible too, like mildew and sewage. I was finally about to suggest we head back when something on the wall caught my attention. Another drawing of a butterfly. I felt my heart sort of recoil in my chest as I beheld the uncanny depiction. I can't even fully explain why, but something about it was almost haunting to me. Maybe it was just the environment that did it, but I could have sworn I recognized that image from somewhere. I don't think we should be here, Devon suddenly spoke in a whisper. I turned back and saw him facing away from me a couple yards away. Chris looked back from the other side, and he and I exchanged a confused look. Chris then chuckled. "Too spooky for you, huh?" Chris asked. Devon didn't reply. He just lifted a hand and pointed to something in front of him. My heart began to pump furiously, and I quickly walked over to Devon's side. That's when I saw it. On the ground where Devon was pointing was a random assortment of what I initially thought was smooth, slender rocks. It took me only a second to recognize what they actually were. Bones. A large pile of bones. Chris saw it too, but he just scoffed. "You guys are letting this place get to you. It's just the remains of some animal." Devon immediately shook his head and picked up a piece of rebar from the ground. He then began to prod the pile until one unique piece of bone fluttered out. There was no question anymore, as the small, curved bone was unmistakably the lower jaw of a human. Chris didn't have an answer for that one. None of us did, and we just stood there in a stunned silence for a moment. I swear it became so quiet I could hear my blood pumping through my veins. I then realized how vast that pile of bones truly was, and I knew it was way too large to belong to only a single person. Suddenly, there was a loud bang that reverberated through the cavern. It sounded like a metal door slamming hard against its frame. The sudden calamity caused me to jump, and the three of us stepped back to gaze down the tunnel where the noise had originated. In the distance, I began to hear the ever so slight sound of footsteps, wet and flapping against the wet, squalid ground. They were coming towards us. "Let's get the hell out of here," Chris suddenly spoke. We turned to do just that, but Devon continued to stare. The footsteps then suddenly halted down the labyrinthian corridor ahead of us. A vague silhouette suddenly emerged from the shadows. I almost thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Until it moved. In a split second, we lost all sense of rationale and composure, and the three of us panicked and lurched into a full sprint. All our thoughts of exploration vanished immediately as our minds flooded with adrenaline and terror. I ran as fast and as frantic as I ever have in my life. We rounded the corner to retrace our steps back, using only our measly flashlights to guide our way. Chris and Devon were ahead of me, and suddenly I felt my foot fall on something unstable. I felt my ankle twist and give out beneath me with a painful crack before plummeting hard into the wet ground. My phone fell from my hand, landing so hard that I heard it shatter on impact. Chris and Devon didn't hesitate, and within seconds, I watched their lights disappear down the corridor. I screamed out for them, but they must have not heard me. As my only source of light had broken, I found myself alone in the dark, but not as alone as I would have liked. I tried hauling myself to my feet, hoping the adrenaline would be enough to overcome the searing pain in my mangled ankle, but it wasn't. My jaw clamped down hard, and I fell back down to the ground with a whimper. I was about to try again, driven by the terror I felt, when I heard a rock scamper across the ground somewhere behind me. I froze and felt my hands trembling beneath me. Footsteps echoed behind me, and I could do nothing in my injured state aside from try to remain hidden and pray. I knew it wouldn't work, and whatever it was seemed to know exactly where I was, even in the pitch black. It strolled up right behind me, stopping just a couple feet away. I learned the true meaning of deer in the headlights in that moment, as I found myself so absolutely petrified that I couldn't even move. "Please, I'm sorry. I'll never come back, I promise. Please, just let me go." My words echoed throughout the dark halls, but there was no response. I thought I was about to be murdered by some deranged, sewer-dwelling lunatic, or torn apart by some otherworldly entity. It took a few more steps towards me. Suddenly, I felt something grab my shoulder. It was cold. So unbelievably cold that it almost felt like a hornet's sting against my skin. It gripped down tighter, causing an immense pressure against my skin. It may have been just my frantic mind trying to cope with the traumatic situation, but I could have sworn I felt something then. It was something more than a physical pain, deeper and more personal, like someone allowed me a glimpse into the depths of their soul. I can't explain it. "Get out. They'll find you." The voice that had spoken sounded like that of a young girl, not threatening or malicious in any way. If anything, it sounded like a voice filled with despair, an all-encompassing sorrow that I suppose I could never fully comprehend. She then let go of my shoulder, taking the pain with her as the footsteps sauntered away back into the tunnel. Once again, I was alone in the dark. All I could do was to just sit there and contemplate what I had just witnessed. After a few minutes, I think the shock began to wear off, and I heard another noise down the tunnel. This time, it came from the opposite direction, accompanied by a light. "Zach? Zach! Holy crap, you alright?" It was Devon, but I didn't know how to respond. He knelt down to help me to my feet. I felt my ankle creak as I moved it, and a nerve shot an immense pain through my leg. I would have fallen back down if he hadn't been holding me up. We turned to leave that place when I saw his light flash off something on the ground behind us. "Wait, what is that?" I asked. Devon turned back, and the two of us stared down at the silver ring laying on the ground. It was worn pretty heavily, and beside it, I noticed 2 bare footprints in the muck. Devon wanted to leave, but I demanded he let me grab the ring first. Devon hauled me back outside, and we found Chris waiting for us on the middle floor. The two of them guided me back to the Jeep, and we got out of there. None of us really said much as we drove out of there. I went to the hospital soon after and found that I had broken my ankle. As I spent time recovering from the incident, I found myself unable to move past it. The words she had spoken just echoed endlessly in my mind. After all the rumors of monsters and demons that haunted the tunnels, could it really have been true? Was that really what had touched me that night? I can't explain it, but I felt like her words weren't just a threat. They sounded more like a desperate warning. Devon came over a few nights later, and I told him what I had seen. He was obviously skeptical at first, but after my continued insistence and swearing on my life, he finally came around. He admitted to me then that he had also found something disturbing. He said he was browsing 4chan when he stumbled upon a thread that caught his eye. He said a few users were talking about this human trafficking organization that operated all around the US. He said it quickly delved deep into conspiracies, talking about all sorts of prominent people that were supposedly involved with loose connections. There was one thing that stood out though. The butterfly. Apparently, Anon believed this butterfly symbol was like their specific symbol. Devon said the images they posted looked almost identical to the ones we had seen painted on the tunnels. I didn't want to believe it was connected, but I couldn't deny the possibility. I wanted to call the cops, but Devon refused, saying they'd never believe our story. He had a point, but if what we suspected was going on was true, then we had to do something. Unfortunately, my broken ankle made me practically useless, and regardless, there was just no way in hell I was going back down into those tunnels. Devon ended up leaving that night without us deciding on what to do. I tried calling Devon the next day, but he didn't answer. I figured he was just busy with other things, but a few days later, he finally got back to me. Devon texted me during the day, saying he desperately needed to see me. He was almost frantic when he arrived, and looked like he hadn't slept at all since the night we went down there. He kept saying he had to do something, seeming almost remorseful for his actions. He then did something I had never seen him do. He started to cry. I couldn't just leave it alone, man. Cops never would have believed us about all this. I had to do something. I put my hand on his back and tried calming him down, but it didn't seem to do much. Devon? What did you do? He shuddered and then took a deep breath as he wiped the tears. I went back. My eyes turned to reflect his mutual horror. What? I had to, man. I had to find her. To see. He broke down again, shaking his head back and forth. I found her. She's gone. Devon broke down again, and I actually hugged him as I tried reassuring that it wasn't his fault. None of it was. And yet, that didn't seem to stop the anguish from pouring into my gut. Devon also mentioned he had lit a large fire on the premises of the entry point as he left. He figured that would be enough to lure the cops there. And he was right. Eventually they took a team down into the tunnels and discovered what we
had feared the most. Multiple bodies were recovered from the tunnels, most of them young girls, but there were also a few men in the midst. They had been down there a long time, with most of the corpses having long become skeletal. Whoever it was that was responsible for their deaths was long gone. That would have been heartbreaking enough on its own, but then it got worse. They found one corpse that was much newer than the others. Another young girl of 16, and although partially decomposed, they were able to identify her. She had been there about 3 months, and the autopsy confirmed all the most horrible things I dreaded to hear. Things so terrible that I won't even justify them by putting them in words. Her name was Desiree. I looked up her full name online, and after doing some digging, I found her still active Facebook profile. Her friends and family had plastered her wall with well wishes and grief at her fate. She also had a video on there where her and some friends were on a trampoline messing around. My heart sank like a lead weight as I heard her speak. It was a voice I will never forget. The same voice of the girl that had spoken to me that night in the tunnels. But that was impossible, as she had already been dead for weeks by the time we went down there. I don't know how to explain it, but I know what I heard. And now, I will never forget. The police investigation is still ongoing, but considering recent events of incompetence that have led to the apparent suicide of high-profile human trafficking operators, I wouldn't hold your breath. No doubt these people would just lay low for a while and then eventually spread their malice elsewhere. Portland is infamous for human trafficking, and it seems this group may have been, or still are, at the epicenter. It's hard to say whether they'll ever be found, and whether Desiree will ever have any form of justice. This revelation hit me pretty hard, but not as hard as it hit Devon. I haven't seen or heard from him since that night he told me about all this. Last thing he said to me before he left was something along the lines of how, quote, something needs to be done. I don't know where he is now. I really wish I could give some kind of closure to all this, like there's some silver lining or justice for Desiree and all the others. But I guess things just doesn't always work out that way. For now, I can only hope that no one else has to suffer something as terrible as Desiree did. We set out on our little expedition into the tunnels, having heard stories of demons and monsters. We found out those stories are true, but not in the way we expected. I know it sounds cliche, but it really is people that are the real demons, and it always has been. Beware the butterfly men, and stay far away from the Portland tunnels. I hear them all the time now, the train bells, ringing loudly in my ears, persistently clanging, clanging, clanging. I've tried to get rid of them. Earphones, blasting my car stereo. Nothing, not a goddamn thing can stop that damn ringing. It keeps me awake at night. Not like I could sleep much anyway. All I know is that my life now
is motel after motel, grimy sinks and sticky carpets. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is that he doesn't find me. It started 3 weeks ago. I was leaving my dad's terrible, devoid, rural town after visiting for a few days. He was a drunk. Not a mean one, but a neglectful one. Now that me and my siblings were out of the house, it didn't matter so much that he couldn't take care of anything, let alone himself. But my brother and I still visit every once in a while to check up on him, do the dishes, that sort of thing. Our sister refused to see him. Anyway, my dad's town has one road that serves as the entrance and exit. There's a rusted sign bearing the town's name that marks where the town ends and begins. Next to the sign is a railroad track. It was around dusk, and I was sitting in my idling car at the crossing, the yellow traffic light off to the left flashing, indicating the oncoming train. I could hear the bells clanging in the distance. I drummed my fingers on my steering wheel, humming out the tune to a song I barely remembered and waiting for the train to come. I noticed movement in my periphery and looked to my left, where I saw a man. He was standing very still, so still it was almost statuesque. I squinted a little harder at him, but in the dim light, all I could make out was a dirty wife beater and shoulder-length, greasy black hair. He started swaying. It looked like he was dancing, but he didn't have a partner. His arms were raised in the air, as if to be on someone's shoulders, and he waltzed around the edge of the track to the tune of the ringing bells. I thought this was a little odd, but as I said before, my dad lives in a small town and druggies were a dime a dozen. I routinely saw unusual behaviour on my visits there. Still, I rolled up my windows and locked my doors just to be safe. I sighed heavily and stared in the opposite direction of the man in search of the train. It seemed to be taking an awfully long time for this damn thing to pass by. I glanced at the man again, who had now moved to the crossing in front of my car. He continued his waltz, feet deftly stepping over the metal of the track beneath him. "What the hell is he doing?" I said aloud, my hand firmly pressed against the horn of my wheel. The man stopped, his back turned to me. I stopped honking my horn. Several seconds passed, and finally, the man turned around, hips rotating before feet, and my stomach dropped at the face of the thing in my headlights. His face was marred, cuts occupying so much skin that he was made mostly of scar tissue than actual skin. He had sores on his cheeks and forehead, oozing pus and blood. And his smile, that rotten grin, will haunt every waking thought I have. He continued to stand there, grinning that blackened grin, and I prayed that the train would come so soon so I could leave the man and that awful town behind. The bells were still sounding, but I could finally hear the horn in the distance. "Finally," I muttered to myself, my eyes glued to the thing in front of me. He raised a hand and waved, slowly, wiggling each finger individually. I could feel the pace of my heart quicken. And then, suddenly, he took off at a dead sprint and launched himself onto the hood of my car. He thudded heavily on the metal. I jerked back in my seat and laid on my horn to let him know to get off my damn car, even though I knew it wouldn't work. He somehow stretched his lips across his teeth a little wider and started pounding on my windshield with his fists. Once, twice, over and over and over. The train was getting closer now. I could see it, and fissures began to crack the glass. I'll admit, I was scared. Who wouldn't be? He hit my windshield furiously, like he was desperate to get to me. I didn't want to know what he'd do once he got through the glass. The train was almost here, so I did the only thing I could think of and put the gear shift in reverse. I backed up a few dozen feet. The man was still banging on my windshield, howling like an animal, little pants escaping in between his grunts. The train was nearly in front of me. I floored the gas. The man held onto my car, his smile as wide as ever, but with a terrible anger in his eyes. I neared the tracks. The bells were ringing. I took my foot off the gas and slammed the brakes just a couple feet in front of the train, and the man flew off the hood of my car. His body propelled into the oncoming train. But I didn't watch to see where he landed, or if his body broke into smaller pieces. I slammed my hands on my steering wheel as the train took its time to pass, and I stomped on the gas pedal once more when it had finally gone. I probably should have stayed to tell the police what happened, but I didn't. I went home. I parked my car in the garage. I cleaned the blood from my grill, and the next day I took my car in to get the windshield replaced. I did my best to forget about it. I ignored the fear every time I got into my car. I drank myself to sleep so that I wouldn't dream. But I couldn't forget. And I didn't need to be asleep to see him again. I didn't drink one night, I guess. I dreamed of the man, howling, laughing, breaking through the glass of my car and hammering my body with his fists. His excited drool dripping onto my face, his oozing sores leaking into my mouth. I woke up in a cold sweat. And there he was, manifested at the foot of my bed. I hoped I was still asleep. I had to be, right? I slapped myself several times, but this wasn't a dream. I was awake. The man was dancing that same dance, whirling around my bedroom, the sound of the bells in my ears. And then he stopped, hands suspended in the air. His black grin widened, and he turned to stare at me, excitement in his eyes this time. I froze. I couldn't get myself to move. My fear was palpable, stealing any governance I had of my own body. I didn't understand how the man could be here. He was dead, wasn't he? We stared at each other, a stalemate. The air was still. The only sound in the room was the clanging in my ears. And then, the man launched himself at me. He shoved me down and pummeled my chest, thrashing his fists against my ribcage. I felt a crack under my skin, and I gasped from the pain as he continued his assault. I remembered that I kept a bat by my nightstand, so I grabbed it and hit him over the head with it. He fell to the other side of my bed, and I stumbled to my feet, my chest feeling like fire and my lungs struggling to keep up with me. The man slid across my bed, slowly, and stood in front of me, body poised to pounce again. Then, the left side of his body lit up with light, as if a car's headlights were trained on him. The bells were ringing, the horn was blaring, and the man turned to look when his body was thrust into my wall, He landed with a wet thump on the floor. His body twisted so that I could see his face, even though his back was to me. My heart thudded painfully in my battered chest. What the hell had hit him? I stared at the body on my floor in horror and watched as it melted and disappeared. I left that night, packed a bag and tossed it in my trunk. I haven't been home since. I stayed in my car the first night at a truck stop. It's been motels ever since then. Never the same one for more than one night. I don't want to give him the chance to find me again, to finish what he started in my bedroom. But it doesn't matter where I am or what I'm doing. I always hear the sound of those goddamn bells.
On average, 16 people drown each year in the Lake of Ozarks, Missouri. The majority of the deceased are rarely recovered. The local authorities blame underwater currents, lack of water clarity, and wildlife for the inability to retrieve the corpses. However, what I experienced last winter has led me to believe something much more sinister is responsible. Last year, my parents purchased a construction condominium at the Lake of the Ozarks, and were the only residents at the time, as the other units were still being built and sold. The condo was only an hour and a half from my campus and was a perfect place to study for finals. It was paradise compared to my rundown college home. It had a king-sized bed, full kitchen, clean bathrooms, and most importantly, it was quiet. It was early December of last year. I had just finished packing up my car with dirty clothes and books, excited to have a weekend of peace and quiet before the last few days of final exams. Usually, one or two of my housemates would come with me, but they had already finished up for the semester and decided to spend the last few days partying before they had to head home for the holidays. This was a perfect excuse for me to retreat to the quiet condo. The throaty exhaust of my old Mustang roared to life on the first turn of my key, and I smiled. I was way too excited for my getaway. It was getting late as I hit the highway towards the lake. After an hour or so, I pulled off, hit the back roads, and decided to put the pedal down. I cracked the window, and the cold December air whistled past as I chased the sunlight. If I knew what was in store for me that weekend, I would have turned around and floored it back to campus. About 10 minutes later, I saw the dim, aqua-colored glow of the Blue Shore condominium sign cutting through the darkness. I shifted gears and pulled down the steep, hilly entrance, my headlamps the only source of light for miles. Just as I expected, the condominium parking lot was completely empty. I pulled into the front spot and parked. I stepped out of the warmth of my car into the frigid night air. The two-story complex would eventually have 5 units on each level. My parents' unit, the only occupied one at the time, was at the top corner, with only one neighbouring wall. I scaled stairs and walked into my second home, condo number 21. I pulled out my phone and used the screen to illuminate the door's keypad and typed in the code, my birth year. My parents were under the assumption that I would forget any other 4-digit combination, and they were probably right. I stepped inside and turned on the lights. The entrance led into the dining room, with the kitchen on the left and living room to the right. At the far end was the master bedroom, which had a large window
that provided a beautiful view of the lake. Since I was on the second floor, I could see the black, moonlit water for half a mile. I made a frozen pizza and stood it for a couple of hours. It didn't take long for my relaxation to turn to exhaustion. I decided to take a shower and head to bed early, promising myself that I would wake up early and hit the books. I jolted awake in the middle of the night and looked at the bedside clock. 3:18 a.m. The cold wind howled outside as the sound of ice and snow brushed against the siding. I had completely forgotten to check the weather prior to leaving. I rubbed my eyes and slowly made my way to the kitchen for some water. I drank the glass and stood sleepily in the dark. Just as I turned to head back into the room, I heard the last thing I ever expected: the breaking of ice and the echoing sound of splashing lake water. I walked to the back window that overlooked the lake and stared into the vast darkness. My mind raced until I came to the eventual conclusion that the noise must have been a result of a fallen tree or unlucky deer trying to take a drink. The next morning, curiosity got the better of me. I zipped up my coat and stepped outside, pulling the door shut and hitting the lock button at the center of the keypad. I walked to the top of the stairs and peered down. There were footprints in the snow. Bipedal prints. They led from the edge of the lake to my car, turned, and disappeared once again at Lakeshore. It didn't make any sense, and a cold chill ran down my spine. I carefully walked down the stairs. The air was thin and quiet, the only noise coming from the crunching of my boots in snow. I had the overwhelming sensation of being watched as I made my way to the dock, turning and looking over my shoulder every few seconds. I cursed as I held my phone in the air, desperate for a signal. I had to tell someone, anyone. After what seemed like an eternity, one bar appeared. I dialed 911 as quickly as I could and held the phone to my face. It was no use. It was too weak. I had been gone for over an hour and decided to head back inside. It was considerably warmer now, and the snow on the asphalt had already begun to melt. I kept thinking to myself, had someone really jumped into the water last night? I did nothing but stare at the lake from the window and drink. I was too paranoid, and my mind raced for an explanation. Before I knew it, it was already midnight, and the alcohol had made me drowsy. I don't remember falling asleep. 3:09 a.m. I awoke to the unmistakable, horrendous sound of scraping against the metal of the front door. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife, the only thing I could use as a weapon. I raced back to the door and leaned against it. My heart was beating through my chest. After a moment, I worked up the courage to look through the peephole. To my relief, I saw only the vacant space of the doorway. I sat back down on the cold, hard tile with my back against the door and knife clenched tightly in my hand. I stayed that way until the dim, morning light spilled through the windows. I got back up and checked the peephole. Everything seemed clear. I slowly unlocked the bolt and opened the door. I discovered what I feared the most. The footprints led straight to the door, which was now covered in deep, long scratches that ran its entire length. With my rear-wheel drive car and snow-covered hill as the only exit, I knew that I was stuck for the time being. I had to do something
or tell someone. The door was my lifeline, my shield. I stayed in the condo most of the day, pacing around with my cell phone in an attempt to find a signal, too frightened to go outside, and cursing my parents for not installing internet yet. Eventually, I worked up enough courage. I knew I could potentially get a signal at the end of the dock. It had worked in the past. As I made my way to the dock, I followed the footsteps that once again led to the lakeshore. I got closer and examined them. They were unmistakably human, and despite the cold, reeked of lake water and rot. I stood at the edge of the dock with my phone, still unable to receive a signal. I decided to head back and barricade myself inside before dark. Just as I left the dock, I heard the faint sound of something large swimming just below the icy surface. That evening, I sat at the kitchen table, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. The hours flew by, and my eyes grew heavy. Before I knew it, I fell asleep with my head on the table. 3:02 a.m. The sound of pounding and splintering wood woke me up. I looked in horror as I quickly discovered what was happening. The door was being rammed. Adrenaline shot me up in the darkness. I didn't have much time. I ran to a closet and quietly closed it just as the front door burst open. I covered my mouth, and my eyes filled with tears as I stared through the crack in the closet door. Something walked inside. It was too dark to make out any of the features. It walked with staggered, unnatural movements. The room instantly filled with the smell of putrid, decaying flesh as it took heavy, wet steps on the tile floor. As the figure moved deeper inside, towards the back of the condo, I made a break for it and ran out, jumping over to the front door. I fumbled with my keys and jumped in my car. The engine clicked as it refused to turn over. My eyes filled with tears as I worked the clutch and accelerator. On the third attempt, the engine finally turned over and roared to life. As I tore up the hill towards the main road, I checked the rearview mirror. The dark, massive figure stood a few feet from the building. I'd barely made it. I will never forget the inhuman scream it let out as I drove off. I reached cell service and through rambling hysteria, eventually informed my parents of all I had witnessed. My father contacted the local authorities and was told not to return to the condo until the police had investigated. We never returned. The building owner contacted my father a few days later with some bogus story about unexpected foundation issues and claimed that the entire project was to be demolished. He wrote my father a check for 3 times the value of the condo for our inconvenience. After what I experienced, I have drawn 2 possible conclusions. The first is that something otherworldly is responsible for the deaths and missing bodies, or those who are lost in the lake are far from dead.
I've always preferred the concrete jungle over the real forests. Some people might feel turned off by the idea of being surrounded by stone, squeezed in with millions of other people, seeing nothing of nature except the occasional tree or weed growing through the cracks in the cement sidewalks. I find being surrounded by the creations of mankind far more soothing than being in the woods. A forest, in my eyes, is like a giant stomach,
Living things go in, they die, and are broken down into food for the rest of the earth. I know this is an extreme view, but I can't help feeling how I feel. That's why, when I was transferred to a small town in upstate New York from my cushy office in downtown Manhattan, I was less than thrilled. While it was nice upgrading from a one-bedroom apartment to a whole house, the fact that the house was surrounded by trees and it took a 15-minute drive until I saw even the barest sign of a neighborhood made me very uncomfortable. But I knew that I had to do this if I had any ambition in climbing up my career ladder, so I had to just grin and bear it. The house wasn't too bad. It was an old Victorian style, like many of the houses anywhere near it, but it was outfitted with many modern comforts. The company was renting it for me, and I only had to stay there for around 5 months. But I was glad those 5 months were going to be spent in some comfort. The worst part was learning to go to sleep. I'm used to the background noise, but the almost complete silence of not only the house, but the surrounding woods was jarring. It took me at least a week before I finally got a good night's rest. Slowly, like getting used to the silence, I also got used to being surrounded by the forest. For the first week, I wouldn't go near any of the trees at all. Time went by, and I got more used to my surroundings. After about 2 months of acclimation, I found my unease subsiding, and I began to even start taking walks in the woods around me. The smells were far more appealing than the typical smell of the city, and the wildlife I saw were quite charming. I even took up some casual bird watching as a hobby. It was in the 4th month there that I began to notice them. It first happened when I was taking a deeper than usual walk into the forest. I had just decided I'd gone far enough and turned around to head back home. In front of me, on a large pine tree I had used as the turning back point, was a clear chalk outline on the trunk. It was a very basic outline, and small as well. So it had to have been the framework of a child. It was like a kid had pressed themselves against the trunk, fingers splayed, and someone had intricately drawn each tiny detail. There was no real trail that led here, and there were no signs that anyone else beside me had ever been there. I looked at the outline, puzzling in my head a moment why it would be there. I thought that maybe the last people who had rented the house had had kids, and maybe they had gone here and done this. I decided that must have been it, and then continued my way back home. It was a bit unsettling at how fresh the drawing seemed, but it hadn't rained since before I even moved into the house, so I thought that maybe that's how it stayed so new. It was only a few days before I found the time to take another walk in the woods. This time, it was a different direction from my last walk. I had gotten maybe half a mile into the trees when on a large ash tree, I spotted another chalk outline. This one was just as detailed as the first one, with only slight changes. It was a little bit taller than the first one, and the outline looked like the child was wearing a dress. I went to take a closer look, when a rustling sound behind me made me stop and turn around. There was nothing there. And when I turned around to face the chalk outline again, I jumped a little in surprise. One of the arms, which I could have sworn was down at the side, was now raised up. It made the chalk outline look like it had been in the process of waving. I stared at the thing in confusion, as I was sure that the arms had both been down at its side. While I wasn't scared or anything like that, I decided that even if my brain had just played a trick on itself, this situation was getting a little creepy, and I didn't want to get any closer to the thing. Sure, if there were 2 kids the previous renters had, there could be 2 chalk outlines. But this was just too weird for me. I turned around and went straight home from there. That night, in place of the usual silence of the woods, the weather decided to have a lot of wind. Having gotten used to the silence, the sudden noise was very nerve-shattering. Every time the wind would howl and cause the trees of the house to creak, my eyes would pop open of their own volition and look around my bedroom. Eventually, I got so tired that even those noises didn't startle me out of slumbering. But before I finally drifted off to an undisturbed sleep, I swore I could hear children's giggling hidden within the wind. The next few days passed by uneventfully, and when the skies finally opened up, I decided to go for a walk in the woods during the rain. It was very relaxing and something I had never really experienced before. The squishing of the wet ground under my boots, the smell of the ozone mixed with the natural smell of the trees, and the sounds of the raindrops as they collided with leaves and branches and puddles was very euphoric. While I hadn't planned to go far into the woods, I lost track of time and wandered a little further than I expected. All that jubilation vanished as I stepped into a little clearing and caught sight of the trees around me. On 7 trees in front of me, forming a semicircle around me, were different chalk outlines. All of them with different sizes of children, even more detailed than the ones I'd seen before. These outlines, while they didn't have any facial or body features, had their clothing filled in with different coloured chalk. Some wore shorts and t-shirts, and some had dresses. All the clothing different styles and colours. That wasn't the creepiest thing about them, though. I could clearly see the rain splash onto their lines from head to toe, and yet there was no smudging whatsoever. This was when fear began creeping into my heart, and though the chalk outlines were all in a neutral stance, an aura of menace seemed to radiate from them. Their blank faces seemed to be staring at me in an accusatory tone, like I had done or discovered something that I shouldn't have. Their gazes kept me frozen in my tracks, and it wasn't the coldness of the rain that caused the shiver up my back. I took a few steps backwards and then turned and sprinted as fast as my rain boots would allow me back to the house. That night, as I was trying to get some sleep, noises began disturbing all over my house. Downstairs, I could hear certain walls creaking, like something large was pressing itself into the sides of my house. The moment I got out of bed to investigate, however, all sounds ceased completely. Unnerved, I got back into bed and tried to go back to sleep. Whatever was out there wasn't done with me, though. The tapping began soon after, almost unnoticeable at first. It came from downstairs, from the same areas the creaking had started, but this time it didn't stop when I got out of bed. Slowly, the tapping became louder, as if a whole crowd of people were outside, knocking on my wall. Blended in with the tapping, I swore I could also hear the whispers of children. I could not make out any word, but their tone suggested they were up to no good, and I did not want to find out what mischief they were concocting. I stayed awake in my room, with the door locked and a dresser pushed in front of it, until the light of dawn streaked through my window, and the tapping finally faded out. Very slowly, I unblocked my door and checked out the inside of the house. Nothing inside the house seemed disturbed. There was no sign of entry, and all the doors and windows were still locked. Gathering up the courage to step outside, I found that the outside walls were a different story. There wasn't any physical damage, but all of the outside walls were covered with the chalk outlines of children. They were all as detailed as the 7 I'd seen in the clearing, but there was far more than 7. More like 50 or 60. Many seemed like they were piled on top of one another, as if they were climbing and fighting one another to get somewhere, and it was very obvious where they were trying to get to. My downstairs window. A few of them even managed to get their fingers on the sills, hanging on in poses like they were trying to pull themselves up and through them. The worst thing, however, was that one more detail had been added to the outlines. Smiles. All of them were smiling, and not in a happy, innocent way. I moved out that very day. I spent the rest of my time upstate in a motel room at my own expense. The only time I left was for work or to buy groceries. I finally felt safe again on my car ride back to Manhattan, even managing to crack a smile. The smile vanished when I offered to pay for the cleanup of the outside of the house to get rid of all the chalk outlines, and my boss gave me a confused look. He told me that the caretaker had dropped by after I left and emailed my boss that the inside and outside of the house was spotless and to thank me for taking such great care of the place. To this day, even on the brightest of days and on the busiest of roads, I cross the street when I see chalk drawings on the sidewalk, drawn by smiling, giggling children.
Ever since Noah could walk, he loved exploring. I looked the other way for a second and turned back to see Noah, perched high on the counter, giggling uncontrollably as he reached for the decorative cookie jar. "Noah, you know you can't have cookies before dinner. Get down from there." I'd casually make my way to our kitchen counter and set him back to the floor with his toy fire trucks and fighter planes. Wherever you could find trouble, you'd also happen to find Noah. About his 3rd birthday, Noah became infatuated with Winnie the Pooh. I always enjoyed the old Pooh Bear myself as a child, and I was glad that my son gained interest in him. Play Pooh," Noah would shout. He had been watching the same VCR tape of the Adventures of Winnie the Pooh for several months. I watched the same tape as a child, and I felt the overwhelming feeling of nostalgia. It brought back heartwarming memories of my youth. With his 4th birthday arriving, I decided I would try and get a Pooh toy for Noah. I searched Walmart. Nothing. Dollar General. Nothing. Even going to local garage sales. Nothing. Just as my hopes of finding Pooh were diminishing, I came across an old weather-beaten Pooh doll in my basement. Mom had hidden it for some reason, but I couldn't quite remember why. I know what you may be thinking. I could have just looked on eBay for the Pooh doll. Well, I hadn't had tons of money lately. You see, my wife, Joyce, lost a raging battle against ovarian cancer. I was more of a stay-at-home dad, and she was a bank clerk at our local bank. Money didn't come easily in the first place, but now without her, I've been working odd jobs around town, trying to pay the bills and put food on the table. I crept to Noah's room, quietly cracking the door open, and found him watching the Winnie the Pooh tape once again. He was a whiz with the VCR and had no problems working it. I stepped through the door with the doll behind my back, out of sight. "Daddy!" he yelled as he ran to me and hugged my legs. "I have a surprise for you, Noah." I revealed the bear, and Noah jumped with glee. He immediately grabbed the doll from my hands and embraced it, holding it close to his face. "Pooh!" he affectionately murmured. I smiled briefly and said, "Happy birthday, son." I left Noah to his new toy and slumped onto the couch. Today was a long day. My eyes started to flutter, and the next thing I knew, I was asleep. I woke up feeling groggy and disorientated. My alarm clock read 3 a.m. Geez, I was out for a while. I lazily stumbled into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water. My lips and throat were very dry from the nap. I was taking a sip when I heard something. It was quiet but loud enough to hear very clearly. I could hear Noah's voice. He seemed distressed. Noah's not the kid to stay up late, always being knocked out cold by, at most, 10 p.m. I rushed to Noah's room and swung the door open. His room was very dark and was only illuminated by the TV, which displayed static. I could make out two shapes in the darkness. One was no doubt Noah, but there was another shape huddled near him. I crept a little closer. It was the Pooh doll I had just got him. I was relieved, but still unsettled by the second voice from earlier. "Noah, who are you talking to?" He looked up at me and smiled. "I was talking to Pooh Bear, Daddy." Must have been hearing things, I suppose. "Get to bed, kiddo. It's way past your bedtime." Noah groaned with displeasure and climbed into bed with a Pooh doll bear tucked under his arm. The next few days, all Noah could do was play with the doll. He took it everywhere with him, and he continued to stay up late to talk to Pooh Bear. He didn't want to go outside and play anymore. He stayed inside, playing with Pooh non-stop. My curiosity was overwhelming, so after I tucked Noah in, I pulled up a chair near his door and sat. I was going to eavesdrop on their conversation tonight. Seconds turned to minutes, minutes turned to hours, and not a single noise emanated from the room. 2 a.m. rolled around, and I considered calling my weight off. But then I heard something come from his room. It was the familiar pitter-patter of little feet. I paused my breath, breathing to listen. I heard whispering. I could make out the phrase, "Pooh, I'm tired. I want to sleep, Pooh." There was a pause. I could hear the TV playing in the background. Static noise again. Nothing else could be heard. "I wouldn't do that to him, Pooh. I don't want to do that." Noah had distress in his voice. This was against his will. I cracked the door open, and an unsettling draft hit me like a ton of bricks. The window was open. The TV illuminated Noah's form sitting crisscrossed in the center of his room, turning away from the window towards me. "Hi, Daddy." Knowing I was caught, I casually walked into the dark room. The Pooh doll was in Noah's arms, held tightly against him. I was so disturbed by the situation that I grabbed Noah and said, "You're going to sleep with me tonight." He reached for the Pooh doll, but it was out of his range. On his arms were bruises. Not in the shape of a hand, but in circular form. "No Pooh for you tonight." I carried him to my room and tucked him into my covers. I sat in bed, looking at the ceiling. Who was talking to my son? Every kid has imaginary friends, but no one has ever had an imaginary bully. The next morning, I awoke not to Noah, but an empty bed. I got up and patrolled the house for Noah. He was sitting neatly on the floor in his room, talking to Pooh again. "Won't that hurt, Pooh?" I strolled in the room. Time to get to the bottom of this. "Noah, what has Pooh been asking you?" Noah paused and furrowed his brow. "I can't tell you. It's secret." Noah and I were very close, even close for a father and son. Why wouldn't he tell me? The rest of the day continued very boringly, and nothing of interest occurred. That night, I decided not to eavesdrop like I usually did, and went to bed. I faded to darkness and lost consciousness. Over the next few weeks, Noah's condition worsened. He stopped leaving his room, stopped playing with his other toys, stopped telling me he loved me. Noah wouldn't even eat on most days. He lost 10 pounds in weeks. I tried force-feeding him, but all he did was scream and fuss. I don't want to eat. I want to play with Pooh. Getting rid of the doll didn't help either. I threw it in the trash, only to find it removed and back in its place by Noah. The doll started to age dramatically as well. Seams were ripping, dark stains appeared on the doll, and even an eyeball was hanging loose, like a ball and chain. Dark rings appeared under Noah's eyes, caused by sleep deprivation. I didn't know what to do. The doll was driving me to drink. I dozed off, giving in to sleep's tempting offer. I awoke to a loud thumping noise. It was so dark I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Thump. What was that? My doorknob rattled and opened very slowly, almost at a turtle's pace. I opened the blind next to my bed, unleashing the moonlight's illuminating presence. The door to my room was open, and something silver glinted in the darkness. I squinted my eyes, hoping to spot something. At that moment, the glint moved. It was moving towards me. I reached over to the lamp and pulled the string down, brightly illuminating the room. A huddled mass was revealed. It was Noah. In his hand, he clutched a Phillips head screwdriver. His eyes opened like two giant almonds. He darted out of the room and into the dark hallway. He dropped something. It was Pooh. Enough's enough. I'm keeping the doll in here from now on. I sat the yellow bear on my nightstand under the lamp. God, Noah has destroyed the little bear. Noah bugged me and bugged me, asking where the bear was, and I always replied, Pooh went back to the 100-acre woods to visit his friends. Weeks went by, and Noah's health was improving dramatically. He gained his weight back, the bags under his eyes were going away, and he started eating again. He even started telling me that he loved me at night before bed. I lay on my own bed, looking over the worn doll. I even picked it up and tossed it back and forth in my hands for a while. I like how this doll feels. Despite its aging, the doll was still fuzzy as ever. I started putting the doll into my bag before work. On lunch breaks, I pulled the doll out and stroked its head. I quickly shoved it back into my bag when a co-worker would walk by. Eventually, I stopped going to work. I needed more time with Pooh. I spent my days clutching the weathered old doll in my hands, caressing it, and taking care of it. I love you, Pooh. Dad, there's nothing to eat, Noah would moan. Stupid kid. He's interfering with my time with Pooh. Can't you see I'm busy, you little cretin? Noah would hang his head and scurry back to his room. He doesn't know, Pooh. He doesn't know the time I needed for you. I started confiscating his VHS collection of Winnie the Pooh, bringing them to my room so I could watch all day and all night. I stopped sleeping. If I slept, Pooh would be angry. I don't want him to be angry. I hadn't even gotten up to relieve myself. My room was blanketed in the putrid smell of feces and urine. I don't care, as long as Pooh is happy. Noah eventually left, but I can't exactly remember when. Was it yesterday? Was it a week ago? Good riddance. I'm free of him for good. Eventually, my electricity went out. I hadn't paid the bill in months. I'd gone from a £180 man to a tiny £100 man. As long as Pooh loves me, I don't care. I was forced to eat bugs and rats that unfortunately scurried across my path. The paint on the walls started to peel, and mold covered the ceiling. I don't care. I do it for Pooh. He needs my time more than I do. Much time has passed, and I haven't been in great shape. I think I'm dying. I can't die.
Who doesn't want me to die? My beard and unkempt hair reach below my chest. My clothes are in tatters, and my fingernails have grown unreasonably long. I sing to myself occasionally to please Pooh. Winnie the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh, tubby little chubby all stuffed with fluff. He's Winnie the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh, willy-nilly silly old bear. There's a knock at the door. People have knocked before, but this knock was persistent. It was hard, but I got up and stood. I looked through the peephole, and a man in his late 20s was outside. He knocked again. He shouted something. "Dad, are you in there?" "Puppy!" can be heard from my 3-year-old son every morning. It gets annoying at times, especially when he wakes up at 4 a.m. But damn, it's cute to see how much he adores his tiny brown teddy bear. When my son, Trent, was a little over 6 months old, my aunt gave him a surprise gift. She said she bought it for over $30, but there was a small charm and tag at the bottom of the stuffed animal, and I knew she probably just got it with a purchase of some toilet paper. My son didn't like it at first. Hell, he didn't even pay attention to it for about a year. But when I tried to throw it away while I was packing our stuff, my son threw a fit and saved Puppy from his trash can graveyard. They were absolutely inseparable after that. When my son was almost 2, we moved to Korea because money was tight every month, and my parents offered to let us stay close to them for free. My wife and I were both comfortable with the idea of moving to Korea, but we were concerned about Trent. We didn't want him to have a hard time readjusting to a completely different country. Our worries melted away when Trent immediately got used to Korea and got along perfectly with my parents. He started to pick up a few words in English as well as Korean, and by the time he was 3, he could speak short sentences in both languages. Puppy never left his side the entire time. My son is now 3.5 years old, and for the past 3 months, he has given Puppy his own personality and voice. It was cute for the first month. Whenever Trent talked through Puppy, he would have a higher-pitched voice and would constantly ask us for hugs and kisses. When Trent was using his little kid's tablet, he would use Puppy's voice to suggest videos to watch, and when snack time came around, he would use the same voice to ask us for extra cookies. Of course, we encouraged it. Not only was it cute, but it also allowed our only child to feel like he had a friend that was always around. 2 months ago, Puppy started to become a nuisance. Trent would use him to scream at us, as well as hit us if we refused to give him whatever he wanted. There were never hard hits. It was just as hard as a toddler could hit with a fluffy doll, but it was definitely something we didn't want Trent to continue doing. We tried to take Puppy away from him when he kept hitting us with it, but the screams that followed were far too much for either of us to handle. It always ended with one of us reaching our boiling point and just handing the doll back into our irate son's hands. Yes, it was hard at times, but Trent was just acting like every kid his age. There's a reason they call it the 3-nature phase. They are starting to develop their communication skills, as well as finding new ways to express themselves. Of course, they would develop a bad attitude as well. We were still mostly a happy family. We would go to the movies whenever a movie came out that we felt would be appropriate for Trent. He liked to go bowling with us. Park trips were weekly. But that damn teddy bear always followed along. 3 days ago, we were walking to the park 2 blocks away from our house, and our son looked up at me while holding Puppy up towards me and said, "Grandpa crash, Grandpa die." I shook my head at him and sternly said, "Don't say that, that's not nice. If you want to go to the park, you need to be nice, okay?" Trent nodded excitedly and grabbed my wife's hand before continuing to walk beside us. It was a nice day at the park, and it was the last nice thing we got to do together. When we got back home, I got a phone call from my mother. Father was driving to the local mart when a truck T-boned him. The other driver was completely fine, but my father was dead before the ambulance arrived. My mother was sobbing by the end of the call, and I hung up after. I assured her that I would go to see her. While I was heading back out the door, Trent walked up behind me, pointed Puppy at me, and said, "Mommy kills or Mommy dies." I'm sorry to say this, but I turned around and smacked his butt as hard as I could. I normally would give him a soft spank, but my father just died and I couldn't deal with anything else. Trent cried out in pain, and while crying, he wailed out, "No hit, Daddy! Trent good!" I shook my head and left. After spending the rest of the day with my mother, I went back home, exhausted and emotionally drained. Trent was playing with my wife in the living room, so I walked into my room and watched TV. My wife came into our room and asked if I was okay. She knew I wasn't, but I nodded my head and continued to stare at the TV. She sat beside me before laying her head on my shoulder and started to cry. I always forgot how much she loved my parents. My father always tried to make her feel as comfortable as possible, despite the language barrier. We ate chicken for dinner that night. It was mostly quiet, except for Trent using Puppy to ask for more fries or juice. My wife was distracted by my father's death, while I couldn't get what Trent said to me earlier out of my head. He told us there would be a crash before it even happened, and he singled out my wife. What did he mean by "she will kill or die"? Trent went to bed around 9, cuddling his best friend. After I made sure he was asleep, I went into my room and saw my wife was already asleep. Shortly after my head hit the pillow, I fell into a deep slumber. I woke up in the middle of the night when my wife's body repeatedly bumped into me. I tried shaking her, thinking she was having a bad dream. But when I heard the sound of gurgling, I jumped out of bed and turned on the light. Puppy was halfway down her throat, and my wife's face was getting bluer by the second. I ran up to her to take it out, but it wouldn't come out. She struggled for a couple more seconds before becoming absolutely still. It was 2 a.m. I walked into my son's room and saw that he was still asleep. With shaking hands, I called for an ambulance and sat outside Trent's room until the paramedics came. They carried her away after confirming she was dead. When I walked back into the room, Puppy was laying on my wife's pillow. So, this is why I need to write out a letter for my son to read in the distant future. Dear Trent, I know you loved your puppy more than anything, and honestly, at the end, I did too. It saved my life and ended the life that threatened mine. Poppy told me two things the night your mother died. He first spoke to me while I was pacing around in my bathroom at 3 a.m. In the same voice you gave it, it said, "Take the cover off of Mama's pillow." Which I did. And I found 5 needles full of heroin. She knew I was a recovering addict, and she also knew that I would overdose on it. You see, I loved your mother very much, but I knew she was getting tired of me. She also knew I had a life insurance policy that would give her more than enough money to live off for a very long time. She loved my mother and father very much, especially my father, and when he died, I knew it would drive her insane. I wish I could have been a better husband to your mother, but the type of person I am would have never satisfied the person she was. Poppy talked to me again while I was falling back asleep. Your family is fixed. When I woke up in the morning, Poppy was gone. I don't know where he went. I tried to find him, but I just knew it wouldn't be possible. You're crying now, Trent, so I'm going to get you out of bed. We can have some breakfast, and if you're good, maybe a trip to the movies. Love, Dad.
Until last week, I thought my schizophrenia was hereditary. I was having one of those days where I have to stay indoors. I've been stressed at work lately, and as a result, I was having a particularly bad bout of paranoia, and my auditory hallucinations were stronger than usual. I tried tuning them out with music, but Sammy, the voice in my head, wouldn't leave me alone. "You know they're watching you," he said. "Shut up, Sammy, I'm not listening." "Of course you are. I'm inside your head, remember? Besides, I'm only trying to warn you. They'll be coming to get you soon." "You've been saying that for 5 years," I said, trying to shut down that mounting paranoia that this time he could be right. "And I've been right for 5 years. I'm thousands of years old, John. 5 years is soon to me." My heart rate started to increase. I opened the fridge to get a beer, thinking it would help calm me down. "You know you're not supposed to drink those," Sammy said. "They interfere with your medication." "I know, Sammy," I said. I cracked open a can of Lagunitas and drained half of it in a gulp. I calmed down a little as the pleasant buzz began to cloud my thoughts. "I'll tell Dr. Barksdale." "That'd be a trick," I said, emboldened by the alcohol. "Go ahead, tell him. As a matter of fact, why don't you go bother somebody else for a while? I'm sick of you." "You're gonna miss me." "No, I am not." I waited for Sammy's snappy reply, but it didn't come. Instead, there was only silence. Dr. Barksdale would be upset if he knew I'd been talking to Sammy again, but it was the most reliable way I had to get rid of him, without the harsh side effects of increasing my dose of Risperdal. I told myself it wasn't necessary, but I knew I had to do it anyway. I went around my living room and shut the blinds, just in case they were watching me. I chided myself for being irrational
and flopped down on the couch, ready to kill an afternoon drinking beer and watching cartoons. I was about 5 minutes into Adventure Time when my phone rang. The caller ID told me it was Dr. Barksdale's office. Not wanting the good doctor to know I'd been drinking, I let it go to voicemail. But the phone rang again. I sighed and picked it up. "Hello?" I said. "John?" came Dr. Barksdale's voice. He sounded tense. "Hey, Dr. B," I said. "Is everything okay?" "Have you been hearing those voices, John?" Dr. Barksdale said. "Just a little bit, Doctor. It's nothing I can't handle." "You haven't been talking with them again, have you?" How did he know that? I started feeling paranoid, but Sammy didn't say anything. "Sorry, Doc. I know I'm not supposed to, but it helps." No, it's fine," said Dr. Barksdale. "Do you remember the last thing you said to Sammy? Please concentrate. It's very important." Why did he want to know that? He said he was going to tell you that I'd been drinking?" "Yeah." He must have heard it in my voice. I was slurring. "So," I said, "I told him to go and bother someone else for a while instead." The line went silent. "Doc?" "I don't know what's going on," said Dr. Barksdale. His voice was thin and strained. "Logically, I know it must be some sort of shared psychosis, but..." "But what, Doc?" "Sammy spoke to me." My stomach dropped. He had to be joking, right? "He did?" I said. "Yes, I don't understand what's happening, but he told me to tell you that..." My hands began to sweat. "What, Doc?" Never mind," he said. "I must not be feeling well." "Okay, Doc," I said. I wasn't convinced. I held the phone out with my finger above the hang-up button when I heard Sammy's voice on the other end. "I told him to tell you that they're coming for you," he said. "Right now." The line clicked dead, and my doorbell rang.
My buddy lives on a ranch about 20 miles outside the closest town. The family has a few crops on the property, walled off corn, soybeans, that kind of stuff. But they mainly herd livestock. Allegedly, business is good, and it's always been good. But recently, they ran into a major problem. 2 weeks ago, they found a cow in the field with its entrails ripped out of its stomach. Last week, they found 3. Jeff called the police department and filed a report. He went through all the necessary paperwork with his insurance company to report the loss. It might sound heartless to a lot of people, and perhaps rightfully so, but at a certain point, farm animals become no more than property in the eyes of government and insurance scumbags alike. The cops decided the loss seemed sufficient enough to make a makeshift search in the woods around the family home. They sent in 2 guys with Dunkin' Donut cups. One decided it was probably a wolf, and the other insisted coyote, but both seemed convinced of the fact that the animal had moved on. The officers cited a lack of scat and track evidence and went on their merry little way. but Jeff insisted the animal was still out there. So he called me. Mind you, I'm not an animal expert. I don't know the first thing about cows, or farming, or ranching. I really didn't see how I could be of any use to anybody, and I told Jeff as much. But he sounded desperate. "You can fire a gun," he huffed over the phone. "Can't you?" "Barely," I told him. "It's been a while." "You have eyes," he continued, "right?" "Barely." "Good enough for me." I hesitated. He noticed. "You probably won't even have to use it," he continued hurriedly. "The gun, I mean. I just want to catch this thing in the act. If you help me with this thing in the field, if you help me watch the fields, we'll catch it, and then you'll be $200 richer. Win-win." I hesitated. He laughed. "Come on, please," he begged. "Plenty of beer in it for you too." Should have led with that. Dead cows didn't do it for you. We went back to joking about college and all our old memories. I liked Jeff. I was never the type of guy to keep up with more than a few close friends from college. I always thought my annoying recluse tendencies ticked off the rest, but Jeff and I stayed in touch. My wife was close to his girlfriend. My family was close to his. Part of me felt like I owed it to him to lend a hand. The other part realised I had nothing other than Netflix and junk food planned for the weekend. And so I got in my car and hit the road an hour later. With the window down, radio blaring and sunset fading, it felt like the right decision. I grew up a city boy. After college, I moved onto a prototypical city boy's life. I took a job at a big bank and toured my days away at a keyboard. I went home to a dark apartment building and woke up when it was just getting light. The point is that I rarely took the time to enjoy the awe-inspiring ability of nature. The drive to the farm was beautiful. An utter and serene feeling of immeasurable peace drifted out over the lonely country roads. The stars twinkled and vibrated up above. A warm rain came in over the mountain, and I left the windows down, just because it felt welcoming. I arrived at the farm a little after midnight. A long and winding driveway led to a paint-chipped barn and a house further down the way. Jeff stopped me in the road. He looked good, considering the circumstances, with a fresh new beard, overalls, and a thinning waistline. Farm life seemed to agree with him. He held a beer, a rifle, and an awfully uncomfortable-looking picnic chair. My car rolled because he beckoned me to drop the window. "My dad's asleep," he whispered into my window. "I've got a 12er set up by the field." I nodded and moved to park my obnoxiously red Honda. Jeff laughed at me. I'll admit it looked out of place, but I really don't know what he expected me to do about it. "Behind the barn," he pointed helpfully. "Don't want the big bad wolf to see you." I hit the emergency brake in a particularly appealing spot of mud and cowpat. When I got out, I stepped in it and smeared my pants nearly up to the knee. Jeff covered his mouth to keep from howling like an idiot. He gestured over his head and turned tail towards the field. I groaned and followed him miserably up and over the hill, dripping the whole way. The sky opened up like a snow globe the moment we hit the top of the hill. I had to stand there and just marvel at it for a bit. Acres and acres of open grassland reached deep into the forest's edge. A sea of white moved and stirred lazily. It took me a moment to realize that those were the cows. There had to be a dozen of them, sitting on the ground, minding their own business, while fat raindrops smacked their unsuspecting heads. We kept going down the hill until we found a lonely picnic chair surrounded by cigarette butts, pushed up against an old oak tree. A case of Miller Lite sat at the ready. I sat at my chair beside it and helped myself to the beer. "What do you think did it?" I asked with an even slurp. "Bears don't eat farm animals, do they?" Jeff shook his head and pulled up his chair. He pulled out the smokes. One of the bigger female cows snored loudly. We both got a kick out of that. "Nope," he murmured. "Wasn't a bear." I nodded while he blew a cloud of heavenly nicotine my way. "A wolf then?" I asked. "Has to be, I guess. Not that I would bloody know." "Could be a wolf." "Coyote?" "No," he muttered. "Too small." "What did you do with the bodies?" He looked at me for a minute. I could tell he was judging my capability. I didn't want to fail the test. Call that a stupid masculine thing. "Chum." "Come again?" "I used the bodies for chum." I stared blankly back. "To attract the thing," he said through pursed lips and a cigarette. "You know, like bait." "Where?" "Turn around," he smiled. "By the barn." I turned, and soon after fought the urge to vomit. Pushed up against the barn were 3 gallows-like structures. 3 rapidly decaying cows hung from long meat hooks. All of the animals' eyes were open. Decay, rot, and insects ate away at what remained of them. Bits of bones and guts stuck out from underneath ripped black and white covering. I felt my gag reflex, and I had to turn back just to keep from vomiting at the sight. "Jesus, man," I groaned. "Why?" "Sorry about that," Jeff chuckled. "The smell will lure the animal." I swallowed the bile in my mouth. Maybe that made sense in some farmer linguistic I didn't understand. Maybe dead cows made great wolf bait. I salvaged the remainder of my dignity by grabbing another beer from the cooler, plopping back in my chair and changing the subject. "So, how's Claudia?" Jeff's eyebrows arched. He shifted in his chair awkwardly and pulled out another cigarette. It seemed like I hit a nerve. "You didn't hear?" he mumbled. "Split up." "No, that's awful." "Afraid so." "Mutual?" "Mostly." I nodded. I should have known the breakup, I thought. It was probably plastered all over Facebook. I should have been a better friend. I should have reached out and checked in. But I never did. "Do you remember senior year?" Jeff asked. "Right before you graduated, you and Claudia went out on a date, right?" "Barely a date," I laughed. "She needed someone to talk to. You guys had just broken up for the 100th time. I was telling her to take you back." He nodded and lit another cigarette. "I always appreciated you doing that," he muttered. "A true friend." "Of course." "And I appreciate you being here now." "Of course." "Not many people would have come out here in the middle of the night like this," he added. "And you're really saving my ass." "The free beer helped." Jeff laughed. I nodded, uncomfortably, unsure of where he was going with this. "I gotta show you something," he murmured. "About the wolf." He got up and spit out the cigarette. Then he tossed his empty beer into the field. Tendrils of smoke and dribble dripped down from his dark beard. He looked worried about something. "Follow me." I stood and followed Jeff to the barn. The cows mooed their goodbyes just as a fresh wave of rain opened up over the valley. The barn had one of those old-fashioned padlocks with a single key entry. Jeff dug into his pockets for a moment, trying to find it. I took my time waiting in the night. "When you and Claudia went on that date," Jeff muttered, still looking for his keys. "Did you screw her?" I stared at him blankly. Jeff was one of my closest friends. The fact that he had to even ask me that question made me feel ashamed. And the worst part of all was that he wouldn't look at me. My only close friend in the world, and he wouldn't even look at me. No. Are you sure? What the hell, man? Of course I'm sure. She's been texting a Matt, he murmured. I saw her phone. The world's full of Matts, I snapped. Wasn't me. Okay, I'm sorry. He laughed back with his hands up. Had to ask. Jeff nodded and fumbled a bit more with the keys. Finally, he found the one he was looking for and pushed it into the lock. The old barn door creaked unevenly. I stepped through it and into the darkness. Jeff called out behind me. Hey, he shouted. Do you know the best part about sheep? No. I looked up into the barn to find 3 human beings hung up on meat hooks. Their stomachs were gored and gutted. Their entrails dripped down like sausage links. All of them were dead. At least, I prayed they were dead, because no person should be left alive that way. Their eyes were rotted in the same way the animals out front. Their skin sagged like old rotting leather left out in the sun. I wanted to scream. I wanted to fight, but something heavy smacked against my head, and I don't remember much else after that. I woke up to the flashing lights of an ambulance. The story came to me in bits and pieces. Some of it is still foggy. I was lucky, I know that much. A neighbour reported a suspicious red Honda entering the farm around midnight. With the recent animal deaths and police visits, my car seemed more than a little suspicious. The neighbour also called Jeff's father 3 times that day. They had lunch plans a week ago, and the old man never showed. Those lunch plans might have saved my life. The cops arrived to find me with a meat hook in the fatty part of my thigh. They found Jeff with a bullet in his brainstem. The 3 victims in the rafters were his father, his wife, and an unidentified male. The detectives think he used the cows as an excuse to lure all of them into the barn. The final victim, Claudia, mercifully passed away shortly before I arrived. That could have been me. That should have been me. Do you know the best thing about sheep? They're oh so easy to lead.
I recently inherited my grandfather's rural home, a log cabin buried deep within 100 acres of woodland, a picturesque scene untouched for decades, and a perfect dwelling that I am now proud to call my own. I would spend the weekends here as a child. The wooded paths, crystal clear ponds, and hidden meadows were always a welcoming change from the cramped city apartment I shared with my parents and sister. My grandfather only had one rule: never go near the woods at night. This was an easy rule to follow. Granted, I was terrified of the dark. What I looked forward to most during my visits were my trips to the hollow tree. Exactly half a mile from the cabin stands a large oak, towering over the nearby smaller trees. Its unprecedented height is not the only unique feature. At the base of the trunk is a very large cavity, giving the tree a hollow appearance. This inevitably led to the landmark's appropriate name. My eyes lit up when I discovered a new treasure lying within the hollow tree. My blue bicycle, a new football, and the dozens of other wonderful gifts I found throughout my formative years. Grandfather never admitted to putting the toys in the hollow trunk. "A gift from the tree, I suppose," he would say with exaggerated confusion. I knew he was the one hiding the presents, as he was the only person living within 100 miles of the tree. But I enjoyed the game, and I never questioned my gifts from the woods.
As I grew older, my visits to my grandfather's cabin were fewer, and upon his passing, the hollow tree remained barren. To honour him, I had his ashes placed on a mantle in an ornate urn. The path I stroll each morning leads straight to the hollow tree. I happened to glance inside its trunk as I walked past. Lying on the ground inside the tree were torn shreds of dark brown fabric. Curiosity carried my feet to the mouth of the cavernous oak. As I knelt down and picked up the shredded cloth, a wave of familiarity washed over me. It was the mangled remains of an old teddy bear. My old teddy bear. The one I had lost in these very same woods 25 years ago. My grandfather and I had searched for the missing stuffed animal day and night. One of its black button eyes hung by a thread and dangled in the air. The other was missing completely. Dark, oily liquid stained the worn material and left it reeking with a putrid smell. My mind raced to find an explanation of how the bear could have ended up inside the hollow tree. Maybe an animal dropped it, or the wind. Both seemed highly unlikely after so many years. I reluctantly stuffed the remains into my coat pocket and made my way back home. That night, I dreamt of my grandfather. He stood at the edge of the woods. Large snowflakes fell and stuck to his jet-black coat. He raised his pale, thin hand and beckoned me towards him. I obeyed. The cold wind howled as its chilling needles stung my face. Grandfather grabbed my arm, pulled me close to him, and pointed into the dense tree line. I shifted my gaze and stared into a sea of crooked trunks and twisted branches. My eyes were drawn to the hollow tree. Its dark cavity stood out in the pure snow like a drop of black ink on a white canvas. Without warning, a horrifying shriek escaped the tree's cavernous mouth. The blood-curdling scream rang through the woods, sending a frightened murder of crows from their roosts into the grey, overcast sky. My grandfather's tired, broken voice filled my ear. A gift from the tree. The high-pitched whistling of wind and bitter cold jolted me from my slumber. My body shivered violently. I was outside, and in the woods. I hadn't sleptwalked since I was a child, yet here I was in the middle of winter, dressed only in a bathrobe, standing before the hollow tree. Just as I was about to turn and head back to the cabin, something caught my eye. A small red light blinked inside the tree's dark, empty trunk. I quickly ran to the mouth, picked up the cold plastic object, and dropped it into the pocket of my robe. I sprinted back to the cabin as quickly as I could. The dead leaves crunched loudly beneath my bare feet. I burst through the front door, wrapped myself in a blanket, and prepared the fireplace. As soon as my body temperature started to return to normal, I pulled the object from my pocket and placed it on the floor. It was my walkie-talkie, another childhood toy. This didn't make any sense. My sister and I would play with them all the time, until the day I accidentally dropped my receiver into the pond. I'll never forget how upset I was as I watched it sink. Again, the hollow tree had returned another long-lost possession, and my name was still scribbled on the side. As I sat, dumbfounded, the red light on the top of the walkie-talkie turned on, and, ever so quietly, a faint noise crackled from the tiny speaker. The noise was brief, a stream of white noise. But just before the walkie-talkie turned off, for a split second, a hushed voice whispered my name. I took off the back panel of the receiver, and just as I feared, there were no batteries. I hurried to the attic and locked away the bear and the walkie in the chest. I decided then to avoid Hollow Tree and my morning walks altogether. The dreams continued, the same one each night. My grandfather, the tree, his message, and the crows. I resorted to moving furniture in front of my doors to prevent my late-night sleepwalks into the woods. Things were going well, until the day my grandfather's urn went missing. I had just returned from work. I froze as I stared upon the vacant mantel. My heart pounded in my chest. I knew exactly where it was. I laced my boots, threw on my coat, and started my short journey to the Hollow Tree, grabbing an axe from the woodshed on the way. Dark clouds left the world dreary, and the sun was setting. As I approached the giant oak, the unnatural stillness of the woods droned eerie silence around me. I shone the beam of my flashlight into the hollow tree, the cavern illuminated, and I crouched down to peer inside. I nearly threw up. Dark, sappy liquid dripped from the bark. On the ground, my eyes met the blank stares of 13 dead crows, their small bodies severed and completely hollowed out. I gazed upwards, and within the twisted branches, I saw the beautiful silver and gold urn. The tree was toying with me, beckoning me to climb its ancient tree to retrieve my grandfather. Rage consumed me. Tightly gripping the axe's wooden handle, I swung as hard as I could. The sound of the blade striking the oak was unbearable. Each blow sent a sound wave of shrieks from the bark, the same scream I dreamt of each night. Thick, crimson liquid gurgled from each gash. I chopped until I couldn't lift my arms. The hollowness of the trunk echoed the screams like a concert hall. With anger pulsing throughout my body, I hurled the axe with all of my strength, and with a dull thud, it stuck right in the middle of the tree. Just then, the branches untangled and the urn began to shift. I hurried to the spot directly underneath and carefully grabbed it as it fell. I held the porcelain vessel like a newborn child, turning back only once to see the wounded tree still bubbling its thick, bloody sap. I placed my grandfather back on the mantel. Exhausted, I fell face first onto my couch and passed out. The dream was different this time. I met with my grandfather in the woods, only all the trees had been cut down, leaving a sea of dark stumps. He whispered a new message into my ear. It does not forgive. Again, I awoke to find myself in the woods, and I looked out of horror. Before me stood 3 more trees with hollowed out trunks. I still believe my grandfather was the one leaving the gifts when I was a child, but I think something was watching him.
I don't know if you know this, but if you're a student and aching for some money, freelancing as a music journalist is a reasonably sweet deal, especially if you focus on concerts. The workload is manageable,
you see a lot of bands you wouldn't otherwise, and even though the payment isn't too great, it's alright for what you're doing. Plus, you usually get some pretty good seats for concerts. You need a bit of luck to get into it, but if you manage to do so, I can only recommend you give it a shot. Back when I did it, I wrote for a small magazine, which had a focus on the alternative sides of music. Given my musical taste, I was mostly panelled to attend gothic and heavy metal shows, which honestly were a lot of fun. Those are, of course, all the Marilyn Manson and Metallica knockoffs, but a lot of experimentation is going on, even though few of them actually got anywhere. I covered everything, from cover bands to experimental stuff that never made it big. I mostly saw them when they were well known enough to be worth writing about, but still kind of underground. Some of the bands got quite far actually, and one of the bands I wrote about you probably know, if you're into metal. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. Back then, they sucked, let me tell you. Other bands were far more interesting. Sometimes there's experimental bands, the kind of band that defies the traditional lineup. Maybe uses 3 guitars or 2 drums, maybe doesn't have a singer or decides to skip the bass guitar in favour of a taiko drum. Yes, that happened. They can be hit or miss really, and most of it depends on the execution and dedication of the band in question. And then, there's the really weird stuff. Bands who don't just defy tradition, but outright crush every notion you have about music. These never make it big, but they make for a good article, and you can always one-up those hipster friends of yours. Whenever someone claims to have seen something, quote, like I've never even thought about, I usually tell them about the one time I saw a band that made music using old tape recorders and rubber bands, or had lyrics written in a language that they invented themselves, and instead of CDs, sold booklets about how to learn said language. I never tell them about Gunpo though, and I never will. That band haunts me. This was shortly before I intended to quit this job anyway, since my final exams were coming up, and I wouldn't have the time or the need to work on the side. But still, I had some concerts I had promised to attend, and while I knew I should start studying for my exams, a bit of fun couldn't hurt, I reasoned. I had made a habit about researching the bands I would cover next, so that I'd know what to expect. After all, if I expected somber music to peacefully fantasize to, and got thrash metal that inspired mosh pits, that would tarnish my reviews. Also, I'd have to dress the part. Ever tried getting into a gothic club dressed in metal attire? You get in, but some of the looks you get could kill small animals. But I digress. The odd thing was, nothing really turned up for Gunpo. Their logo looked like the archetypical black metal shtick, barely readable, and that's the way they wanted it, obviously. They played in a small club not far from where I lived that was known to host some of the more hardcore bands, and regularly had people roughing each other up. But that was it. No setlist, no albums. Even those underground sites I usually used for reference when all else failed were sparse with information. Well, no matter. They probably had their first real gig and knew the owner or something. All the better to milk it for a bit of extra cash if they turned out to be decent. A true diamond in the rough. So I went in my usual hardcore metal outfit to the club. Inside the club, the usual crowd had gathered. Metalheads of every colour, from the large, bulky types to lanky and acne-ridden. Long hair was prevalent, of course, as was the smell of beer, whiskey, and questionable hygiene. Not many women in sight, and those few who were seemed to have a full flock of bodyguards. I went and got myself a beer to hype myself up while I inspected the stage. Gunpo was set to play in about half an hour, so I had plenty of time to observe their lineup. Nothing too special though. A set of drums, the drum bass showing the same indecipherable lettering that had come up during my research, 2 guitar stands, 1 microphone, everything hooked up and ready to go. From the way the guitar stands and the microphone were arranged, I figured they'd have a bass guitarist, and a singer who focused on singing, not playing the guitar on the side. Already an important observation to make beforehand, since this would make him able to engage more with the crowd. Always a good thing to have. I asked around, but the more I did, the more I understood. Nobody in here knew the band. Sure, some had done a bit of research like me, but they had found about as much or less. They were curious, however, or just didn't care about the band that was about to play. This reassured me about my theory that Gunpo probably knew the owner of the bar or someone close to them and was using this location to test the waters. Not the worst move. If they wanted a tough crowd, they'd certainly find it here. This location was known to attract a certain breed of metalhead, the kind that isn't opposed to a mosh pit going a little out of hand, if you know what I mean. Lost in thought about this, I only realized that the lights had dimmed as someone pushed me aside to get a better glimpse at the stage. The background music had ceased as well. All I could hear was excited muttering and scrambling. The first thing I noticed when the band entered the stage was the singer. He had to be the singer, really, because every other position would not suit him. He outshone the other band members up to the point that I cannot even remember them too vividly, as I was captured by him. The drummer, I remember, was of Indian descent, but otherwise I remember little. The singer was huge. Face to face, he would have towered me in my 6'1" frame, but on stage, he looked even bigger than that. He was very heavily built too, with a prominent belly and round face. His skin was almost the colour of soot and had a look about it that I can only describe as coarse. He didn't seem to sweat. His skin as dry as a dune. But the thing that really set him apart was his smile. When he got up to the microphone, he smiled at the crowd like he wanted to swallow them up, and his teeth seemed like those of a shark, fit for the job of devouring an entire crowd to fill that enormous belly. The band had already taken their positions, but the usual hollers and cheers did not start. You could have heard a fly buzzing. Nobody even daring to move, like the first one to capture the attention of the mighty singer would be the first to quench his hunger. But then, the music started. And man, when I mean it started, it really started. There was no warm-up, no lame-ass introduction, no 1, 2, 3, 4, accompanied by the smacking of drumsticks. They simply started their first song, and it began with a deep, guttural howl that I cannot compare to any other singer out there, for that would be unfair to them. You can train your voice all you want, but you'll never come near the sound of an earthquake. Gunpa's lead singer, however, did, and I could feel the ground rumble under my feet as he drew out his growl that the band carried with their instruments into a fast-paced composition that instantly turned the crowd from awestruck to whipped into a frenzy, a mosh pit erupting well before the second verse. I never did write that article on Gunpa, but if I had, it would have read something like this. Even after only 2 songs, Gunpa already had the audience where other bands take a whole evening to get them. They are going wild, dripping with sweat, and shoving each other around whatever room they have. Nobody is staying still. Everything moves to their rhythm. Gunpa is pure, exemplified brutality, and I say this with the utmost respect. Few people can convey emotion through music, but Gunpa can. And what they convey is dominant, absolute rage. When the second song faded, the crowd was exhausted. They had gone at it like I had only seen a few times before or since, shoving, punching and kicking like they were on a battlefield. Someone had a bloody nose, but no one paid attention to it, not even the guy himself. The song faded out with a last cymbal crash, and the crowd exploded in cheers and shouting. Just then, the singer raised his hand. "Thank you all for coming." His voice was deep, slow, but I think everyone in the room could hear him as clearly as if he was standing right beside them. "We are Gunpa, your band for this evening. You may address me as Dukkha, and we are here to cleanse the world of what we perceive as evil." Again, the crowd was almost silent. This was the usual black metal stuff I was used to hearing by now. We are the messiahs of metal, blah blah blah. It works if you're really into the band, but otherwise, well, a few months later, it always just sounds pathetic, even if you were really into it. A show act, nothing more. But the way Dukkha said it still sounded real to me. He didn't say it for show, nor did he want to make himself understood. He just said what was important to the band, as matter-of-factly as if he was reading the wiring for their setup. "And we will start with all of you. You will be given the gift of absolution by violence." Kick-ass title, I thought, but I did not laugh. Nobody did. Nobody even rolled their eyes. They looked at Dukkha like he was the demagogue, speaking on behalf of something they would never understand, but that he could make them serve. Well, I'd been right about one thing. Absolved by Violence was a kick-ass title. It was slower than the two that had came before it, but the raw energy it exuded filled the air like pheromones. The mosh pit became almost fanatical, and now there wasn't just one guy with a bloody nose, but several. People stopped helping each other up. They didn't just use their shoulders anymore, but their foreheads, hands and elbows. I managed to dodge a particularly large guy who tried to shove me into the crush barrier, which could have easily gone wrong. Just when I got my balance back, I found myself opposite a wall. A wall made of humans, interlocked and ready to go. I took a step back and bumped into another wall. 2 walls of people, slowly withdrawing from one another, leaving me stranded in between them like Moses when he parted the Red Sea. I knew a wall of death when I see one, and as absolution by violence grew slower and slower still, so too did the withdrawal of those 2 people walls. I felt naked, exposed, like a tree just before a lightning bolt hits it. The sudden crash of the drums and the yawping of the guitar hit me just seconds before the wall did. I was crushed like an insect between 2 avalanches of skin, muscle and anger. People descended on one another like barbarians, sheer anger in their eyes. All the while, Gunpa was still playing, louder and angrier than ever. Someone next to me fell and disappeared under the plethora of boots. I don't know what happened to them, and I pray to God they're alive. But I honestly don't think so. Somewhere, a guy screamed in what was obviously excruciating pain, but he was quickly drowned by the music, his cries silenced under another verse. I don't know what made me, of all people, keep a sober mind, but I somehow managed to get through the horde of people lashing at each other like mad and out of the club. I never went back there. From what I know, the club closed shortly after, and I would never mention its name again. Gunpo has disappeared from the scene too, for all I know, if they even existed in the first place. Maybe this was all just a bad dream, accumulated from exam-induced stress. But I can still feel where those masses ran into me, even though it has been years.
The Wendigo, a creature from the mythology of Native Americans that lived in the region of the northeastern United States and southeastern Canada. It's born from pure cannibalism, and its hunger is never satisfied. There are a lot of stories surrounding the mysterious 13-mile woods of the northern New Hampshire. I've heard the stories of hunting parties starving out there and resorting to cannibalism. There's no telling what happens out there. This story was told to me by my grandfather, who met one of the people involved. The year was 1957. His name was Arnold Watson. He loved to hunt, and he loved even more to take long hunting trips in the woods. Of course, he never went alone. He had a couple old friends he'd take along, Andy Johnson and Darren Trimble. He hadn't seen them in years, so they all decided to go on a week-long hunting trip. They packed up all their stuff: hunting rifles, blankets, tents, matches, a week's worth of ammunition and food. The three of them piled into Arnold's Chevy pickup truck. The ride through the winding dirt roads was long and bumpy. They were deep into the woods now. Then, the engine started making clicks and spluttering noises, like it was breaking down. It slowed to a stop. "Start, goddammit," said Arnold as he banged on the wheel. Asked Andy. "I must have forgotten," Arnold said as he sighed and sat back in his seat. "We might as well make camp near here. I don't want to get too far from the truck." So, they ventured into the woods a bit and found a small clearing near a river where they could set up their tents. It was already getting dark, so they started a fire and had a little something to eat, and went to bed. They slept with their guns at their bedside, just in case. They all slept soundly through the night. Arnold was the first awake. He stood up and stretched, letting out a long yawn. He stepped outside of the tent and rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A bear had come and tossed everything about and eaten almost all of their food. Arnold ran into his tent, grabbed his rifle and aimed at the bear. His running around had already startled the bear, and it had gotten away before Arnold could get a clear shot. "Andy, Daryl, get up! Damn bear's gotten all our food." Andy and Daryl scrambled up. "What in the hell are you—" Daryl stared, open-mouthed, at the remaining scraps of their food. Most of the shotgun shells had been thrown into the river, and only a few usable shells remained. "Holy crap, what are we gonna do now? We ain't got nothing. No food, no ammo, no—" He was cut off by Andy. "Just keep calm, Daryl. I think there's more ammo in the truck." He trailed off. "Do you guys remember the way back to the truck?" Arnold asked, nervously. "I think it's this way. Or no, this way? Well, it might have been this way," said Andy. Daryl smacked his hand on his face. "You ain't got a damn idea what you're talking about." Daryl and Andy both lunged at each other and started wrestling, cursing in between breaths.
Hey, stop that. Arrow pulled Daryl off of Andy. We gotta get along. We're in a survival situation now. Ain't no fun and games. We could easily die out here, and no one would ever find us. Our best bet would be to follow the river. Maybe you could find a town or a trading post or something. Daryl snapped. A town? Out here? My ass. We're all alone out there. We'll never find our way out. Andy's always been the weak one. Not very surprising that he'd be the first one to break. They wandered along the banks of the river for a bit, cold and hungry. Night came, but they didn't stop. Sounds started to come from the woods next to the river, like twigs snapping and leaves crunching. Andy perked right up. What the hell was that? Andy whispered, nervously. Probably just a rabbit, you wuss, Daryl snapped. Don't be so worrisome. A couple minutes passed, and Andy sat down to rest. I'll just be a minute. Go on without me, he panted. You sure? Arnold asked. Yeah, I won't be long, Andy assured. So they continued. A blood-curdling scream filled the air several seconds later. Daryl! Ah! Help me! The scream cut off quickly to gurgling and sounds of something eating. Arnold and Daryl ran back along the stream, screaming Andy's name. They heard a snarl and saw the silhouette of a tall, thin, snouted figure with something dripping from its mouth. It growled at them loudly and trotted off into the woods. What in the Lord's name was that? Asked Daryl. How am I supposed to know? Strike a match so we can find Andy. Daryl struck the match and looked in horror. Andy's mangled remains lay on the ground. His face was half devoured, with his skull showing. Blood and flesh covered his face. A whole section was torn out of his chest. His ribs were picked clean. His entrails were out and laying all over him, partly eaten. His thighs were ravaged. There were parts where his bone was showing in his leg. Worst of all, a horrifying expression was displayed on his face, like he was frozen in time as soon as he saw the creature. Oh my God. Daryl started mumbling gibberish, curled into a ball, and rocked slowly. Why him? Why? He stuttered. Arnold tried to comfort him, but he was hysterical. We gotta keep moving, buddy. We both loved him, but it's done now, and we gotta move on. Daryl cut him off. How could you say that? You act like you don't even care about him. I loved him like a brother. You don't even care. You don't even care, you selfish asshole. Daryl lunged at Arnold's throat. He gripped it tightly against the ground. Arnold struggled to get out of his grip. He kneed him in the stomach, and Daryl fell to the ground. Arnold started pounding him in the face. Daryl was helpless. Arnold picked him up and threw his head against the tree. Daryl slumped to the ground, leaving a thick streak of crimson blood going down the tree. His eyes turned black, and he was crazed with bloodlust. Arnold started chewing on Daryl's left arm, but then he snapped out of it. What have I done? He looked at his blood-covered hands. He stayed there with the bodies, not sleeping, just sitting, with a blank expression, thinking of what he'd done. Eventually, Arnold realized it was his duty to get back to a town and tell people what had happened. He got up and started walking. He walked for hours. Then the twig snapping came back and the leaves crunching. He felt a warm breath on the back of his neck. He turned around slowly and towering over him was the beast. Glowing yellow eyes, antlers, and a body that seemed half-rotted. The ribcage was exposed, with rotted flesh in and around it. Blood and flesh dripped from his mouth, his face covered in raw muscle and deep cuts. In areas that weren't rotted, like his back and shoulders, were carpeted in short, patchy, light brown fur. One of its arms was completely rotted to the bone. Arnold screamed and ran, but it leapt and tackled him. It growled in his face and bit a chunk from his leg. Arnold screamed in agony, trying to escape from under it, and squirmed and kicked until he got free and tried to start punching it. This only angered it more. It lunged at him again, but this time Arnold moved out of the way and the beast tumbled into the river. Arnold saw this as his chance. He tried his best to limp over to the river where it was recovering from the fall. Despite the excruciating pain, he tackled the beast and pushed all his weight onto its head, trying to drown it. It snarled under the water and flailed its arms and legs, but Arnold kept his grip. It slowly became weaker and weaker until it silenced completely. Arnold sighed in relief and fell on his back onto the bank of the river. He rested for a while and tried to move on. He limped through the woods until morning and found a road. Thank God, he thought. It's almost over. Arnold was on the road for only a short time before a truck came along. It pulled over and the man scrambled out of the driver's seat and helped Arnold. Jesus, man, what happened? Arnold replied tiredly. I'll explain soon. Water. A ride, please. The man looked befuddled. Of course. Let me help you into the car. Arnold climbed in and took a big, long swig of the water from the man's bottle. He told the entire story to the man, the same one I just told you. That man was my grandfather. Arnold was taken to a hospital, but died due to an infection in the wound on his leg. Every once in a while, hunters will come back with stories of hearing loud, blood-curdling screams, or similar stories of cannibalistic beasts. Whether they're true or not, there's something lurking in the 13-mile woods. If you ever decide to take a trip there and you find an old 50s truck or an abandoned campsite, turn back. For God's sake, turn back. And if you don't, God help you.
Fallout 3 contains several in-game radio stations. The most diverse and important station is Galaxy News Radio. Many players of the evil persuasion know that if you kill Three Dog, he will be replaced by the technician Margaret. She is not a charismatic person and has very little to say, seeming to not enjoy her new announcing duties. She also never appears in person and therefore cannot be killed. Once Three Dog is dead, you're stuck with Margaret. What most players do not know is that under certain circumstances, GNR will become a number station. A number station is a station that broadcasts an unusual coded message. Many of these exist in real life, and some people hypothesize that they are a nuclear retaliation control network. Simply check Wikipedia for more information about these odd broadcasts as they relate to the real world. Back to Fallout 3. no one is really sure which actions are needed to hear the number station in Fallout 3. It appears that you must kill 3Dog, because no one has ever reported hearing the number station with him still alive. It also appears that you have to skip over the quest, Galaxy News Radio, where you help boost the signal so that the station can be broadcast further than just the immediate DC area. This is easy enough to do with either a speech check or simply using the Fallout wiki to look up where to go next and advance the main plot. Finally, you definitely have to destroy Raven Rock. This is the actual trigger to turn GNR into a number station, and it will remain such for the rest of the game. However, the vast majority of players who perform these 3 actions still continue hearing the standard GNR broadcasts, so there must be several more requirements the community has yet to isolate. If you're lucky enough to have hit upon the right set of circumstances, just after destroying Raven Rock, you will get the message, radio signal lost, and a few seconds later, radio signal found. You cannot, however,